Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
But I don't think it was a hallucination. So while Martha was asleep, I followed the direction of that voice to investigate. I found a door. I don't remember there being a door in the bedroom hallway. It looked like it led downward. Martha's house actually has a basement. Asterisk. The door was locked. I tried unlocking charm, but it didn't work. Some kind of magic was protecting it. Isn't Martha a muggle-born witch? Why would her ancestral home have a magically sealed door? I didn't want to use anything more aggressive, or Martha might say I've turned into a crazy old man. She already thinks that anyway. I'll ask her about it tomorrow. Asterisk. Cohen flipped back a page. A mysterious, tightly locked door. It had all the vibes of a suspense flick. Throw in something like Bank or Time Rewind, and it could fit right into a Genius Club script. The next day's entry. Asterisk. Martha says there's no basement in the house and no weird door in the bedroom hallway. There are only 4 doors in that corridor, but I swear I saw a 5th one last night. The strange thing is, when I dragged Martha to where that odd wooden door was, it was gone. Asterisk. I'm guessing it only shows up at night, or when I can't hear those voices, like one of those magical rooms at Hogwarts. Asterisk. So I decided to camp out in the hallway all night. Martha thinks I'm wasting my time and says if I keep believing in hallucinations, she'll haul me off to St. Mungo's. Asterisk. I'm not sick. I saw that door again today, but it only appeared for a few seconds. I yelled for Martha to come look, but it was like the door was us, dodging us. The second she showed up, it vanished again. Asterisk. So what was behind that door? Cohen was dying to know what Charleston had seen, so he started skimming ahead, 10 lines at a time. The door stayed locked. Charleston caught glimpses of it now and then, but Martha always missed it. He tried everything to get it open, blasting charms, smashing charms, dismantling charms. The magic on that door was unreal. Even the walls should have crumbled, but the door didn't budge. Martha hit her limit with Charleston's midnight explosions and dragged him to St. Mungo's for a month-long tune-up. For 2 months, Charleston didn't hear the strange roars of multiple beasts. He thought he was cured, until early November. Asterisk. I'm back home. The door opened. I went inside. It's like a cellar, a narrow staircase leading down into pitch-black nothingness. Asterisk. Charleston's handwriting lost its usual sharpness here. The words twisted, shaky with nerves or fear. Asterisk. It's so dark in there. Even spells couldn't light it up. I crept down the steps, and in the blackness I saw a snake's head. I know this kind. It's a horned water serpent. It's got horns, and there's a mirror-like gem on its forehead. They're supposed to come from the Americas. That gem's said to reflect the future. Asterisk. It slithered toward me, the gem right in my face. I shouldn't have seen my reflection. It was too dark, but I did. And I saw other things too. Horrible things. Asterisk. I saw Edward dead, lying alone in a snowy field, his face drained of color. Next to him was a twisted, terrifying black monster. And that woman from the Burke family, Rose, she was holding the black creature. She must have killed Edward to feed that thing. Asterisk. There were other scenes too. Edward and Rose had a child. I memorized that face. But in the gym, I saw that child turn into a Dementor-like figure. It clicked. In the future, Edward would die at the hands of Rose and this kid. That black monster in the snow? It's their child. Asterisk. Just as I was about to see more glimpses of the future, the gem's images vanished. The snake made a threatening noise, but what chilled me to the bone wasn't a hiss. Asterisk. I heard a lion's roar. Why would a snake roar like a lion? Asterisk. Then I saw it. Behind the snake, a massive, furry black shadow with multiple glowing eyes glaring at me. It was a monster as big as the house. I couldn't even process it. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk before I could figure out what was happening. The snake lunged at me with its jaws wide open. I bolted back up the stairs. The basement reeked of sulfur. I could barely breathe. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk after I got out, the door disappeared. But all I could think about was Edward lying dead in that snowy field. He's my only son. I can't let that woman and some unknown kid kill him. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk, I'm heading to Edward's place right now. I have to stop this. Asterisk, asterisk. Horned water serpent. Cohen knew that creature, of course. It had even been one of his top guesses when he'd wondered what kind of snake relative he might be tied to. A magical horned snake. If Charleston's notes were right, the kind with a gem on its head was the most famous and rarest of all horned water serpents. They had extra abilities: flight, invisibility, and prophecy. But there's no way the basement just held a horned water serpent. Charleston mentioned a huge, furry body and multiple eyes. A chimera fit the bill perfectly, a lion-headed, goat-bodied, snake-tailed, multi-headed beast. The Silver Key's prophecy hadn't been wrong yet. Human, nightmare, basilisk, Dementor, and chimera. Those were the pieces of Cohen's bloodline. That chimera must have escaped from a lab and hidden here. But why here? Was it drawn by the bloodline scent of the original Cohen Norton, one of the experiment's subjects? So, it seemed like Edward and Charleston had a massive misunderstanding because of this chimera. Charleston saw a fragment of the past and future. He thought Edward, who'd torn his soul to save Cohen, had died, so he desperately tried to stop Edward and Rose from adopting Cohen. But Charleston got the timeline mixed up. It wasn't that adopting Cohen led to Edward lying half dead in the snow. It was the other way around. Edward ripped his soul apart to patch Cohen up first, and then came the adoption. That chimera's snake head didn't even show the whole story. What a jerk. Charleston just wanted to save his son. What a good guy. The misunderstanding had dragged on way too long, though. Cohen was still debating whether to tell Edward about it. He didn't want Edward holding a grudge against Charleston forever. After all, Charleston only rejected Cohen because he thought Cohen would kill Edward in the future. If he spilled the beans, someone as kind-hearted as Edward might end up regretting it for the rest of his life. After all, he'd spent years not even glancing at old Charleston. It wasn't until Charleston's death that Edward realized they'd been stuck in a cold war with each other the whole time. After some serious thought, Cohen decided not to tell Edward. Some truths don't do any good. They just pile on the pain for no reason. Following the spot Charleston had pointed out in his diary, Cohen made his way to the bedroom hallway. There was no door leading to a basement like the one Charleston had seen. But Cohen had something better than detection magic up his sleeve. He opted to partially detach his soul and phase through the walls to hunt for that hidden basement. Solid, solid, still solid. Cohen floated around behind the walls for ages, but couldn't find any sign of a basement entrance. Where's the basement? A whole giant basement just gone? Did this chimera beast take its den with it when it left the house, or something? What kind of basilisk-level, bed-obsessed weirdo was this? Aside from that, Cohen couldn't come up with any other reasonable explanation. There were no traces of an extinction charm, no lingering magic from a transfiguration or digging spell. Nothing. Combined with the muggle disappearances he'd read about in the papers, Cohen was almost certain this chimera beast had moved out a month ago and taken its basement home along with it. But why was it snatching people? According to the diary, the chimera beast had only growled threateningly at Charleston a few times. If it really had a taste for killing, Charleston wouldn't have lived long enough to catch a glimpse of the future and make his escape. The weight of saving the world was practically kicking Cohen in the butt, urging him to track down that chimera beast before it got any wilder or harder to tame. After all, Martha was still living here, and if the beast went berserk, it could easily become a threat to her too. History only had one recorded case of someone killing a chimera beast, which was more than enough to prove how unpredictable and dangerous these things were. Cohen got here with me. He's off looking for that non-existent basement. Edward's voice drifted in from outside the living room door. Next to him came Martha's grumbling. Ugh, if Charleston hadn't lost his mind over that hallucination, He probably could have lived another few decades, Martha said. You better keep an eye out too, Edward. Don't let Cohen catch some kind of basement curse. My old classmate Selena was saying it might be. The door swung open, and Edward walked in with Martha. Cohen poked his head out from the bedroom hallway. So, find that basement yet? Edward asked, already knowing Cohen wouldn't have. It was more like he was humoring a kid's curiosity. Nope, there's no basement here. Looks like Grandpa really was seeing things, Cohen replied. But his eyes were locked on Martha, or rather on what she was holding. It was a black and white cow-pattern cat, the kind some people might jokingly call a dick cat in certain circles. Cohen stared at it, and it stared back, nestled comfortably in Martha's arms. The room fell silent for a few awkward seconds. So what do you think? Do you like Mr. Frondo? Martha noticed Cohen eyeing the cat and assumed he was a cat lover. But Cohen wasn't focused on it because he liked it. It was because soul strength, 10, the exact same as the Count, and both were animals. For a split second, Cohen almost wondered if this cat was the Count's animagus form. A magic kitty, Mr. Frondo. Cohen kept his eyes glued to the cat. Its expression had shifted from blank to a sneaky, shifty-eyed look, like it was plotting an escape. Poor Mr. Frondo showed up here 12 years ago. It was a freezing Christmas, and he was just curled up all alone by our doorstep. Martha said casually as she plopped down on the living room sofa, her voice tinged with sympathy. But now he's got a warm home. Look at him. You'd never guess he's a cat his teens, right? And no, this wasn't just some ordinary senior kitty. Cohen didn't call out the cat's oddities right away. It was busy winking and squinting at him, clearly trying to send a vibe like, I'm a good kitty, I swear. Have you checked out your room yet? Edward asked, spotting Cohen's suitcase leaning against the sofa. To keep Martha from accidentally peeking inside and spotting the basilisk or dragon stuff, Cohen quickly grabbed the case. I'll take your suitcase to your room for you, Edward said, not paying much attention to Cohen's staring contest with the cat. After all, Cohen was always taking care of magical creatures. Liking a little cat seemed perfectly normal. Once Edward disappeared into the room with the suitcase, Martha called Cohen over to the sofa. Come here. Mr. Frondo's super friendly. Want to pet him? Edward says you're a big animal lover, Martha said warmly, practically dumping Mr. Frondo into Cohen's arms. Cohen caught the cat and could feel it bristling, probably because Cohen was part Dementor, which wasn't exactly a cat's favorite vibe. He's adorable. Mind if I take him out for a little walk? Cohen asked. I've never been to Coomfort before, and I'd love to check out the scenery. Oh, I'm afraid that's not a good idea, Martha said with a hint of reluctance. Cohen, things haven't been too peaceful around Coomfort lately. There have been 5 Muggle disappearances already, and they might even be tied to the wizarding world. I just got back from talking to a Ministry of Magic employee who's investigating. It'd be dangerous for you to go out right now. I saw that newspaper. Didn't it say the disappearances only happen at night? Cohen pointed out. It's still mid-afternoon. What's that? Edward stepped out of Cohen's room. What's up with Cohen? What's going on? Disappearances? It's that urgent investigation Arnold Peascod was talking about. Silly, Martha chuckled. Why else would the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad show up in Coomfort? How about Dad comes with me for a walk, then? I can't just sit around the house molding on the first day of break, Cohen suggested. But I've got to. Edward started to say he needed to cook, but then he caught Cohen winking at him. All right, I'll go with you for a stroll. It's been a long car ride anyway. Edward corrected himself. Sweet, Cohen said, faking a cheerful tone. With Mr. Frondo, the cat in his arms, Cohen stepped out of the house and got his first look at the town. Martha's place sat right on the edge of the little town. No wonder she'd once said, even the Muggle mailmen don't dare come here. From the outside, it really did have a keep-out vibe. The garden walls were covered in thick vines bristling with dark thorns, and the grayish-white house paired with the wild, menacing plants in the yard gave off serious creepy, abandoned, haunted house energy. According to Martha last time, this was all Grandpa Charleston's doing, meant to keep Muggles from bothering them. The town's small. Walk straight down this road, and you'll hit the other side in 10 minutes, Edward said, pointing toward the cluster of buildings in the distance. All old houses, way different from London's style. "Who's that ministry person Grandma Martha mentioned?" Cohen asked, petting the cat as Edward led him toward the town center, keeping the chat casual. "One of the memory cancelers from the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad," Edward recalled. "Your grandma was filling him in on the town since she's the only witch around here." "I checked the newspaper, the one on the coffee table just now," Cohen said. "5 muggles have gone missing, and someone spotted a shadowy black monster." "Don't tell me you came out here to look for that thing," Edward said warily. "Honestly, it sounds more like a muggle serial killer to me. All the missing people seem to be staff from the town's church. Maybe it's some anti-religion nut job." "If it's just a muggle, I'll be fine wandering around on my own," Cohen replied, trying to shoo Edward away. "Muggles have guns," Edward shot back, unconvinced. "No way. If I left you out here alone, Martha would chew me out till I'm a bloody mess." "So what? We're stuck eating charcoal for dinner tonight," Cohen quipped. "You'd better head back and save our stomachs." Seeing Edward still wouldn't budge, Cohen scanned their surroundings for something to put him at ease. They'd reached what looked like a low-budget school, though it seemed more like an old house someone had patched up into a makeshift building. "Look, there are muggle kids over there," Cohen said, pointing toward the open gate of the school. "Ma," Edward grunted, not exactly sold. "Let me hang out with some kids my age. Just pick me up when it's time for dinner," Cohen said, laying out his case pretty reasonably. "What? You got a split personality now?" Edward wasn't buying that Cohen would calmly play with muggle kids his age. "It's better than being cooped up at home," Cohen pressed. "Come on, go stop Martha from torching our food. I won't get into trouble. If some killer shows up, I'll even spare their life. Good enough? Now go back." And with that, Cohen managed to shoo Edward off. Sure, Cohen might run into danger, but Edward knew deep down it wasn't likely. Cohen could handle himself. After watching Edward leave, Cohen didn't even glance at the temporary care school with a bunch of teens inside. Instead, he headed straight for Coombe Fort's Central Square. There was a park nearby, but with all the recent disappearances, hardly anyone dared to come close. Cohen spotted Earl perched on a beech tree at the park's edge. But right now, Cohen wasn't itching to check in with Earl about his findings. His focus was on the Mr. Frondo squirming in his arms. Frondo had been restless ever since Edward left, and the moment Cohen reached the deserted Central Park, it leaped right out of his grip. It landed lightly beside the cobblestone path, then hopped onto a bench nearby. "What are you?" Cohen asked, curious. The thing didn't androids. To run off. Instead, it turned around and kept staring at him. "I'm a cat," Mr. Frondo replied in a crisp London accent, locking eyes with Cohen as if trying to figure out what he was. "Sorry, I don't think I need to explain much about myself. I've been a cat at Martha's place for 12 years. Everything's been perfectly normal and reasonable. What needs explaining is you, a weird creature with barely any human parts to speak of, and one who's got some shady ideas about me. Of course, if you're planning to mess with a cat, I get it. I've met plenty of kids with a knack for tormenting cats. They'd kill me a dozen times over, get bored, and let me go. But fair warning, if you try to hurt Martha, I'll throw myself at you in a kamikaze fit until you're worn out." Confirmed. Total chatterbox. Cohen had zero interest in engaging. After Earl's example, a talking cat didn't even faze him anymore. "Frondo," Earl called, swooping down from the beech tree branch toward Cohen. "I could hear your nonstop yapping from a mile away." "Huh? You two know each other?" Cohen asked, glancing between Earl and the cat. "We do indeed," Mr. Frondo said in a gentlemanly tone. "We first met at a foggy train station. Oh, back then we were pets of little wizards. We hit it off right away and became pals at school. Hit it off, my tail feathers. I swore I'd rip that blabbering mouth of yours to shreds," Earl snapped, turning to Cohen. "If you want any peace in your life, shut its trap now and chuck in the lake. I saw a river valley south of here. I thought our friendship was rock solid." Frondo said mournfully. "Have you forgotten I'm a poor, cursed kitty? Throwing me in water won't free me. I've tried all sorts of things, cremation, burial, drowning. But afterward, I figured breaking this curse might not be about death. Maybe it's like a fairy tale. I need true love, a princess's kiss. Guess what I did 20 years ago? I met this amazing girl in London, and then So just shutting its mouth works, right? Cohen asked Earl, deadpan. I don't think finding the chimera needs help from some dumb cat that moved in with my grandma 12 years ago. Use cement, Earl suggested, covering his ears as Frondo launched into his third love story. It's sturdier. Buys you a quiet night. Chimera. Frondo paused mid-ramble. You're looking for chimera? I actually know a ton about that. You know, as a cat who's traveled all over Europe, I've seen my fair share of creatures. Like this fascinating hybrid I met in this town. It's got 3 names, but I like calling it Bellerophon. I picked that from Greek mythology. Bellerophon slew the chimera. I think the names don't matter. Cohen cut off Frondo's endless spiel. He'd hoped enduring it might yield something useful, but this chatterbox cat could ramble forever about nothing. Do you know it? Where is it now? Are the disappearances it's doing? Of course I know it. It's my best friend. Frondo chirped. Well, Earl, I mean within the last 12 years. If we're talking 300 years, you're my best friend? No offense intended. I regret ever talking to you, Earl grumbled, turning his backside to Frondo. Quiet down and answer one thing at a time, Cohen said. It's your friend. So do you know where it is? Absolutely, Frondo replied. It's near the town. Honestly, the livestock business here is pretty outdated, and it's starving. After sleeping for 11 years, it's out looking for food. Probably in the river valley by now. Are you thinking of adopting it? If so, stock up on cows. Silencio, Cohen said, whipping out his wand at Frondo. Much better, Earl muttered. Temporary, Earl added with a huff. That spell will wear off soon, and your quiet life's toast. Cohen figured it was probably fine to leave the cat with Martha. At least it hadn't spoken in front of Martha and Edward, which meant it was willing to make some sacrifices in the talking department just to stay with her. Did its mouth just look like it was saying, I've decided to go with you now? Cohen asked the Count, his face completely deadpan. Sell me to some other little wizard instead, the Count said in despair. Torture me if you want, just don't use Frondo. Don't make me suck out your soul, Dick Cat, Cohen threatened. Hanging out with a Dementor's dangerous, especially one like me. Yep, totally, the Count agreed quickly. Mr. Frondo's mouth was moving, mumbling something incoherent. Cohen didn't bother lifting the tongue-tying curse, which seemed to have mutated on Frondo anyway. He could still move his tongue. The longer he stayed quiet, the better. He doesn't even look scared, the Count observed, making his choice on the spot. I'd rather help you track down that chimera beast in the valley. Good luck. With that, the Count flapped his wings and bolted, like he'd explode if he spent another second near Mr. Frondo. Is he really that terrifying? Cohen muttered, clicking his tongue. But, according to Mr. Frondo, the chimera beast was hunting near the valley. So what was causing the disappearances in this town? Suddenly, a kid's voice piped up behind Cohen. Are you talking to your pet? Cohen turned around and saw 2 boys, probably 12 or 13 years old. They were both dressed in typical, well-worn Muggle t-shirts, the colors faded from too many washes. The taller one had short, dark brown hair and a few freckles sprinkled across his face. The other, with lighter, almost golden hair, looked a bit timid. We've never seen you around town, the taller brown-haired boy said, eyeing Cohen suspiciously. And this is a dangerous area. Adults don't let kids come near here. Cohen had seen this plotline before. Muggle kids would decide he was a freak, start doing that American bully-style street dance, and then get taken out by an out-of-control obscurus. I don't see any adults around, Cohen said, raising an eyebrow. But I've read about the disappearances in the paper. That's 'cause they're too scared to come here themselves, the brown-haired boy said, sounding proud of his own bravery. 5 adults have gone missing already. I'm Tom Hall. This is my little brother, Jerry. What a cat and mouse duo. I know our names are funny. Blame our dad. He loved cartoons, Tom said with a shrug, totally unbothered. But seriously, if you know about the disappearances, why are you still wandering around here? Looking for some fun, Cohen replied, glancing around. There really weren't any adults in sight. These 2 kids might be out here hunting for the culprit themselves. Pretty gutsy. I'm Cohen. Cohen Norton. Norton? Jerry, who'd been hiding behind Tom, couldn't help but repeat the last name before quickly clamping a hand over his mouth. You mean the Nortons from the south side of town? Tom suddenly got wary, stepping in front of Jerry and pulling him back a few steps. "Yeah, the ones with the weird old guy," Cohen said. Martha had mentioned how Charleston used to scare off Muggle mailmen, so the Norton name didn't exactly have a great rep around here. "I'm just here on vacation, summer break." They say. Tom's breathing sped up. Those disappearances were caused by that creepy old Norton guy. That he was a... Since when did Charleston crawl out of his grave to kidnap Muggles? Isn't that rumor a bit much? Cohen said, raising an eyebrow. "My grandpa's been dead since Christmas 2 years ago. That makes it even more likely," Tom said, doubling down on his theory. "Some people say he knew witchcraft. Getting revenge on the town after he died totally tracks. That makes even less sense. If it was my family doing it, they wouldn't let me out of the house," Cohen said, spreading his hands. "But you're out here now," Jerry mumbled. "Same as you. Snuck out," Cohen said. He could smell the emotions rolling off these kids. Thick tension mixed with a dash of fear. They were scared of getting caught by adults, constantly glancing around. "How'd you know?" "You're both looking over your shoulders every 2 steps like you're pulling a heist. Obviously, you slipped out from home. But don't worry, I'm not the snitching type," Cohen said. "Still, I'd head back if I were you. If there's a real killer out here snatching people, you two are just asking for trouble." "We're not causing trouble." Jerry swallowed hard, his voice quiet but firm. "We brought weapons. We're going to save our dad from that monster." So, save our dad meant they were kids of one of the missing people. Cohen pieced together why they were here in the park. This was starting to feel more and more like a Conan episode. And honestly, it was kind of a fun twist. "This is our business," Tom said. "So, you're out here looking for the culprit too? We could team up. Do you know how to use a knife?" As he spoke, Tom pulled a small knife out of his shoulder bag. Cohen caught a glimpse of a few more fruit knives inside, all different sizes, probably swiped from home. "Monster." Cohen took the knife. "How do you know it's a monster and not just a murderer?" "'Cause we saw it the night Dad disappeared," Jerry said. "Right outside our window by the road. A huge black shadow bolted down the street, heading south. We thought it might have been something your grandpa raised, or turned into," Tom added. But now, Cohen had already clarified the monster wasn't from the Norton family, though it technically was, just not responsible for the disappearances, at least as far as he figured. "Could be something else. You can't always trust your eyes," Cohen said. "This town doesn't even have streetlights. We're here to check things out," Tom said. "Uncle Joel next door is watching his sick daughter today, so we managed to sneak out. Monster or kidnapper, they've got to leave some kind of trace at the crime scene." "Why is Uncle Joel the one watching you?" Cohen stopped mid-question, politely dropping it. "We came from outside the park and only found some sticky stuff so far," Tom said, turning to point at a cobblestone path. "Right over there." "Drooling, huh?" Cohen followed the 2 others to a spot covered in tar-like goo. Thick, sticky liquid coated the grass beside the cobblestone path, and when the sunlight hit it, it shimmered like... "Why does this look like oil?" Cohen frowned. "We thought it might be the monster's drool," Tom said. And yeah, it was monster drool. Cohen could tell right away. This stuff wasn't much different from Norbert slobber. Could it really be that chimera eating people? Cohen wasn't exactly bothered by the idea of it munching on folks. Not that he was cool with casual cannibalism either. He was just worried about its smarts, or lack thereof. Only a dim-witted creature would drool this much, and that could make things tricky. If he stuck in a crate, it might brawl with Norbert, Cisco, and Allie, or worse, gobble up all the sheep and pygmy boars he was raising. Still, better not mention that to Muggle kids. Plus, Cohen still didn't think the monster was the real issue here. There was no blood, no scorch marks. If a chimera was hungry enough to drool at the sight of people, it wouldn't just grab food and not eat it right away. You'd either have barbecue skewers or a bloody mess. If something looks like oil, smells like oil, and feels like oil, Cohen reasoned, then it's probably oil. Who'd dump oil on the grass, though? Tom wondered aloud. "Hang on." Cohen glanced past Tom and Jerry, who were crouched down inspecting the slime, and spotted 3 adults hurrying toward them. "What you kids doing here?" A pot-bellied, suit-wearing middle-aged man bellowed. "This place is dangerous." They must have seen the kids' silhouettes from beyond the park's hedge. Probably just nosy brats, Mr. Mayor. I'll take these kids back home right now, a young guy next to the chubby old man said, practically bowing and scraping. Cohen didn't care much about the fat mayor or his lackey, though. Among the three adults, he locked eyes with someone familiar. Cohen and Von Braun stared at each other, both sporting a "what the heck are you doing here?" look. Looked like Von Braun had obediently handed Dumbledore his resignation from the defense against the dark arts gig. But why was he here? And with a muggle mayor? No less? Cohen had a hunch Von Braun's brain was already spinning like crazy, especially since the guy was now eyeing him like, "Wait, are you the kidnapper? Tom, Jerry, how are you two still wandering around alone?" the groveling young man said, recognizing the pair. The local kids were easy to spot, but he didn't know Cohen. "And you are?" "He's a friend's kid, Cohen," Von Braun cut in, stepping forward and yanking Cohen over to his side. Then he turned to the young man next to the mayor. "Hey, mind taking these two back home? I'll drop Cohen off later. He won't get in the way of my investigation." "Sure thing, Inspector," the guy said eagerly, grabbing Tom and Jerry and hauling them toward the park exit. The kids' eyes dimmed. They squirmed to break free from his grip, but it was no use. Cohen noticed something odd, though. Right as Tom and Jerry were about to disappear around the park's hedge, they stopped struggling. Their eyes flicked in unison towards something behind the mayor. Cohen leaned back a bit, trying to peek past Von Braun's shoulder at whatever was behind the mayor, who was standing in line with Von Braun. No stains, no weird animals, just a suit stretched tight over a plump frame. Even the sole checked out, strength of 6, typical for a muggle. So what was off? Maybe the only thing those kids could have spotted from that distance was the decorative chain dangling on the back of the mayor's coat. The little metal links glinted in the sunlight, swaying slightly whenever he moved. Pretty solid kid. If it were me, I'd make him my secretary, Von Braun said to the mayor. "Ah, he's always been a hard worker. Saves me a ton of hassle," the mayor replied politely. "So, Inspector, you gonna check out the scene? I've been on the phone with the Wiltshire police for a month, and the officers they sent haven't been worth a damn." "That's why I'm here," Von Braun said. "Gotta see if those cops are just slacking off." Latest novels premiere at 69 Book Bar. "Thank God. This mess has been giving me a headache," the mayor said. "All we've got is this slime popping up on the grass now, and then, plus the fact that all the missing folks worked at the church, including the dads of those 2 kids from earlier. It's all in the report I gave you." "Oh, and the church is up north. Feel free to swing by there after you're done with the slime here." "Got it," Von Braun replied. "Mr. Mayor, don't you have stuff to handle? I've got this covered. You don't need to stick around." Von Braun nudged the mayor off, though it didn't seem like the guy was too keen on playing tour guide anyway. Now it was just Cohen and Von Braun left in the park. "Inspector?" Cohen asked once the mayor was gone. "Fake ID. A quick confundus charm does the trick," Von Braun said. "What about you? Why are you here?" "I'm on vacation," Cohen shot back. "You're the one with the bigger issue. I heard the person sent here was some memory wiper from the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad. Arnold Peasgood." "What? You found a new job already? Change your name too." "Of course I'm not. Why would you even think that?" Von Braun said, rubbing his forehead. "I'm here investigating the disappearances. Word is, this case might tie back to the Silver Key. Heaven knows why you're here. I almost thought you were behind it." "The Silver Key again? Are they just going to keep popping up to spice up my boring life?" Cohen said, "Well, it worked. I'm here. But not because of the missing people." "Then why?" Von Braun asked. "Depends. How strong's your stomach?" Cohen replied. "Just say it. I think I can handle it." "There's a chimera wandering around town lately," Cohen said. "A chimera? That's all. Wait, what?" "A chimera." Von Braun's eyes nearly popped out. "I think I can handle it," Cohen echoed dryly. "Your dad." Von Braun instantly figured out why the chimera beast was here. He'd seen the prayer of the Silver Key. "Why do I feel like you're insulting me? Is that chimera beast here for you?" Von Braun asked. "No, I'm the one looking for it. It used to live in my grandma's house." "Well, okay, that actually sounds kind of reasonable," Cohen said with an odd tone. "But I haven't run into it yet, and I haven't done any socialization training with it. So, chances are it's still in this wild state where it can't communicate with wizards and might be a little dangerous. So, Von Braun mused, it could be used by the Silver Key? Don't underestimate the bond between me and my blood kin, you jerk. Cohen jabbed a finger at Von Braun. Once I find it, all this being used nonsense will vanish. I'll win it over with love? What's with that look? You don't believe in the unbreakable bond between me and my kin. It's a chimera beast. They're dangerous. Plus, I've never heard of them taking care of their young. They're super rare and barely reproduce, Von Braun said seriously. What if it doesn't recognize you? What if the Silver Key's already controlling it somehow? What if? Then my fire dragon, snake monster, nightmare unicorn crew aren't exactly pushovers either, Cohen said with a nod. You just drive. Leave the solutions to me, Cohen. But this is a muggle town. Von Braun protested. If all those forbidden creatures start fighting here, the Ministry of Magic will put a bounty on your head. Clearly, he didn't want Cohen to end up at odds with the wizarding world, especially since some of the folks at the Ministry were total idiots. That's exactly what the Silver Key would love to see, and the last thing Von Braun wanted. How would the Ministry know it was me? Cohen blinked innocently. All right, look at you getting all worked up, Cohen said. I've got this under control. Just tell me everything you know about the Silver Key around here, then get out of Dodge. Stop dragging your feet and spit it out already. What are you? A scared little girl. Cohen prodded. If those missing person cases were caused by the Chimera Beast under their orders. No, they weren't, Von Braun said. I'm certain the Chimera Beast didn't kill those people. The Silver Key wants them alive for researching some kind of magical substance. What magical substance needs live muggles? Oh, right, there aren't many wizards around, and muggles are easier to snatch, Cohen said, piecing together the Silver Key's motives. But wouldn't that weaken the results? I still think they should grab some wizards first for a control group, then compare them to the muggles. Don't be so evil, Von Braun cut in, giving Cohen a weird look. You don't have to empathize with those people, or anything. Why did it feel like Cohen was slipping into the Silver Key's mindset so easily? No way. He couldn't already be. You've got to think like a criminal to figure out what they're up to, Cohen said matter-of-factly. If they want them alive, then it's not the Chimera Beast doing their dirty work. Nabbing a few muggles alive? A quick spell would do the trick. Their only worry would be getting caught by the Ministry. And a Chimera Beast would definitely get noticed by the Ministry. Von Braun caught on. So they wouldn't want to drag one along for the job. Plus, you said that Chimera Beast showed up here over a decade ago. That means the Silver Key's muggle abductions and the rampaging Chimera Beast are probably two completely separate things. Based on the clues we've got. Yeah, Cohen said, rubbing his hands together eagerly. My owl's already off looking for that Chimera Beast. But now I've got something even better in mind. What's more fun than a thrilling detective game over summer break? I'm going to catch those Silver Key creeps kidnapping muggles myself. Help me narrow down some suspects. Who do you think the mayor could be in on it? Wait, what? The mayor's a muggle. I'm sure of it, Von Braun said, frowning. Why suspect him? Did he do something? Of course I know he's a muggle, Cohen replied. I'm just picking someone random to suspect. Plus, I want an excuse to check if the widow's house has a pair of purple underwear. Purple underwear? What the heck is that about? Von Braun said, clutching his head. What was up with Cohen? He seemed half crazed, half just being himself. Got anything else to add? What was your original plan? Cohen asked. Nothing more to share. I was just going to check for magical traces around here, then swing by the church or some witnesses' houses to poke around. Von Braun gave up, trying to connect purple underwear to the missing persons case. Maybe the Silver Key was right. Cohen was impossible to predict or understand. All right, head home then, you useless old detective. Your job's done, Cohen urged. Go keep Mr. Von Braun Sr. company, who doesn't spend their vacation with their folks. My parents are off with my grandma. Just be careful, okay? Von Braun started to say watch out, but reconsidered. Instead of worrying about Cohen getting hurt, maybe you should worry about Cohen hurting someone else. Dumbledore was right. This kid needed to be locked up in school. It'd be better for everyone. With a soft pop, Von Braun was gone. But Earl flew back. I didn't find it, Earl said. It's only been a few minutes. Try harder. Cohen picked up Mr. Frondo, who was still jabbering silently. No matter how hard I try, I'm not going to spot a chimera beast the size of a muggle sedan in an empty river valley forest. Earl shot back. I've already tried my best, okay? Trying doesn't really count. Tongue-tying curse, Cohen said, renewing the spell on Mr. Frondo's mouth. This is the first time I've seen one of my spells wear off on its own. What's the deal with that? It's a cruel, tear-jerking story that'll make you never want to pick on me again, Earl said eagerly. Want to hear it? Give me 2 minutes to make it up, and I'll tell you. Nah, I've got a soft heart. Can't handle that stuff, Cohen declined. Besides, you already admitted you're making it up. No way you're scamming your way into a Cohen won't ever yell at me pass. Lame, Earl said, disappointed. I was still debating whether to go with a medieval forbidden love story or a World War I tale. If the killer's identity is a mystery, then maybe it's worth pointing a finger at the mayor for now. Chimera isn't fishing in the river valley, isn't in town, and isn't at Martha's house either. So where could have gone? Partly because he didn't want to sneak around at night with a chatterbox tabby cat, even a magical one, who'd blow his cover in a heartbeat. Cohen's room was decently big. Technically, it was a guest room, but it had been assigned to him since the house rarely had visitors. A double bed, a desk, and a huge, empty wardrobe. Edward had stashed Cohen's trunk under the bed so Martha wouldn't accidentally open it if she came in. An open window led straight to the garden outside. Maybe Edward would pass by later while clearing weeds and dangerous plants. Wake me up at midnight, Cohen told the Earl. I'm going to nap first. How do you manage to not sleep day or night anyway? Because I'm a magical owl, the Earl said, making it up on the spot as he prepared to fly out for a loop. I've got 2 brains that take turns resting. I'll come get you after I catch some field mice. Aimlessly wandering around looking for a chimera beast felt like a total waste of time. Cohen figured it'd come back eventually, unless it took off because it woke up to find chatty Mr. Frondo still hanging around, prompting it to boldly pack up and move out. Cohen decided to shift his focus to snagging the silver key instead. It seemed like a much clearer goal. After briefly filling the Earl in on his plan, the Earl's reaction was identical to Von Braun's. Don't tell me you're suspecting the mayor just because the Earl shot Cohen a look like he'd lost his mind. Of course not, Cohen said, shaking his head. You know that half-baked nonsense I spouted was just to get Von Braun out of the way. He's good at playing spy. He doesn't need to get mixed up in this. Since when did you turn into such a stand-up guy? The Earl asked suspiciously. Am I usually some kind of villain? Cohen shot back. I've been doing good stuff all along, okay? I've never seen a good guy constantly rambling about the Dementor Empire. The Earl said dryly, Oh, and ruling the wizarding world and helping Voldemort rise again. That's my future career plan. Someone's got to be the boss. Why not me? Cohen corrected him. It's like those guys obsessed with dirty thoughts all day. Just because they've got adult films auto-playing at 11 every night doesn't mean they're guilty of assault or something. I'm an owl, the Earl quickly clarified, dodging the implication. Owls don't have that kind of... I didn't even say who I was talking about. After wandering around the park for a bit, Cohen swung by the church and the home of the eyewitness, Marjorie Morlick. She was a widow in her 30s, still charming, with no kids and looking pretty healthy. Soul strength 5, a muggle. But Mrs. Morlick insisted she'd seen the shadow of a giant creature and even pointed to slime left by a monster in the park as proof. Though the witness and evidence were suspiciously in cahoots, Cohen wasn't fooled. I can smell a lie from a mile away, he declared confidently as he headed back to Martha's house with the Earl and Mr. Frondo in tow. Why don't you just hit her with a damn legilimate spell? The Earl asked, clearly fed up with Cohen's detective games. She's just a muggle. You wouldn't get it, Cohen said, shaking his head. You've turned into a boring grown-up. I'm a bird, the Earl snapped back. And I'm plenty fun. I think, Earl, your constant swearing might be why Cohen's fed up with you, said Mr. Frondo, whose silencing charm had worn off again. He spoke slowly and deliberately. I never use words like cucking or skank. For a young wizard, that might be a bit. Both of you shut it once we're inside, Cohen warned. Martha's old and can't handle shocks, even if she's a witch. She might start suspecting her cat's secretly a wizard or something terrifying like that. For once, Mr. Frondo actually kept his mouth shut. Meow, meow, meow. Looks like this cat had some sense of restraint after all. Why'd you come back alone? Edward emerged from the kitchen, spotted Cohen pushing the door open, and rushed over, lowering his voice. I finished investigating, Cohen said. I'll find the killer soon. The killer? Weren't you just forget it? Don't say you came back alone. If Martha asks, tell her I just operated to pick you up. Ed, is someone here? Martha's voice called from the master bedroom. No, I just brought Cohen back, Edward replied quickly. But 30 seconds ago, I heard noise from the kitchen. Martha shouted from her room. Oh, found it. The clothes I prepared for little Cohen. Martha emerged from the bedroom, holding a nightgown embroidered with a sky-blue eagle, catching Edward and Cohen standing by the door. I thought you'd sworn off operating with people ever since you hurt that chipmunk back in school, Martha teased with a smirk. Your dad and I always thought you were just too nervous. Some things aren't worth being so timid about. You only left the chipmunk's tail behind, not its little head. Whistle. A sharp screech came from a pot in the kitchen. The soup. Edward yelped and bolted back to the kitchen while Martha pulled Cohen over to the couch and slipped the nightgown over him. It fits perfectly, Martha said, admiring how Cohen looked in it. Rose gave me your measurements, so I had 2 sets made, one with a lion, one with an eagle. I'm a Ravenclaw, of course. Not that Gryffindor's bad or anything. I just want my precious grandson to be a little clever. Now Cohen understood why Mr. Frondo liked hanging out with Martha so much. After thanking her, Edward finished the last dish. They ate dinner early. Edward planned to tidy up the overgrown, thorny garden outside. Your dad brought in some creepy plants, Martha warned him. Watch out for the venomous tentacles and wear the dragon hide gloves. While Martha knitted by the cold blue fire crackling in the fireplace. Baby clothes? Cohen, on his way back to his room, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Were Rose and Edward planning to have another kid in their 40s? Of course they're baby clothes, dear, Martha said with a chuckle. For your baby, isn't that a bit? Cohen almost said too soon, but then he remembered. Last Christmas, Martha had made a prophecy about Cohen giving her a great-grandchild in the next few years. Terrifying. Did wizards really trust their own predictions that much? Plus, Cohen figured little Dementor probably couldn't wear a physical wool sweater anyway. A Dementor in a knitted sweater? The thought alone was downright bizarre. I'm going to do some summer homework and then sleep, Cohen said, wishing Martha good night early. He left Mr. Frondo with her for company. Midnight, 12 o'clock sharp. Coombe Village, dubbed Britain's most historic little hamlet, didn't have a single street lamp. Once night fell, the only thing lighting the way was the faint glow of the stars. That also meant everything under the cover of darkness turned into vague, shadowy blobs. No wonder Mrs. Morlick and those 2 kids all claimed they'd seen some giant black figure. Wake up! The Earl swooped back in through the window, a dead mouse dangling from his claws. It's time. And get this, the mayor's still awake. What? Cohen bolted upright in bed. What time is it? About midnight, the Earl replied, gnawing on the field mouse while perched on the windowsill. I saw the big clock on the church tower. Does a chubby human mayor really stay up this late? Not a normal one, Cohen said, rolling out of bed, practically buzzing with excitement. I'll figure out quick if he's been sneaking over to the widow's place. You just can't let go of that twisted little theory, can you? The Earl sighed. The mayor's house is south of that park we were at today. It's the only place with a light on upstairs. Good owl. You've earned yourself a Mr. Frondo, Cohen said with a grin, swiftly vaulting out the window. You little born evil Dementor wannabe. I oughta shove these mouse bones up your... The Earl growled, but Cohen was already too far to hear the rest. Cohen darted through the garden, weaving through the darkness toward the mayor's house as the Earl had described. It was on the south side of town, just like the old Norton estate. And sure enough, as the Earl had said, it stood out like a sore thumb, the only house in the area with a light glowing from the second-floor bedroom. As he approached the 2-story building, Cohen slowed his pace. The front door was wide open, and the plump mayor was chatting with a woman right there on the doorstep. That woman? None other than Marjorie Morlick, the widow Cohen had questioned earlier today about the disappearance case. Up in the middle of the night, definitely up to no good. While the mayor was busy flirting with Mrs. Morlick, Cohen seized the chance to slip inside the house. No surprise, it screamed rich muggle vibes. The place oozed a kind of lavishness you'd never find in a wizarding home like the Nortons. Think gem-encrusted ebony cabinets, curtains trimmed with ostrich feathers, and a massive, ancient-looking mahogany bookshelf. If it were just muggle trinkets, Cohen wouldn't have batted an eye. But there was one thing here that absolutely didn't belong in a muggle house. A wand, locked away in the lower compartment of the bookshelf. Most wizards might have missed it, tucked away like that, but not Cohen. Cohen could see its soul, unmarked by any strength rating. The wand wasn't the main issue, though. The real question was, why the heck did a muggle mayor have a hidden wand in his house? The biggest suspect had to be the Silver Key Gang. Maybe they were cutting some deal with the mayor, a deal that almost certainly involved magic. Alohomora. Cohen quickly unlocked the cabinet and snatched the wand. Outside, the mayor was still sweet-talking Mrs. Morlick. Plenty of time, no worries. It was an old, worn-out wand, scratched up and battered. Either its original owner had been dead for ages, or they ditched it for a shiny new one. Ugh, why am I feeling sorry for a wand now? Aside from a wand, the cabinet didn't hold anything useful. Cohen decided to take it with him and check upstairs next. Up on the second floor, the mayor's bedroom door was half open, a dim yellow light spilling out through the crack. But why were there two familiar soul tags in there? Soul Strength 3. Soul Strength 3. Tom and Jerry? Looks like Cohen wasn't the only one playing detective tonight. He crept silently to the doorway. There's got to be some record. Photos, letters, something. Tom's voice sounded urgent. Brother, these letters are all addressed to the Wiltshire government. Jerry replied. Creak. Cohen pushed the door open and stepped inside. Hi, quick. Tom instinctively yanked Jerry toward the bed, aiming to duck underneath. The mayor's bed had plenty of space below, perfectly concealed by the hanging sheets. Jerry let out a small yelp. You're too slow. I already saw you, Cohen pointed out. Fail. It's you. Tom froze mid-shove as he recognized who'd walked in. What are you doing here? Same as you, Cohen said, raising an eyebrow as he shut the door behind him. I noticed earlier when you two were being dragged off, you saw something odd behind the mayor, didn't you? What's the deal? It's okay, Jerry, it's Cohen, the guy we met in the park today, Tom said, pulling Jerry out from under the bed. He looked up at Cohen. The mayor might be tied to our dad's disappearance. There was this shiny chain behind him. 3 days ago, before Dad went missing, someone knocked on our door and called him out. We were just coming downstairs and caught a glimpse of that chain glinting. The mayor dragged your dad off in the middle of the night? Cohen frowned. Why does this keep turning into some British mystery drama? What are you talking about? Tom asked, confused. Not important, Cohen said, shaking his head. He walked over to the desk Tom and Jerry had been rummaging through. But you're half right. This mayor's definitely mixed up with a crime group. No wonder the case hasn't been solved in a month. The guy handing stuff over to the Wiltshire cops is the criminal. Of course, they're not going to crack it. They'll probably just write it off as a wild animal attack and call it a day. Do you know where they took our dad? Jerry asked, his voice trembling with fear and worry. Why would they take him? It's not like your dad's some stunning beauty perfect for a starring role, Cohen quipped, scanning the neatly organized bookshelf. Smart criminals don't leave evidence lying around on their desk, especially when they know someone might come poking around. Suddenly, heavy, stumbling footsteps echoed from the hallway outside, mixed with ragged breathing. Oh, not yet. We're not there. Be good. This is my house. No one's going to interrupt us. The mayor's breathless voice rang out. Even if we do it on the floor. Tom and Jerry exchanged a horrified glance. He's back, Tom whispered urgently, waving at Cohen. Quick, under the bed, or out the window. We're on the second floor, and there's bushes down there. Cohen stopped them from jumping. Those prickly shrubs could shred 2 fragile kids, though Cohen wouldn't die. He could probably even fly them out of there. But if he wanted the fastest way to figure out where the kidnapped folks and the Silver Key gang were. Cohen had a better idea. Don't hide under the bed either. You'll regret it later, he said, roughly dragging them toward the other side of the room, toward the closet. What? Shut it, Cohen hissed, yanking the closet door open and shoving them in among the hanging clothes before squeezing it himself. 3 kids could still fit pretty easily. The moment Cohen slid the door shut, the mayor and Mrs. Morlick stumbled into the room, tangled up and crashing through the doorway. This isn't kid-friendly. You guys shouldn't look. Cohen hurriedly covered Tom and Jerry's eyes with his hands. You're looking too, Tom growled, trying to pry Cohen's hand off his face with his left hand while his right reached across Cohen to hold down Jerry, who was just as curious and eager to peek. I can look, but my little brother can't. Don't shove me, Cohen called out, trying to stop them. You've been staring for like 5 seconds already. Tom shot back. I want to see. I want to see. Jerry squirmed, struggling against their grip. Oh, outside. Mrs. Morrick let out a pained yelp. The mayor had roughly pinned her to the bed, but whether it hurt now didn't matter much. Worse pain was coming. Rip. The mayor, practically buzzing with excitement, started tearing at Mrs. Morrick's clothes. The air filled with the heavy scent of her perfume. Easy, Mrs. Morrick gasped. You're scratching my leg. That's not the safe word we agreed on, the mayor said with a sleazy grin, already shimmying out of his pants. Let's just get to it. I want to see. Jerry, hearing the commotion outside, grew even more curious and tried dodging the hands Cohen and Tom pressed against him. What's the mayor doing? Shh, quiet, Cohen hushed him urgently. Don't be such a perv at your age. Then why'd you stare so long? Tom hissed back, keeping his voice low. I'm keeping an eye on the mayor for anything weird. Cohen explained. Plus, I'm INV. I mean, you guys are still too young to get info. The crack's too small. I can't see anything. Tom took advantage of Cohen pausing mid-argument and darted forward, craning his neck to peek through the gap in the closet door. All 3 fell silent. The noise outside stopped too. Well, now no one's seeing anything, Cohen sighed. Creak. The closet door swung open, revealing the furious mayor. His pants were halfway down, his face a mix of shock, rage, and excitement. Seriously, how can you still be excited right now, Mr. Mayor? On the bed, Mrs. Morrick yanked the blanket over herself in a panic, her face flushed, holding her breath as she stared wide-eyed at the 3 boys in the closet. Surprise? Cohen blinked innocently. We're screwed, Tom muttered, despair creeping in. You 3, what the hell are you doing? The mayor gritted his teeth, spitting out each word. Okay, hear me out. What if, just what if, we were hunting closet elves? Would you believe that, Mr. Mayor? Jerry asked hopefully. You're human, right? Tom buried his face in his hands, unable to deal with Cohen and Jerry, who both seemed like they were just here to mess everything up, even if Jerry was his little brother. Pretty small down there, huh, Mr. Mayor? Cohen added fuel to the fire. Unsurprisingly, things went exactly as Cohen expected. The burly mayor tied them up tight with rope and shoved them into the back seat of his car. Bet he's heading back to finish his wild night, Cohen said. He was trussed up like a dumpling, only his head poking out. After dumping the 3 cocooned kids in the car, the mayor turned around and went back into the house. Mrs. Morrick hadn't left either. The lights on the 2nd floor were still on. Help! Tom started yelling at the top of his lungs the moment the mayor walked off. The mayor's kidnapping kids. His voice echoed inside the car, but it didn't seem to carry outside. Despite tons of houses nearby, not a single light flicked on or window cracked open to check what was happening, even with Tom screaming his head off. And the car's windows were still open. It was downright spooky. Are all the adults dead or something? Tom grumbled. Nah, it's just that this place has a wizard spell on it, Cohen said, spotting magical traces on the car. Sound can't get out. Wizards? Tom said, confused. No wonder you were chatting with your pet cat today. Your parents must have fed you too many fairy tales. Magic isn't real. Then keep shouting. Scream your lungs out. No one's coming to save you, Cohen said, shifting into a slightly comfier spot on the seat. Why aren't you freaking out at all? Jerry asked, turning to Cohen. We're definitely going to get beaten up. Beaten up? Tom sighed but didn't elaborate on their fate, not wanting to scare Jerry. The mayor was clearly planning to kidnap them too. Cheer up. At least we've hit our goal, Cohen said breezily. Didn't you guys want to find her dad? You'll see him soon. In hell, you mean? Tom's eyes dulled. We're tied up. We can't even get out of this car. If he wanted to kill us, he could have just dragged us to the bathroom and done it there, Cohen pointed out. But he tied us up and stuffed us in the car. That means he wants us alive. So, once he's done having his fun, he'll take us to wherever they're keeping the missing people. And then what? Tom asked quickly, noticing Cohen's confident vibe. I've got a plan for what comes next, Cohen said. Relax, I'm a pro at this. Tom wasn't sure if he should trust Cohen, but right now, he and Jerry were powerless. Believing in Cohen was their only option. Wait a sec, so you wanted the mayor to catch us? Tom suddenly realized. Isn't it exciting? Cohen asked sincerely. Sneaking a peek, getting caught, then poking fun at the guy's eyes. You got us each punched in the face. Tom said, incredulous. Especially me. I got 2 punches. You guys took the hits, Cohen replied. He didn't touch me. A quick confundus charm had sorted that out for Cohen. He'd redirected his share of the beating to Tom. Tom fumed. This is a lesson not to mess around with dangerous stuff, Cohen said sagely. Don't sneak into an adult's house in the middle of the night and hide in their closet to spy on them with their lover. You're the one who dragged us into the closet. Cohen said, running out of excuses. What the heck does it mean, you jerk? Tom snapped. But no matter how wrong Tom felt, at least things were heading in the right direction. By playing the victim, they get taken straight to the Silver Keys little base where they were researching that special magical substance. Though, honestly, Cohen could have just hit the mayor with a legilimate spell and gotten the same result. Bang! A muffled thud suddenly came from the car roof. Who's shooting? Tom yelped. Nah, it's just my bird, Cohen said, glancing up and recognizing Earl's soul tag. Please don't tell me you got caught on purpose. Earl's lazy voice drifted down from the roof. But you said this car blocks sound. Tom turned to Cohen. And that's clearly a grown man's voice. Because I'm a magical owl, you little dummy, Earl said through the car roof. Your fairy tales just came true, but don't get too excited. I'm not here to save you. I'm here to deliver a message. The Chimera's shown up, and the damn thing can fly. Cohen, you've got to catch it quick, or I'm worried it'll make me its midnight snack tonight. Where'd it go? Cohen asked. Where'd you spot it? In a wheat field near the river valley. Weird thing is, there weren't any muggle houses around it. Kinda odd, right? Earl replied. I saw it from a distance. It swooped down from the sky and crashed right into the field. I bet it's trying to steal my field mice. What's a chimera? Tom asked Cohen, totally clueless. It's a giant monster. But don't worry. You probably won't get eaten. I think, Cohen said, turning to Tom and Jerry. Is there a farm around here? Anything come to mind? A farm? Tom thought for a sec. Oh, Grandpa Spencer has a farm south of town. But he moved to the city in Wiltshire after Christmas, so no one should be there now. That explains why there aren't any houses, Cohen said, piecing it together fast. Looked like Grandpa Spencer's farm had been taken over by the Silver Key. Chances were, the mayor was about to haul them over there as test subjects. Cohen's whole life seemed destined to tangle with experiments. Message delivered. Have fun with your little detective game, Earl said, flapping his wings to take off. Oh, heads up, that fat mayor's coming out. Earl flew off, and Cohen and the others noticed the lights on the second floor of the mayor's house flicker out. Soon after, 2 figures parted ways in the darkness outside the house. Mrs. Morrick hurried off, while the chubby mayor waddled quickly toward the car. So you could do magic too? Tom asked Cohen, still processing everything. Sure, no talking. Cohen cut him off, nixing the magic chat. The mayor was closing in. Right now, Cohen was playing the victim. If the mayor found out he was from the wizarding world, he might chicken out and not take Cohen to the Silver Keys secret base. Then Cohen would have to resort to some rough, boring, grown-up tactics. No fun in that. Why can't you just be good? Obedient kids. Mayor Lewis grumbled in his deep, nasal voice as he yanked open the car door and slid into the driver's seat. He glanced at the 3 kids through the rearview mirror. Everything was almost over. I'd saved up enough. but now you're forcing me to kill you too. You don't have to fake some shred of humanity with all that nonsense. Tiny downstairs mayor, Cohen said mercilessly. We just caught you sneaking around with a widow, not murdering someone. Shut up, the mayor barked. You foul-mouthed little brat. Don't think being that Inspector Buddy's kid will save you. After tonight, no one's finding your bodies. Which part ticked you off? Cohen asked, genuinely curious. The cheating part or the tiny downstairs part? You little. The mayor lunged over the seat back, slapping a strip of duct tape hard across Cohen's mouth. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. See? He's mad again. Tom and Jerry flinched, terrified by the mayor's fury. Cohen hoped this scare would teach these two troublemakers a lesson. With Cohen silenced, the mayor slammed his foot on the gas. The car peeled out, heading south toward Coomfort. Cohen watched the scenery zip by. The town was small. They were out of it in no time. Beyond it stretched a huge wheat field, and further out was the river valley. But the mayor wasn't aiming for the valley. He was driving straight into the heart of the wheat field. The car bumped along through the field, jostling them until they pulled up near a tall, run-down farmhouse. Weirdly, until they got close, the spot where the house stood had looked like just another patch of wheat. But didn't we just see a wheat field? Tom stammered, twisting to look back, then forward at the farmhouse. Why'd Grandpa Spencer's farm disappear and pop up like that? People about to die don't need to know so much, the mayor said coldly. He got out, dragged the 3 kids from the back seat, and tugged them toward the farmhouse door by the ropes binding them. The area was dead quiet, save for some chirping bugs. But suddenly, Tom and Jerry shivered hard, like a chill ran through them. Bro, why do I feel like something's following us? Jerry said, his back prickling as he glanced behind him while walking. Nothing was there, just empty space. Probably just your imagination, Tom said, looking back too, trying to reassure Jerry. But he felt it too, like something was trailing them. Cohen, though, kept his eyes locked on whatever was behind them. Sure, it looked empty, but Cohen could see a massive soul outline and a glaringly obvious soul tag. Soul strength, 30 plus 30 plus 30. It was the Chimera beast, waiting right there for Cohen. Its longhorned serpent tail must have sensed this moment coming. Its invisibility right now. Probably another trick from that serpent tail. Huff! A soft puff of air hit Cohen's ear, along with a wave of heat seeping into his collar, like the Chimera was sniffing him up close, checking his scent. Just when Cohen thought it might pull a Sissoko and let out some dramatic roar. Slurp! A warm tongue licked the back of his head, its barbed surface tickling him. Cohen jolted forward a step, freaked out, partly to avoid it getting too into licking and maybe spitting out some liquid curse. Cat tongues have barbs. Bang! Roar! The invisible feline beast yelped like it had been smacked into something. What are you brats up to now? The mayor, fed up, spun around to give the kids a piece of his mind. But the next second, his face froze. A massive, bizarre creature stood next to the tightly bound Cohen. Thanks to the mayor's loud outburst, all 3 of its gazes snapped toward him. Mayor Lewis swore he'd never seen anything this weird in his life. Its front half was like a lion's, but its midsection sprouted a black goat, with the goat's head jutting out from the lion's back. The rear matched the goat too. The wildest part? Its tail, a cyan serpent with a red belly, topped with deer antlers and a gleaming gem on its forehead. Mayor Lewis's gaze was glued to the gemstone, or rather, he froze because he caught glimpses of moving images inside it. He saw himself dying under a flash of green light, eyes bulging wide. The key detail? He was dead, but revealing themselves right now clearly wasn't what this Chimera beast had in mind. It reacted instantly. The lion head's gaze swept over everyone in the room, its once golden eyes turning pitch black, like staring into an abyss. The mayor, Tom, and Jerry were all caught in that magic-charged stare. Their expressions dulled, then grew confused before their eyes finally shut. A moment later, they opened them again. The mayor, holding onto the 3 of them, shook his head slightly. He felt like he'd forgotten something, but maybe he was just dizzy from whatever they'd been up to. Cohen, though, wasn't affected, Spells like Obliviate didn't work on him. The Chimera Beast was still trailing close behind Cohen. Only now, the lion head wasn't licking him anymore, probably because the goat head had butted it earlier, setting off a chain reaction that ended with the horned serpent tail failing to stay invisible. Wait, were these three heads seriously fighting each other? "What you lot up to now?" the mayor asked again, as if he'd forgotten he'd already asked once before. "There's something following us," Jerry said, his voice trembling with fear. "Then you'd better hope it swoops in to save you," the mayor snapped viciously. "Behave yourselves, or you'll be in for a rough time." With that, he dragged them into the farm's interior. Once inside, Cohen realized the silver key had completely transformed the place into a research lab. What used to be a living room was now crammed with rows of shelves, neatly lined with little label bottles. Inside them swirled a silvery liquid, spinning slowly, almost like memories extracted for a pensieve, but not quite. These were dimmer, murkier, like they'd gone bad. Still, Cohen felt a familiar pull. He could eat this stuff. Not memories, he didn't eat those. So it had to be souls, or maybe emotions. Was the silver key researching emotions here? Cohen recalled a book he'd read once, The Power of Sorrow, which argued that emotions were the root of magic. This silver key crew seemed to be digging into the essence of magic itself. If they were so into research, why join a shady cult? Why not just work at the Department of Mysteries and do some high-end studies? Or maybe their NEWT scores weren't good enough to get in, so they had to find other ways to keep experimenting. "Why are you showing up this late?" An irritated male voice called down from the top of the stairs. It was a wizard in a gray robe, bald, and looking every bit the research nerd. Though right now, this bald wizard, Rupert apparently, seemed half asleep, probably just about to hit the sack. "We got plenty of test subjects already. 5's enough for a while. Yawn. Grabbing more will just draw the ministry's attention. Soul strength, 30. Another easy mark." But it looked like he was the only one here. This silver key group wasn't even a group, just one guy causing trouble. "Rupert, these kids definitely know something. We can't let them go," Mayor Lewis said, nervously wiping sweat from his brow. "One of them's even a friend's kid, a prosecutor's kid. He'll blab for sure. Can't you use that magic of yours? Wipe his memory." He pointed at Cohen. "Oh," Rupert said, giving the three kids a lazy once-over. "A prosecutor? Muggle one. Probably," Lewis replied uncertainly. "Sent by the county. And the other two? Where's our dad?" Tom and Jerry shouted in unison, mustering up some courage. "Noisy brats." Rupert flicked his wand, and their mouths sealed shut instantly. "Now I get it. These two don't have any family left, right? The inspectors already came by once, didn't they?" Of course, of course." Lewis nodded eagerly. "No one's onto us. They probably won't come back. It's just a standard missing persons case." Rupert squinted at Lewis suspiciously. "Or, if you'd keep your promise." Lewis hinted, sidestepping the issue. "If I could use magic myself, you wouldn't have to deal with these little problems personally anymore." "You?" Rupert burst out laughing like it was the funniest thing he'd ever heard. "Ha ha ha. You? Use magic. But you promised me." Lewis's eyes widened, desperate. "You said if I helped you, you'd let me use that amazing witchcraft. Conjure endless money, control people." "Muggles can't learn magic," Rupert sneered. "Not in this lifetime, or any lifetime. A lowly thing like you, touching magic? Keep dreaming." "But you clearly Lewis felt his veins pulsing with rage. "He played you. Isn't it obvious?" Cohen said, peeling off the magical tape that had briefly sealed his mouth. He shot the nowadays mayor a look of disdain. "Kidnapping your own townsfolk just to learn magic? Even a Dementor would think that's low. Prime-grade anger." Rupert smirked at the mayor, waved his wand, and a dull silvery substance drifted out of Lewis's chest, hovering steadily in the air. The scene looked familiar. Cohen thought it resembled a motion extraction from ancient magic, like a cutscene he'd seen in Hogwarts Legacy in his past life. But this Rupert guy probably didn't know real ancient magic. If he did, he'd be absorbing those emotions himself, not bottling them up. Rupert conjured an empty vial and scooped the extracted emotion from Lewis into it. "What did you do to me?" Lewis felt hollow, like he'd just run miles nonstop. His body was empty, nothing left. "Just showing you the most powerful magic there is," Rupert said with a smug grin. Asterisk Avada Kedavra, asterisk. A blinding green light struck Lewis square in the chest. In the split second before death, his memories flooded back. The chaotic monster, the horned snake, the gem on its forehead. He'd seen his own death, after all. Tom and Jerry stared blankly as Mayor Lewis dropped dead with a single spell, a sight far too horrifying for two kids. "You scared them," Cohen said, glaring at Rupert with disapproval. "If you're going to kill someone, at least do it out of sight of the kids. We're only 13 or 14. But I didn't catch even a hint of fear from you," Rupert said, eyeing Cohen with amused curiosity. Then, with a flick of his wand, the ropes binding Tom and Jerry came alive like snakes, dragging them toward the cellar beneath the staircase. "You know about Dementors, so you're from a wizarding family, right?" Rupert leaned in close, his sparse, balding head hovering near Cohen as he stared into his eyes. "Not scared. I just killed someone with an unforgivable curse, you know." Terrified, Cohen nodded. "Please don't kill me. I'm begging you. No unforgivable curses, please. My dad'll come save me." Rupert felt like he was being played for a fool. The kid's tone was so dry it sounded like he was reluctantly reading from a script. This little guy wasn't scared at all. "You're lying, aren't you?" "I'm so scared, you jerk." "I'm shaking, look," Cohen said, switching to high-frequency vibration mode to prove it. "Damn it. No kids ever looked down on me like this." Rupert's face twisted with rage, as if Cohen reminded him of all those Silver Key colleagues who'd humiliated him. "Say goodbye to your emotions." Rupert jabbed his wand hard toward Cohen's chest. Asterisk emotivox horire. Asterisk emotion drain. Was it because I was shaking? Cohen played dumb. "I stopped now, try again." Asterisk emotivox horire. Asterisk Rupert thrust his wand again. Cohen didn't flinch. "What the?" Rupert, refusing to accept it and feeling awkward, shook his wand. "Is my wand broken or something?" He'd rather blame the wand than admit it might be the spell or Cohen. "Maybe you should fix it? We could chat a bit while you're at it, before you kill me," Cohen said sweetly. "What's your name, Baldy?" "I'm Rupert Sharp." Rupert answered absent-mindedly while inspecting his wand, then snapped out of it. He was the one in charge here, not this prisoner. "Wait, why am I even answering you?" Rupert snapped, shutting down any further introductions. He tested a levitation charm and a transfiguration spell. Both worked fine. The wand wasn't the issue. The spell couldn't be either. He'd just use it on Lewis. So the problem had to be, "My turn," Cohen said, tilting his head. "I'm Cohen Norton, or Cohen Bork, or naturally evil little Dementor, or even evil dark magic experiment from Bork Manor." Cohen introduced himself earnestly as the ropes around him loosened and flopped to the ground. "You didn't recognize me at first glance? I thought you Silver Key lunatics all slept with my picture under your pillows." "You're that, asterisk cough, asterisk." Rupert choked mid-sentence, literally coughing on his words. Cohen had never seen someone choke on speech before. A new physiological wonder, right up there with water stuck in your teeth or air choking your throat. "Oh yeah, I'm cough, Cohen nodded. "That spell you just used on me was pretty cool. Never seen it before. Are you going to kill me?" Rupert asked urgently, skipping the chit-chat. "Probably. Your soul's too tasty," Cohen mused. "Plus, you're a murderer. I don't even have to feel bad about it." Then, Rupert backed up to the wall, sliding down slowly as if giving up. But suddenly, his half-closed eyes snapped open. He fired off 2 quick spells, hoping to catch Cohen off guard and apparate away. Apparition takes a second or 2 of flickering. If someone grabbed him during that, they'd get dragged along to his destination. With Cohen so close, Rupert couldn't risk it. A sneak attack to buy safe apparition time was his best bet, but he'd overlooked one key detail. Normally, a sneak attack forces a choice: block the spell with your wand or dodge it, which would have bought him time. But Cohen just tanked both of Rupert's stunning spells. If it had been a Patronus charm, Cohen might have bothered dodging. Asterisk emotivox horire. Asterisk. Cohen cast the spell he'd just picked up. At least, he'd mimicked Rupert's tone and wand movement well enough. A faint silver stream of emotion flowed out of Rupert into Cohen. The flickering apparition faded as Rupert slumped, drained of energy. Without emotions, even briefly, his magic fizzled out. How do you know how to? Rupert slid to the floor, trembling. This is called magic redistribution, Cohen said, gobbling up the extracted emotions. The spell felt a bit redundant to him. Why use a wand when he could just slurp it up with his mouth? But could pull emotions out and bottle them as snacks. Maybe it wasn't totally useless. Lame. Why aren't you fighting back more? Cohen asked, looking at the listless Rupert. Most villains at least spit out some tough talk before they die. Oh, right? I drained most of your emotions, Cohen remembered. Guess that makes me kind of the bad guy here. Let's skip the back and forth then, Cohen said reluctantly. You're too weak. No gang, no crew. You're out here doing illegal experiments solo, with your only helper being that clueless muggle. Do the Silver Key folks bully you a lot? Rupert felt a flicker of emotion return. He clenched his fists. See ya. Cohen sucked out his soul in one gulp. Goodwill points plus 100. Asterisk. Note. A case you could have wrapped up in 10 minutes, and you drag it out all day. Asterisk. How do humans phrase this? The old go-head's voice rasped. Idle as hell. Came in parcel tone, sounding like a young female snake. Roar. The lion let out a meaningless bellow. The chimera beast materialized, sprawled across the doorway. All three heads, lion, goat, and snake, stared at Cohen. It's kindness, the black goat head said in its elderly tone, pleased. Good to see you, child. Roar. The lion roared happily. You've got another snake scent on you. Is it that poor basilisk from 13 years ago, looking for its wife and kids? The horned serpent tail asked Cohen. You guys? Cohen frowned. What's wrong? The goat head asked kindly. Where's your butt? Cohen finally voiced the question he'd been dying to ask. The head's a lion, the back's a goat, and the tail's a snake. If your butt's at the tail end, does that mean this snake has to deal with? The horned serpent started lecturing Cohen. We're just in a parent-child relationship here. You're kind of overstepping a bit. Plop. Oomph. Oomph. The lion head let out a satisfied grunt as a big pile of poop hit the ground. Stupid lion, he didn't mean for you to go now. The horned serpent whipped around, glaring at the lion head up front. They shared one, but since the snake always kept its body arched high, it never got too close to the mess, or dirty from it for that matter. Now I get it, Vinicio. Cohen's curiosity was satisfied. He casually flicked a spell at the pile, blocking the doorway. Roar. A cheerful bellow. The lion lunged at Cohen, affectionately trying to lick his head off, but Cohen briefly shifted into his Dementor form, slipping out of the lion's enthusiastic pounce with ease. Stop it. Don't scare the kid. The black goat scolded, giving the lion's head a light tap with its horns. You lick his head clean off. Roar. A pitiful whimper. Not the brightest bulb, huh? Cohen sidestepped, wary of the lion accidentally blasting him with fire. He could smell flammable grease on its breath. Have you guys been hanging around here all this time, just waiting for me? Of course, child, the black goat replied. It seemed like the gentlest and smartest of the three heads, reminding Cohen of a runspore. We took a nap here, waiting for you to grow up, waiting for you to come back. So you could take us to that. Do you have a suitcase now? The snake head cut in. Or is it too soon? I've seen so many futures before, I can't quite keep them straight. Roar. A hungry, hopeful growl. I've got a suitcase, Cohen said, circling the massive beast to get a better look. Weirdly enough, you're the first magical creature from a lab I've met that didn't immediately call me son. The old goat wouldn't let me, the snakehead said. But I've always felt, because I know wizard family ties aren't the same as what we see as family, the black goat explained wisely. We didn't raise you, so I figured we should rein in that instinctual urge a bit. Even though we all do feel toward you like you're our offspring. We want a safe place to stay, the goat continued. Somewhere to hide from unexpected trouble. What kind of trouble? You guys in hot water or something? Cohen asked, intrigued. We escaped to Europe from Greece, the snakehead said. Some wizards have been chasing us like mad. Not dangerous, just annoying. Wizards are strange creatures, the black goat mused. They hunt us down, and if we fight back, they send even more after us, even though they know it'll just end with them dying over and over. It's a choice that benefits no one, yet they've kept it up for decades without giving up. Roar, a grumbly roar. I think I caught what it meant, Cohen said, pointing at the lion head. It just said wizards don't taste good, right? They really don't, the snakehead agreed. Stringy, not much meat, and barely a snack. Fair, Cohen nodded knowingly. Wait, decades? You're not telling me you've been planning to crash at my place since way back then, are you? It started 80 years ago, the black goat said. We saw a wizard's manor in the snake's gem, a place where we could live quietly for a while. But the prophecy was all fragmented. We didn't know exactly where it was, so we've been wandering the world looking for it, the snakehead added. Still, it beats being stuck in Greece with wizards staring at us from a distance all day. They nearly drove the lion nuts. Couldn't eat them, but they kept hovering around. Good thing 13 years ago we finally found that manor. The people there were easy to talk to. They offered food and shelter and helped us stay hidden, the black goat said. Of course, back then we didn't pay much attention to what those wizards were up to, until that basilisk named Sissoko tracked us down. He wanted our help finding his wife and kids. Sissoko? I just saw him a while back. Wife and kids. Cohen's eyes widened. Since when does he have a wife and kids? He didn't tell you, the snakehead asked. Wizards stole his wife and kids, so he followed their scent all the way to that manor. But he couldn't figure out exactly where they were. So we took him deep into the manor, where those wizards were messing with weird stuff, the black goat said. That very day, whatever they were working on blew up. Sissoko caught the scent of his wife and kids, and that trail led to me. Cohen didn't even need to think hard to guess where the folks at Borgin Manor had stashed Sissoko's family. That must be why Sissoko was so attached to him. Same vibe as Herbert. They both felt like their kids weren't really gone, just living on in a different way. After the explosion, a ton of wizards showed up. The lion got antsy, so we went invisible and bailed, the snakehead said. But in one of the futures I saw, the kid who survived that lab, you would give us a safe, permanent home. You were just a tiny little cub back then, the black goat added. We wanted to wait for you to grow up, so we hid out with wizards tied to you by blood, took a long nap, and waited for you to show. So you're here tonight because of the snake's prophecy? Cohen glanced at the gem on the horned serpent's forehead, but it didn't show him any visions of the future. Yeah, the horned serpent confirmed. But prophecies aren't always spot on or right on time, the black goat said. We wandered around here for a month without finding you. But tonight we got lucky. You showed up. So, will you take us in? The black goat asked, its deep eyes locking onto Cohen's. Roar. A confused rumble. I could sing you lullabies, the horned serpent offered reluctantly, its tsundere tone kicking in as it tried to barter daily songs for a place to stay. I'm past the age for bedtime lullabies, Cohen said, the corner of his mouth twitching. The black goat's gaze drooped sadly. The lion flopped down in disappointment, and the snake went quiet, coiling behind the goat's head. They looked like Cohen had just kicked a puppy or three. Don't act like I'm some animal abuser. I meant you don't need to sing for me to let you stay. Cohen realized they'd misunderstood him. I'm not prejudiced or anything. I've got basilisks, dragons, nightmares, unicorns, you name it. Adding a chimera to the mix won't make a difference. Just, inside my suitcase you can only eat sheep and pygmy pigs. No snacking on anything else. Roar! An ecstatic bellow. Help! A faint cry echoed from the basement. With the bald wizard Rupert's death, the magic binding the prisoners had naturally fizzled out. Hearing Tom and Jerry's shouts, Cohen suddenly remembered there was still a bunch of muggles locked up downstairs. Whoops! Almost forgot, Cohen said, smacking his forehead. But he didn't rush to save them. They wouldn't die if he left them a bit longer. First, Cohen needed to grab everything valuable here. There was still plenty of room in the horned beast hide pouch where little Dementor lived. Top priority, the bottled emotions on the shelves. No snacking on these. Cohen warned, tugging Mick's hood. We'll split them up after I've studied them. Mick nodded in agreement. It didn't eat much anyway. Next up were the research materials on the second floor. Cohen stuffed stacks of notes and reference books into the pouch without a second thought. Done, Cohen said after double-checking he hadn't missed anything, then headed back to the ground floor. Help! Tom's voice was hoarse from shouting. The chimera beast lounged by the door, looking like it was waiting for Cohen to take it home. For the sake of goodwill points, Cohen planned to casually rescue the 5 muggles and 2 muggle kids downstairs. But he couldn't let them blab about him. Cohen was still an underage wizard. If the Ministry of Magic caught wind of this, they'd lose their minds. So, to save the world from himself, Cohen needed to wipe Cohen from these muggles' memories. Casting an obliviate on 7 people, though, way too much hassle. Then he remembered the Chimera Beast had recently wiped the memories of Mayor Lewis and those 2 kids. Wait, don't eat that guy. Seriously, stop. Cohen dashed over and punched the lion head. The lion had opened its jaws to chomp down on Lewis's corpse. It paused when Cohen yelled, then pretended not to hear and went right back to preparing for a bite. Whine. The sound of a guilty goof-up. Still, it drooled over the meaty corpse in front of it. The dumb lion's always like this. The snakehead hissed, scolding the lion. Be good. The black goat soothed the lion. There'll be better food soon. We need to act like we were never here, Cohen explained. You'll get sheep when we're back. Then Cohen looked up at the black goat head. How'd you erase that fat muggle's memory earlier? The lion's got some leopard blood, the goat explained. It can use its eyes to mess with other creatures' memories, like making them forget we exist. Doesn't work as well on wizards, though, so the lion adds a puff of fire. Can it only erase memories about you guys? Cohen asked, a little disappointed. What's wrong? The goat asked kindly. It can help with more if you need. I want to wipe the muggles' downstairs memories of me. I could use an obliviate, but I'm too lazy to tweak them one by one, Cohen said. Roar. The lion nuzzled Cohen's chest, its mane tickling his chin. Clearly, it could handle that. Mind helping with the investigation? Memory eraser Arnold sat bleary-eyed in Martha's living room, scribbling a report with a quill while asking Cohen about last night. Cohen was asleep in his room last night. There's no need to grill a 13-year-old kid. Martha snapped, annoyed that Arnold was even questioning a child. This'll make him feel like he's some kind of criminal. Sorry, it's orders from above. No choice, Arnold said helplessly. They specifically told me to check on Cohen Norton. It's fine, Mom. Just routine stuff, Edward said, calming Martha down. A couple quick answers, and we're done. Honestly, I think the minister's days are numbered, Arnold griped. No one sane would waste energy on an underage wizard, especially over a case from a month ago. You were still at school then, right? Yeah, Cohen replied. So what happened last night? More people go missing in town. No disappearances this time. Opposite, actually. The missing folks all came back, Arnold said, scribbling a half-hearted report on parchment. They were definitely kidnapped by that mayor, dragged to a farm south of town. They claim they don't remember anything, but I bet they just don't want to admit they teamed up and took him out. That'd be risky in Muggle society, right? Probably, Cohen said, unsure. Self-defense gone too far. Edward guessed. All clear, just Muggle crime, nothing to worry about, Arnold said, sounding relieved but furious from a sleepless night. Giant shadowy monsters, supernatural vanishings. Overtime's bad enough, but I'm the only one stuck doing it. This ministry's going down soon. It's full of useless idiots. Careful, you look like you're about to burst, Edward said kindly. Work's always like that. That's 'cause you don't have to work? Edward, Arnold snapped. If I had a wife as great as Rose. He said your wife's great, Cohen whispered, sidling up to Edward. She's your mom. Edward bonked Cohen on the head. You eye my mom? Cohen shot Arnold a stern look. You two done messing around? Arnold yawned. After seeing Arnold off, the town settled down. Last night, Cohen had planned to stage it as a Silver Key crime scene. But when he brought the 7 muggles up, the lion couldn't resist chowing down on the bald wizard. Cohen had only told it not to eat the fat guy's body. Plans changed. So Cohen scrubbed every trace of magic from the scene, rearranged it into a Muggle kidnapping case, and gave Lewis's corpse some artistic touches to make it look like he'd been hacked by a rusty axe in self-defense. Cohen was getting way too good at playing the criminal. "Come here a sec," Cohen said, pulling Edward mysteriously into a room. "What's up? Why can't you just—" "I caught a new pet last night," Cohen said. Edward froze, staring at Cohen. "Want to see?" Cohen asked eagerly. "It's in the box. Don't worry, it's safe." "Well, it can talk at least." "Well, if it can talk, that's a relief." Edward let out a breath he'd been holding. If it could speak human language, that meant communication would be a breeze. No need to guess whether its roars were a sign of attack or just a friendly hello. "Then come meet it. The middle head's the one that talks. Don't worry about the other two," Cohen said, dragging Edward toward the suitcase. "When I head off to Peru, you can chat with it so you won't feel too lonely." Roar! A thrilled bellow. "Merlin's ass." Edward yanked Cohen to the side, tumbling out of the way as the chimera charged straight at them, its lion head roaring with excitement. "Stop, stop!" The black goat grabbed the lion's mane with its mouth, forcing it to skid to a halt. "It's just a little excited," Cohen explained to Edward. "You didn't tell me you were keeping a chimera," Edward said, sprawling on the ground. "What's next on your list? What dangerous creature haven't you adopted yet? Dumbledore? You're so freaked out you're not making sense." "Dumbledore's not a magical creature," Cohen pointed out. "Though, species-wise, Voldemort might count these days. He barely looks human anymore." "Hello. I'm so sorry the lion scared you." "That wasn't our intention," the black goat said, apologizing to Edward. "Are you one of Cohen's other relatives?" "What do you mean, other relatives?" Edward replied. "I'm his dad. Same as that snake and that unicorn." "Wait a second." Edward's vision blurred as a realization hit him. "This is one of yours too?" He turned to Cohen. "No need to feel bad about your species. You and Rose are the best parents," Cohen said reassuringly. "Next time, skip the comforting," Edward groaned, covering his face. "Just how many dangerous creatures did Borgin Manor cram in there? One day I'm going to throttle Herbert." "Looks like you're handling it now, though," Cohen said, pleased. "I knew your tolerance was second only to Hagrid's. He's going to lose his mind when he visits next term. But I'm losing my mind right now. If word of this gets out, our whole family's headed straight to Azkaban," Edward sighed. "As long as it doesn't leak, we're fine, right?" Cohen said. "Besides, I told you, the Dementors won't hurt you. I've got it covered." Edward took a few deep breaths. After the fire dragon, nightmare, and basilisk debacles, he recovered a bit faster this time. "We don't eat people," the black goat said, soothing Edward. "The lion's just lively. Try petting its mane. It might make you feel safer. I've noticed humans get close to wild animals that way." The goat wasn't wrong. After hesitantly stroking the lion's mane, Edward did start to feel more at ease with the chimera. "See? Totally safe," Cohen said, happy with the scene. "The whole family's together, nice and neat. Are you going to Greece later?" Out of nowhere, the horned serpent turned to Cohen with a question. "Huh?" Cohen shot a puzzled look at the snakehead. "Never mind." The serpent hesitated, then dropped it. "Greece? What for? Did they have some chimera buddies that needed rescuing, or something?" Though Edward's friendship with the chimera had leveled up to casual coexistence, he still made a cautious call. When it came to Cohen tagging along with the Billy Wig tracking expedition to Peru, Edward decided he wasn't joining. "You're really not coming?" On July 18th, Cohen packed his bags, ready to head to Ottery St. Catchpole to meet up with the Lovegoods. Before stepping into the fireplace, he asked Edward one last time. "Nah, I'll pass," Edward said, shaking his head. "You can take care of yourself. I was treating you too much like a regular kid before, and those family members in your suitcase will look out for you too. Why do I get the feeling you're jealous?" Cohen said, frowning. "Silly kid, you're not Rose. No one's fighting over you." Edward chuckled, giving Cohen a playful shove. "What then? Feeling useless?" Cohen tilted his head. "Don't sell yourself short. Marrying Rose and surviving this long already makes you more successful than your old classmates. At least more than Sirius Black. Just get going to your fly-chasing expedition already," Edward said, nudging him along. Hurry up. Cohen grabbed a handful of flu powder. The Lovegood residence, Ottery St. Catchpole. A burst of emerald flames swallowed him up, and moments later, he popped out of Luna's fireplace. Cohen. Luna's dad, Xenophilius, was already waiting by the hearth with a massive backpack stuffed to the brim. Luna's been talking about you nonstop. Hardly anyone's willing to join the Billywig hunt. Thanks to their invisibility, some people think they don't even exist. Dad, I'm ready too, Luna called, stepping out of her room with just a small shoulder bag, same as she carried at school. I brought my Raxburg goggles and the Crown of Wisdom. I think they might share some traits with Raxburts. Then she spotted Cohen. Cohen. Luna bounded over to him, hopping excitedly. What followed was a series of moves Cohen couldn't quite figure out. She tugged at his hair, then rubbed his ears like she was testing what he was made of. Not a doppelganger. Luna sighed in relief. They turn into your best friend to lure you into the woods and eat you. But we got a ring of salt around the house, dear. They can't get in, Xenophilius reassured her. The trip's about to start. I bet Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Scamander are getting impatient. Scamander? Cohen perked up at the familiar name. The author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Xenophilius said enthusiastically. He's bringing his grandson along for the expedition. You can tag along and learn tons about magical creatures. I've got to ask him if he's ever collected a crumplehorn snorkack-horn. I hear he's raised so many creatures. Some have even formed little colonies. Yeah, that tracks. Cohen didn't doubt the size of Newt's magical menagerie. Joining a Billywig tracking expedition sounded right up Newt's alley, even if the creature was probably fictional. Oh, and this. Luna beamed as she pulled a thin booklet from her bag and handed it to Cohen. It looked handmade, stitched together with parchment and golden thread. Now you can jot down your observations, too. Whatever the trip turns up, the journey's always the exciting part. What about you? Fernando had a feeling Cohen was joking around, as usual. The kid had been carefree since they met, so Fernando turned to Rolf instead. This Scamander kid had to be loaded. Those little trinkets on him could fetch a pretty penny if sold. Write in my journal, Rolf said, scribbling something down. Got to keep a record to prove to my grandpa I ran into an emergency. You're about to die, Fernando roared. I'll burn all your damn diaries and logs to ashes. Your grandpa, your shitty autobiography, none of it matters. Nothing does. He was one step away from shouting. Can you at least respect the robbers here? Robbing Cohen was like 8 lifetimes of bad luck. And to top it off, they were also trying to rob Newt Scamander's grandson, especially when Rolf had that suitcase packed with magical creatures. All right, Mr. Robber, Cohen said, tucking away his observation journal and climbing up from a cushion in the tent. My money's hidden pretty deep. I'm worried you won't find it. Stay right there, don't move. I'll be back with it in a sec. With that, Cohen strolled over to his bed, popped open his suitcase, and climbed inside in full view of everyone. Okay, Mr. Robber, Rolf chimed in, putting away his log. I'll grab some cash for you, too. My grandpa left me a big stash of pocket money, but it's tucked away tight. You'd never find it, so I'll go get it for you. Oh, want to see, Cohen said, popping his head back out of the dark suitcase opening. Mr. Lovegood, is your tent expensive? What? Xenophilius blinked, confused. What are you talking about? We're being kidnapped. Asterisk again, asterisk. So, not expensive. Got it, Cohen said, exchanging a quick, cheap, trashy glance with Rolf before ducking back in his suitcase. They'd talked before about what to do if they ran into dark wizards or bandits. Do you know what those 2 kids are up to? One of the robbers asked Fernando. Nope, Fernando replied. But I want to see what kind of stunt they're pulling. Asterisk stupefy asterisk. He flung 2 stunning spells at Xenophilius and Luna, who'd been trying to make a break for it with his daughter. Search them for anything valuable, Fernando ordered his crew, then headed toward Cohen and Rolf's suitcases. Anyone would be curious about what those 2 brats were scheming by hiding in there. Creak. Cohen's suitcase swung open, and Fernando found himself staring into a pair of massive, orange-red slit pupils. A blast of hot, sulfur-scented air slammed into his face. He sucked in a sharp breath and stumbled back several steps. "What's wrong, boss?" one of the lackeys asked, pausing mid-rummage through Xenophilius's luggage. There's," Fernando stammered. Roar! A pitch-black fire dragon burst out of Cohen's suitcase, growing to full size at breakneck speed. It was hard to believe something that huge could squeeze through such a tiny opening. Cohen was perched on Norbert's neck, grinning. The magical tent's roof had melted away the second Norbert stuck half his body out, torched by a single breath of dragon fire. "Wreck him, Norbert!" Cohen shouted, smacking Norbert's head. Roar! Norbert circled the sky twice as the robbers below snapped out of their shock. Spells shot toward Norbert, stunners, mostly, but the 4 or 5 of them weren't enough to faze him. They just pissed him off more. First flight in ages, and these jerks were poking his belly nonstop. Dive straight down. Cohen Egamon. Smash M hard. Twinkle star crash. Norbert followed Cohen's instructions to a T. He adjusted his angle, folded his massive wings, and plunged headfirst toward the robbers like a missile. While Norbert dove, Rolf's suitcase popped open with a bang. Out leapt a gigantic cat with a long, feathery tail. Before Norbert hit the ground, it darted forward, snagging every robber with its claws and tail. As they flailed in midair, disoriented by the sudden weightlessness, the big cat soared upward, tossing them high, catching them just before they crashed, and then bolting toward the river near the rainforest. With one swift move, it dumped the dizzy, puking robbers into the water. "Break!" Cohen tried to stop Norbert, but when that failed, he shifted into Dementor form. He swooped in just before Norbert hit the ground, grabbing Xenophilius and Luna to keep the stun pair from getting squashed into paste. Asterisk boom! Asterisk. Norbert's head plowed into the dirt. He landed on all fours, thrashing to yank his head free. "Luna, did you see how me and the Zou chased off those robbers?" Rolf rode back on the Zou's back. The big cat was growling warily at Norbert. "He's a friend," Rolf said, patting its fur to calm the feline, which had puffed up at the sight of the dragon. He'd grown up playing with this oversized kitty, which was why he'd picked it to deal with the robbers. "Too bad Luna got hit with a stunner from that bandit," Cohen said, a little annoyed. "How about we wake her up and do it again? You fish those robbers out, and this time we let Norbert roast them with fire. Your Zou stole their spotlight, so Norbert's twinkle star crash missed the mark." Rolf laughed awkwardly. "But one thrill's good enough for now. I've never crashed a dragon into anyone before," Cohen said, brushing it off. He waved his wand to dig Norbert's head out of the thick mud. "Let's put them back for now. Saves us explaining to Mr. Lovegood. You're Newt's commander's grandson, so you're fine. Me? If word gets out I've got a fire dragon, the ministry'll come knocking." "Totally get it," Rolf said, nodding enthusiastically. Truth was, they'd already broken a ton of laws. Underage wizards casting spells alone had been violated countless times. But since the ministry's trace was a sham, they couldn't tell if magic came from kids or adults. They'd never get caught. The ministry didn't even know who was setting off magical blips all over the place. Norbert let out a grumpy roar at Cohen once his head was free. All right, you had fun on the dive, didn't you?" Cohen said, rubbing Norbert's head as it nudged closer. "What's that look for? Why do I feel like you're cussing me out?" End of chapter. The Philip Fly tracking log, Cohen. 7.19. Made it to Peru, waiting for the rest of the team, though I'm pretty sure hardly anyone's actually going to show up. It's 11 p.m. What kind of wizard shows up 11 hours late? The organizers aren't even here yet. I'm starting to think this whole expedition's just a prank. 7.20. Holy crap, someone actually showed up. His name's Rolf Scamander, Newt's grandson. He's a year older than Luna. Newt didn't come. Rolf said he fell into the water while feeding a kelpie and caught a cold. Old guy stuff, I guess it makes sense. 7.21. Another person rolled in this morning, a middle-aged guy named Fernando. He wasn't on the invite list. I'm betting he's the bad guy, but I didn't call him out. If this trip's just about chasing flies, it'd be way too boring without some drama. Still no sign of the organizers. It's just the 5 of us. Luna's family, me, Rolf, and Fernando. This afternoon, we found a tropical rainforest. Lucky us, it's crawling with bugs. There's got to be at least 100 types of mosquitoes. Maybe, but good thing they don't dare bite me. 7.22. The Philip fly's a hoax. I've accepted it. All we've got in this rainforest are mosquitoes, venomous snakes, and poison tentacles. The team should honestly pay me protection fees. I've shooed away at least 30 snakes that tried to attack our camp. Fernando and Mr. Lovegood spent all day hunting for vulture nests, but Rolf dragged Luna and me off to look for a nundu. He says it's because his grandpa lost one from his suitcase last time he passed through Peru. Newt's ancient and still lugging a suitcase full of crazy, dangerous creatures around the world. What a guy. 7.23. Rolf's just got a crush on Luna, that's all. Mr. Lovegood's totally clueless about it. I just watched Newt's grandson try to spark Luna's interest with all these little magical creatures he's got. TSK. Human emotions are wild. 7.24. This log's about to turn into a love story observation journal. Rolf invited Luna to check out his suitcase. Newt handed the whole thing over to him. Looks like Rolf never even went to school, but he doesn't need to. Newt didn't graduate either. Why'd he invite me along, though? Asterisk update, asterisk got it. He's just nervous about being alone with her. For a second, I thought he was going to trap me in there, too. 7.25. I didn't invite Rolf and Luna into my suitcase because I'm competitive. It's not because I wanted to see the shock on their faces. And definitely not to show off. I'm not that childish. But the looks on their faces when they saw the Chimera Beast and the Basilisk? Hilarious. Rolf kept bugging me about handing over the baby basilisk to him, asking how I neutralized its deadly stare and why one of the Chimera's head speaks English. His first question got shut down by Sissoko and the old basilisk. They said if Rolf tried taking little Sophia, they'd split him in half, one snake per half. I passed along the gist of it, and Rolf didn't dare ask again. 7.26. Mr. Lovegood shouted at noon that he'd caught a Philip fly, but Rolf checked it and said it was just a sadness bug. Rolf finally tracked down that nundu near a barren swamp. He handed Luna and me each a gas mask. Poor leopard's been surviving in the jungle for months. It really wanted back in Rolf's suitcase, which Rolf says Newt fully gave him. 7.27. Like a fisherman who catches everything but fish, Mr. Lovegood finds everything but a Philip fly. Today, he discovered a nest of akamis in a big tree hollow. Rolf looked like he really wanted to take them back to his suitcase. Hunting's not banned around here. But Fernando finally showed his true colors after spotting those akami eggs. He's not just planning to snatch the eggs. He wants to kill us and steal everything valuable we've got. And what the hell are you writing? Fernando loomed at the tent entrance, glaring at Cohen menacingly. 3 or 4 unfamiliar wizards had appeared inside the tent, Fernando's crew. Turns out this whole Philip Fly expedition was just bait these bandits threw out. My diary, Cohen said. I'm putting you in it. Oh, and in the autobiography I'll write when I'm famous. Happy? You're about to be a celebrity. After Cohen and Rolf returned their respective pets to their cases, they woke up Mr. Lovegood and Luna. What happened? Luna blinked, looking up at the sky above and the charred remains of the tent. Did the fire moss slings save us? What's a fire moss sling? Cohen glanced at Rolf. Probably some new creature. Rolf replied without a hint of skepticism. He always took Luna's wild ideas with an attitude of believe first, then help her look for it. No wonder he ended up with Luna. Most people wouldn't have the patience for far-fetched notions. Fire moss slings are transparent creatures that look like glowing moss, Luna explained eagerly. In the summer, they help old trees in the forest clear out the delusion vines from their roots, though sometimes they accidentally start fires. The ministry insists those sudden forest fires are just goblins setting off firecrackers. Mr. Lovegood, who'd just woken up, chimed in with unwavering belief in the creature's existence. Anyone can see the ministry's lying. I wrote about it in the Quibbler 2 issues ago. This fire seems like more solid proof. The tent shop folks said this tent was soaked in delusion vine sap. Cohen figured the tent shop guy just wanted Mr. Lovegood to buy the tent. There was no such thing as delusion vines. Oh, I need to find my bubbling pods, Luna said excitedly. If you clip them to your ears, you can see bowtruckles bowing to them. Rolf, Cohen, I brought a bunch of bubbling pods. Want to come look for fire moslings with me? I bet Pickett, Rolf's bowtruckle, would love it. Absolutely, Rolf agreed eagerly. Your grandpa would love this too, Cohen said to Rolf. Of course, whether he meant the fire moslings or Luna herself was up to Rolf to figure out. As for the filifly, it had been completely forgotten by everyone. While Rolf chased fire moslings with Luna and Mr. Lovegood handled logistics, Cohen wandered off to chat with snakes. He needed to find a female snake for Sissoko fast. Sissoko had taken a liking to the chimera's tail. Unfortunately, by the end of the trip, not a single snake was willing to join Cohen in the case. With all the predator vibes in there, they couldn't get away fast enough. If you ever want to visit magical creatures, feel free to come find me or my grandpa in Dorset, Rolf said, giving Cohen and Luna his address before they parted ways. Especially you, Cohen. Cohen thought he'd invite Luna first. My grandpa's never raised a dragon, a chimera, or a basilisk before, Rolf explained. And that black unicorn. I can't believe how tame they are with you. Especially the chimera. The middle head speaks English. Grandpa's going to lose his mind when he sees them. I'll drop by next time I'm free. Actually, I've written to your grandpa before. I got the alchemy feather for this case from him, Cohen said. He might know about the dragon, but the chimera and basilisk will definitely be a surprise. I wish I could keep a few myself. Rolf sighed. But just seeing them is already amazing. After saying goodbye, Cohen followed the Lovegoods back to Ottery's St. Catchpole. One more Flu Network trip, and he'd be home. Great trip, Cohen said, waving goodbye to Luna. Too bad we didn't find the fire moslings, Luna replied, though she looked happy despite it. They might have saved us, but I still think you and Rolf did the most. So, thank you. On July 31st, Cohen got back home in the late afternoon. Rose and Edward were both there, unusual for them, and someone who didn't belong to the family was in the living room, chatting with them. It was Arnold, that ministry employee again. You're still after my mom, huh? Cohen frowned at Arnold as he stepped out of the fireplace. Right in front of my dad, too. You little... Arnold sighed, exasperated that Cohen was still hung up on last time's comment. After what? Rose turned to Edward. I haven't said anything shady to him. Edward quickly defended himself. Or anything bad about you. Just back from Peru? Arnold asked, noticing the dirt on Cohen and the bits of rainforest shrubbery clinging to his pant legs. Yeah, and no filiflies, Cohen said, disappointed. Not only did I not find any creatures, but I also watched a couple of lovebirds get together. Tisk! Edward made a pitying sound, earning a punch from Rose. Sounds like a pretty eventful summer, Arnold said, scribbling a few more lines into the report he'd just half-heartedly finished. Can confirm, self, during this period, traveled to Peru. Done. See ya, enjoy life. Arnold rushed off after a quick goodbye to the family. What's going on? Cohen asked his parents after Arnold left. Did they find out I snuck into Peru? Snuck in. Rose gasped. Your tour group didn't file entry papers? Newt Scamander's grandson didn't either. Cohen deflected. I thought wizards could just go wherever. But he stole one of my classmates right in front of me. I think that's way worse. Newt Scamander? Edward's eyes lit up. The guy who wrote Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. His grandson invited me to visit him in Dorset next time, Cohen said, plopping onto the couch. Rose waved her wand, cleaning the dirt off his clothes. What was that ministry guy doing here? Did you break the law? Us break the law? Edward laughed. It's just another investigation. Some murderer escaped, Sirius Black. Speaking of which, your mom went to school with him. He was a troublemaker back then, Rose said. Always hanging out with James, Lupin, and that crew. Lily and I didn't really like them. James got smarter later and won Lily over, but Sirius never changed. Hey, I was way more strategic than James, Edward bragged. I had your mom's heart locked down from day one. Really? Cohen raised a skeptical eyebrow. Nope, Rose cut in. He didn't even ask me out for a walk until 4th year. For years of nothing. I sent gifts every year. Edward protested. You sent gifts to every girl in Gryffindor. Rose groaned. Who could tell which one you actually like? What a coward, Cohen remarked. Were you too scared back then to confess your love because you thought Mom would turn you down? How did you wait? No, we're talking about Sirius here. Edward snapped back to reality. And anyway, at least I've had some success in the love department. Why would Sirius break out of prison and come looking for her? Oh, Cohen raised an eyebrow. Fudge might be worried that this breakout was somehow Cohen's doing. After all, Cohen did have a bit of Dementor in him. But Fudge was overthinking it this time. If Cohen really wanted to stir up trouble, it wouldn't be something as simple as a prison break. Fudge has always been pretty clueless, Edward said. Instead of figuring out how Sirius actually escaped or coming up with a plan to catch him, he's busy trying to control the narrative. He's too busy looking for scapegoats. Rose scoffed at Fudge's tactics. The ministry's locked up a few workers who deliver food to Azkaban. He's trying to pin it on them to shift the public's attention, but no one's buying it. If there's a murderer out there, you two better watch out, Rose warned. Especially since we live right next to Harry Potter. Word is Sirius broke out to kill Harry. My name's Cohen, Cohen pointed out. He's lost it, Rose explained. You can't expect a lunatic to tell the difference between Harry and anyone else. He might think everyone's Harry. Before he got locked up, he went nuts and killed an entire street full of people. Fine, I'll keep Cohen safe, Edward started. I'll keep Edward safe, Cohen cut in before Edward could finish. No crazy murderer's going to get to him. That's my line. Edward stood up, pulling Cohen off the couch and spinning him around. Upstairs, shower, get ready for dinner. And no wandering off for the next few days. There's no point in wandering anyway. I got homework, Cohen said. But in reality, Cohen was planning to practice apparition, something he'd resolved to master last year, but had been putting off until now. With a herd of unicorns nearby, even if he splinched himself, their healing magic could probably patch him up quick enough. That'd lower the risk of spewing out blood full of liquid curses. After heading upstairs and showering, Cohen brought his homework into the suitcase. Earl, Cohen called out for Earl in the wooden cabin. Don't sound so British, Earl grumbled, poking his head out of the study. What do you want? Homework. Cohen plopped a stack of textbooks and a pile of blank parchment in front of Earl. You know what to do. Earl glanced at Sissoko, who was peeking in from outside. Fine, Earl agreed dryly. Wow, so enthusiastic. Good bird, Cohen teased. Earl shot him a death glare. If you don't get something, ask the goat. It's pretty smart, Cohen said. It just can't write, so... Nah, forget it, Earl shot back instantly. That dumb lion's tried to pounce on me more than once. I'm not signing up to get mauled. With the homework sorted, Cohen tracked down the unicorns. Luckily, a few of them weren't drunk yet, so he could practice apparition under their watch. The spell wasn't hard, and the 3 Ds, destination, determination, deliberation, were easy enough to grasp. Even Cohen's pessimistic guess about splinching didn't happen. After half an afternoon of trying, he could pretty much apparate every time. His talent was clearly still kicking in. Most wizards, after just half an afternoon, couldn't even flicker properly. They'd either stumble awkwardly, dragged along by the spell, or somehow end up at their destination without meaning to. At dinner, Cohen glanced at the calendar and suddenly realized something. Wait, today's Harry's birthday, he recalled. What kind of chaos was Harry's birthday going to bring this year? Blowing up his aunt? Did you get him a gift? Edward asked. After dinner, you could drop it off. He gave you that magical creature first aid kit for your birthday, didn't he? I don't think werewolf nail polish or Cornish pixie calming bells are all that useful, Cohen said, covering his face. Since his gift this year was kind of a bust, I figured I'd get him a Niffler piggy bank. When a gift's that useless, it almost becomes useful in its own way. The Niffler piggy bank dances when you drop a galleon in it. Pretty cute decoration. But I don't think I'll need to head over to the Dursleys to find him, Cohen said, glancing out the window. Why not? Edward asked, confused. He followed Cohen's gaze. Merlin's beard. Why does that floating woman look so familiar? She's a Dursley relative, right? Rose frowned, getting up to join them at the window. She leaned out to get a better look at Marge, who was drifting farther away. I saw her when I got home earlier. Harry's not getting out of this one with the ministry, Edward said. A levitation charm, we could maybe pass off as ours. But inflating his own aunt? There's no way the Ministry's going to think we did that. Attacking a muggle's a crime. The Ministry's too busy protecting him to care, Rose countered. Look, Arnold's here. He's on duty tonight. She nodded toward the street, where a memory obliviator had just operated into view. That guy's got such a grunt job vibe, Cohen said, joining them at the window. Now the whole family was watching the show. Sorry, I know he's a friend, but it's too funny. Edward couldn't hold it in. The way he's chasing that chubby lady. Money's hard to come by, Cohen said with an old man sigh. I don't know what's up with the Ministry, but I do know Harry's getting kicked out tonight. And sure enough, not long after, a fuming Harry stormed out of the house next door, slamming the door behind him. Go get him, Rose said sympathetically, nudging Cohen. We can't let him sleep on the street. You're his friend. Us going might make him feel awkward. Sure, Cohen said, stepping away from the window. Harry was lingering on the road near the Nortons' place, dragging his trunk, looking like he was wrestling with himself. Cohen pushed the front door open and waved Harry over. Harry took a step closer, then seemed to rethink it, turned on his heel, and marched off in the opposite direction. What? Cohen's gesture was definitely come here, not get lost. Stop, Cohen shouted after him. But Harry sped up, so Cohen took off after him. Suddenly, it went from Cohen inviting Harry inside to terrifying Dementor chasing a 13-year-old wizard. Why are you running? Cohen chased after Harry, dragging his slippers, while Harry bolted ahead, lugging his suitcase. Because you're chasing me, Harry yelled back, panting. Well, you started running first, Cohen shouted. Harry suddenly remembered why he'd panicked in the first place. He slowed down and eventually came to a stop. They'd already run 2 streets. What are you two yelling about? Mrs. Fig poked her head out of her house by the roadside. Cohen didn't know her well, but he recalled she was one of Dumbledore's people. Trouble? She asked. No, it's a night run. Harry stammered nervously. Cohen caught up to him. If it weren't for the fact that turning into a Dementor would be a bad idea, he'd have flown over and pinned Harry down already. A night run with a suitcase? Huh? Cohen glared at Harry as Mrs. Fig went back inside. I just ate dinner. If my stomach drops, it's your fault. I had to get away fast, Harry said glumly. I used magic on my aunt. The Ministry's going to come for me soon. Do I look like the Ministry to you? Cohen asked. If I'm not the Ministry, why are you running from me? Cohen said, I was yelling for you to come crash at my place, not to drag you off to Azkaban. But I broke the law, Harry admitted, voicing his fears. I didn't want to get Mr. and Mrs. Norton in trouble. Then just trouble little Norton instead. Oh, great chosen one, Cohen said, pulling Harry back the way they came. You think running off will fix everything? The Ministry catching a kid wizard like you isn't some casual thing. If you're really scared of getting nabbed, hide in my case. It's full of illegal stuff anyway. Privet Drive was eerily quiet. The Dursleys had already stormed off in the other direction after Aunt March, and thanks to Arnold's busy work, all the muggles along the street were locked indoors, so they wouldn't spot a certain balloon person floating in the sky. I'm definitely getting expelled, Harry muttered, despair creeping in. Not necessarily, Cohen said, raising an eyebrow. Have you seen the papers lately? I can't do anything at the Dursleys, Harry sighed. They won't let Hedwig out, and I'm not even allowed outside. A prisoner broke out of Azkaban, and the Ministry thinks he's after you, Cohen explained. Do you really think they'd kick the chosen one out of the wizarding world just for inflating his aunt? The current minister's terrified of bad press. After me, Harry blinked. Why does everyone want to kill me? Blame Voldemort for that, Cohen said as they near number 5, Privet Drive. Word is the prisoner's one of his lackeys. Woof, woof. Out of nowhere, a massive black dog burst from the bushes, barking furiously at Cohen. What the? Harry jumped, startled. The dog looked ready to lunge and bite. Soul strength, 28. Cohen instantly clocked it. This was a person. Black must have overheard him telling Harry that Sirius Black is Voldemort's lapdog, and gotten ticked off. Judging by his soul strength, the Dementors had nearly broken him. Even Lupin, from the same era, had a solid 39. Shoo! Shoo! Edward jogged over to meet Cohen and waved the black dog off. It gave Edward a long look before slinking back into the bushes and vanishing. Get inside, quick, Edward said to Cohen and Harry. And Harry, don't freak out too much. Arnold will catch up with that Dursley relative soon. It's not a huge deal. But Mr. Norton, what if? Harry started hesitant. The expulsion thing? Nah, it'll be fine, Edward assured him. Arnold's my buddy. Even if the ministry digs into this, he'll fudge the report for you. Otherwise, I'll just tell his wife about that time he went to Bewitched Bliss. What's Bewitched Bliss? Harry asked, unfamiliar with the name. A nightclub in Diagon Alley, Cohen explained. My dad. I never said I wanted to go, Edward cut in sternly. Don't you dare mention that place to your mom. Edward had passed by the club once with Cohen in Diagon Alley, though he'd never gone in. He'd gotten married not long after graduating, but he'd admitted to being curious about it. Edward's promise eased Harry's nerves a bit. Maybe he still had a shot at going back to school. Though the Dursleys might not be so chill about it, Edward said, taking Harry's suitcase and leading the boys inside. Just pretend you've left the area for now. Let them cool off. If they knew you were next door, they'd probably barge in and cause a scene. So I can. Harry looked at Edward and Cohen, hopeful. Spend the rest of the summer here, Edward said. You'll stay in the room next to Cohen's. I've cleaned it up. Bathroom's by the stairs, and if you're hungry at night, there's fish sticks and custard in the fridge downstairs. But don't eat it all, Cohen whispered, leaning close to Harry. I just got a new lion, and it's obsessed with fish sticks. Awesome, Harry said, relief washing over him. Oh, by the way, Cohen, Edward turned to him suddenly. After you stepped out, Martha's cat, Mr. Flondo, came through the fireplace. Any idea what's up with that? Question mark. Cohen's eyes widened as he started scanning the room for that chatty, cow-patterned cat. There it was, rolling around in Rose's lap on the couch, acting like a totally harmless little menace. How'd Mr. Flondo follow him here? Cohen, I thought long and hard before deciding to come find you. Mr. Flondo spoke up the moment their eyes met. I even found Martha a new cat, so she wouldn't be lonely without me. Another one. Rose instinctively flung the talking cat off her lap. This was the second talking animal tied to Cohen she'd encountered after the Earl. Another one. Edward yelped, suddenly alert. He'd just realized this posh, London-accented tomcat had been sprawled across his wife's lap. Wait, this cat had lived with Martha for the past 12 years. Another one. Harry, who'd met the Earl, was now face-to-face with yet another talking cat. Was talking animals a normal thing, or what? That was a sudden toss. Cohen's mum, if I weren't a cat, I might have cracked my head, Mr. Flondo said. Terribly sorry for startling you all, but since I might be staying here for a while, I figure it's best to come clean about the talking thing early. It'll help you get used to me. I never told Martha, mind you. She's too old. It'd give her a fright. But you lot are young. You can handle it. How much cash will it take for you to leave Earth? Cohen asked Mr. Flondo. Mr. Fluffy won Rose's sympathy with his pitiful puppy dog eyes, but Edward and Cohen weren't exactly thrilled about taking in this cat. But he's so cute, Rose said. And he's got a nice voice, too, she added after a moment's thought. My voice is nice, too, Edward shot back, a little jealous. But you're not a cat, and you're not fluffy, Cohen sighed. Well, okay, you're partly fluffy. What are you even saying? Edward grumbled, ushering Cohen and Harry toward the stairs. I'm staking my claim as the boss of this house. That cat's not getting the better of me. So what's the deal with that cat? Harry asked curiously as he followed Cohen upstairs. It's my grandma's cat, Cohen explained. I only found out a while back when I was alone with it that it can talk just like Earl. But it's way chattier than Earl. If you don't cut it off, it'll ramble on for an hour or two straight. That's terrifying. Harry gasped. It gets worse, Cohen said. It can't die. Can't die, Harry exclaimed. Probably some kind of curse or something, Cohen said. When it dies, it just randomly pops back up somewhere nearby. Truth be told, Cohen could eat Mr. Fluffy's soul if he wanted to, but he hadn't because offing a cat just for being a chatterbox felt a bit too heartless. Getting annoyed and calling it a blabbermouth was one thing, but killing a harmless creature over a minor irritation? That was a whole different story. Harry had briefly considered adopting this magical, talking cat until he imagined a lifetime of nonstop feline monologues and decided against it. Cohen didn't really want Mr. Fluffy either, but only because the cat couldn't cast spells with a wand like Earl could. A magical, immortal cat that could wield a wand? That'd be worth putting up with some chatter. Still, if Rose thought it was cute and wanted to keep it, it might not be a bad idea to let her have it for self-defense. It could block a killing curse like a phoenix or something. After Harry settled his stuff in the guest room, Cohen heard a commotion downstairs. Someone had just walked into the house. Phew, give me a sec to catch my breath. Arnold panted from below. I must have sealed up hundreds of muggle doors and cast dozens of memory charms on the way here. That woman can float. She nearly made it to Hertfordshire. Cohen poked his head out from the shadows upstairs, sneaking a peek at what was going on. Harry quietly leaned out beside him, trying to figure out how the Ministry was going to handle his situation. Harry Potter hasn't run off, has he? Arnold flopped onto the couch. Don't tell me I've got to chase him down too, and then waste my energy explaining what fudge means by protect Harry Potter at all costs. Thank Merlin, I must have done something awful in a past life to end up as a memory obliviator. So I'm off the hook, Harry whispered to Cohen. You were never on the hook, Cohen replied. Right now, you're too valuable to the Ministry for PR and keeping people calm. Even if you took out the whole Dursley family, they'd just call it self-defense. Phew, Harry let out a relieved breath. Good news, you don't have to scour the world looking for Harry, Cohen called down to Arnold in the living room. We've taken him in, Edward added, clapping Arnold on the shoulder. Thank heavens, Arnold said gratefully. Now I can finally go home and rest. Edward, you're a real pal. Next time, I'll treat you to a night at Bewitched. Edward quickly clapped a hand over Arnold's mouth. Bewitched what? Rose asked, stepping out of the bathroom and giving them a suspicious look. Drinks, Edward blurted. The Leaky Cauldron's got this new stuff? Something like 3 shots of chaos. It's amazing. It's harder than fire whiskey. Arnold chimed in, covering for him. After repeatedly warning Harry not to go out alone before heading home, Arnold left. Rose dragged Edward into the master bedroom, and whatever happened next had nothing to do with Cohen or Harry. Harry didn't have to worry about expulsion anymore, but now something even scarier was weighing on him. Sirius Black was out to kill him. Still, Edward and Rose promised Harry he'd be completely safe at the Nortons, which touched him deeply. Cohen, on the other hand, wasn't fazed. For one, he knew Sirius was really after Peter Pettigrew. For another, even if someone tried to attack, they wouldn't get far with Cohen around. But Cohen hadn't expected Sirius to show up at his house that very midnight. Click. The room was pitch black, with only faint moonlight outlining the shapes around him. A large dog-like shadow crept silently into Cohen's room. And Cohen's floating soul saw it all. The dog was messing up his desk and leaving muddy paw prints on a few sheets of parchment. Did Sirius climb through the wrong window? Harry's next door, dude. Cohen didn't spook him, though. He was curious to see what Sirius was up to. Under the moonlight, the figure stretched and morphed, shifting from dog to man. Nice. Sirius had found an old wand on Cohen's desk. One Cohen had picked up from the mayor's house in Coombe ages ago. Sirius grabbed the wand, swallowed hard, and cautiously raised it toward Cohen. Expecto Patronum. He muttered the spell under his breath. A wisp of silver mist sputtered from the wand's tip, thin and weak, like the last puff of smoke from a dying chimney. Damn it! Sirius shook the wand in frustration, annoyed that he'd barely had any happy emotions left to summon a Patronus. Expecto Patronum. He tried again. Still nothing. Want me to show you how it's done? Cohen couldn't watch anymore. His soul slipped back into his body, and he sat up in bed. You're running a little low on happiness. Cohen wasn't lying. After 12 years in Azkaban, the Dementors had pretty much drained Sirius dry of any joy. Seeing Cohen rise from the bed in an eerie, stiff motion, Sirius instinctively stumbled back a few steps. There was something familiar about Cohen, a faint Dementor-like aura. Most people might not notice it, but Sirius had spent 12 years surrounded by Dementors. Even if the scent was weaker than the smell of frying fish sticks downstairs. He could pick it out. Sirius had no idea why this kid, who looked human but was definitely some kind of Dementor-like evil creature, was in Rose and Edward's house, posing as a child. But Harry was here too, which meant this thing might be planning to make a move on him. The bone-deep fear of Dementors screamed at Sirius to run, but his concern for Harry drove him to do something stupid yet oddly heroic. "Stay away from my godson." Sirius tossed the wand aside and lunged at Cohen like a wild dog. A mop smeared with crap. Touch it, and you're done for. That's pretty much the situation Cohen was facing now. Sirius Black had been roaming around as a dog for nearly a month, reeking of mud and garbage, so Cohen dodged him on instinct. Still, the bed was toast. The sheets were already smeared with mud and mysterious black stains. "You look more like the bad guy here," Cohen shouted, ducking Sirius's lunge. "And I don't even know who your godson is." "Cohen, what's going on?" Edward must have heard the commotion. He came thundering up the stairs. He'd been downstairs scarfing a midnight snack after burning through some energy earlier. In just a few seconds, Sirius seemed to realize Edward was closing in and made another grab for Cohen. He lunged again, but Cohen sidestepped him deftly. At the same moment, Edward burst through the door in a panic. Dressed in pajamas, Edward collided head-on with the filthy Sirius. But the scrawny, half-starved escapee was no match for Edward, who spent his days lounging around the house. Sirius went down hard. "What? How'd a tramp get in here?" Edward yanked Cohen behind him. He pulled out his wand, ready to figure out who this garbage-stinking, hobo-looking guy was, but Sirius seized the moment. Scrambling, he grabbed his old wand from the floor, and with a loud bang, he vanished from the room. "That was Sirius Black," Cohen said, flicking on the bedroom's overhead light as he turned to Edward. "Why didn't you hit him with a spell to trap him? I thought you were in trouble." Edward's eyes widened. "My first instinct was to make sure you were safe and protect you. There's a bounty on him, you know," Cohen sighed. "We could have cashed in. Catch him, hand him to Azkaban, let the Dementors lose him, then catch him again, rinse, repeat." Of course, that was just a daydream. If Cohen really wanted to turn Black into a money-making scheme, he'd have stunned him the second he barged in. Attackers are most vulnerable when they strike. What happened? Harry rushed out of the next room. "Is Cohen okay?" Rose appeared at the bedroom door in loose pajamas, alarmed. "Was there an attack?" "Sirius Black," Edward muttered, staring at the smudges on his pajamas. He recalled the man's wild hair, long enough to hide his face, and his frail frame. He's nothing like he used to be. Back in his glory days, Sirius had been full of swagger, not this ghostly wreck. After the midnight ambush, Edward and Rose layered the house with defensive spells. Even Mr. Flondo had to pass multiple magical checks to get back inside from a yard. If anything was off, a howling alarm would scream in their ears. It worked like a charm. For the rest of the summer, Sirius Black didn't show his face again. Though Cohen was the one attacked, Harry took it hard. "He must have come after you because of me," Harry said, guilt weighing him down. "Maybe he got the wrong room. I've caused you guys so much trouble." But with school starting soon, Harry had no reason to leave. The day their Hogwarts book list arrived by owl, they hit Diagon Alley and ran into Ron and Hermione. Ron couldn't wait to spill about his trip to Egypt. Mr. Weasley had won a Daily Prophet prize, while Hermione was set on buying an owl, though she ended up with a cat named Crookshanks instead. The second Crookshanks laid eyes on Cohen, it started purring like crazy and puffing up its fur, just like it did with Scabbers. That gave Ron fresh ammo to call the cat a lunatic. It's just because Cohen smells like other dangerous animals. Hermione defended Crookshanks. Cats have sharp noses. Cohen's always feeding Norbert. Crookshanks is probably scared of that sulfur stench. "Could be Sissoko's scent too," Cohen added. "It shed yesterday, and I helped peel it off." It made sense that pet shop critters, and even the school owls, gave Cohen a wide berth. When they heard about Sirius's midnight sneak attack, Hermione and Ron looked horrified. "He's a deranged murderer," Ron said, voice tight with worry. "My dad says he killed 12 muggles, and that wizard, Peter Pettigrew." "The muggles got a raw deal, sure, but Pettigrew was kind of a loser," Cohen said right in front of Scabbers. If you suck, practice more. Sirius couldn't even take me out. Cohen, you can't talk about the dead like that. Hermione scolded. I've got a feeling this year at Hogwarts won't be calm either. Harry murmured. It's been over a month, and they still haven't caught him. The Ministry sent tons of Dementors after him, Hermione said. Hopefully they nab him soon. Hope so, Cohen echoed. The Dementors probably wouldn't catch Sirius, but escaping Cohen's version of Dementors was another story. Cohen was determined to nab Sirius himself. Sure, the guy was reckless, stubborn, and a former school punk, but overall, he'd been on the right side of the Wizarding War. Plus, he hadn't actually killed anyone. For the sake of his friend Harry's mental health, Cohen figured it was time to set justice straight, especially since he needed the fame right now. Catching an escaped convict, overturning a 12-year-old miscarriage of justice. All at 13? That'd make Cohen a legend. And fame was the foundation for his future plans, clearing his name, shaking up the Ministry, all that jazz. After grabbing their school supplies in Diagon Alley, Cohen and Harry returned to number 5, Privet Drive to kill time before term started. Harry had never had such a laid-back summer. Compared to the Weasleys' place, the Nortons was way more chill. Rose was often out, and Edward was basically a big kid himself, so Harry had almost no rules to follow. No Mrs. Weasley piling food on his plate at every meal either. The good times flew by. On September 1st, with Edward escorting them, Cohen and Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express with 5 minutes to spare. They found Hermione and Ron in a compartment, already occupied by someone else. Who was asleep? I could sit on him, Cohen suggested. I'm light and kind of shy. Don't want to cram in with strangers. Sitting on a stranger isn't shy at all, Hermione said, exasperated. Besides, he's a professor. Look at his suitcase, Professor R.J. Lupin. Lupin shifted in his sleep, making room for Cohen. Nothing quiets a train compartment faster than a teacher pretending to sleep nearby. Even if that teacher's wearing a tattered robe, has graying hair, and looks like he's one cough away from keeling over. Are we seriously going to spend the whole ride reading? Ron whispered to Harry and Cohen. Ron, that's not exactly a tragedy. Hermione hissed back. It's absolutely a tragedy, Cohen said. Why don't we just take him out? Question mark. Times 4. Knock him out, and we can chat all we want, Cohen explained. We're minors. Worst case, we'd get sent to juvie, but the wizarding world doesn't even have a juvie. Cohen, that's way too violent, Harry said. Plus, we'd get... Wait, school hasn't started yet, so... No house points to lose, Ron said cleverly. You guys... Hermione sighed, shaking her head. She could tell they were joking. Ahem, Lupin coughed awkwardly. Sorry, I've been short on sleep lately. Feel free to chat. I'm just crashing here. He pulled 2 earplugs from his pocket and popped them in, clearly not wanting to bother them. Still, Harry and the others waited a good 10 minutes before whispering again, only starting once Lupin's breathing slowed down. He was definitely asleep now. What's he going to teach? Ron asked, sneaking a peek at the snoozing Lupin. Defense against the dark arts, Cohen said. Professor Von Braun quit. I ran into him in Coombe over the summer. He's a censor now. What were you doing in Coombe? Ron asked curiously. I thought there weren't any wizards there. There's one, my grandma. Harry knows, Cohen said, nodding at Harry. Over the summer, Mr. Fluffy rambled to Harry about the place. Mr. Fluffy's a cat, Harry explained to Ron and Hermione. He talks like Earl. It's rare, but after meeting Earl, it's not that shocking anymore. Did you bring Mr. Fluffy along? Hermione asked eagerly. I'd love for him to meet Crookshanks. Don't get me started on that dumb cat of yours, Ron snapped. Last time, it nearly shredded my clothes, and Scabbers is practically balding from stress. I've got him locked up now. Hermione shot back. Cats chase rats. It's nature. I can limit where he goes, but I can't control what he thinks. Earl doesn't go after Scabbers, Ron said. You should get a nicer, more normal cat. Mr. Fluffy's back at my place, Cohen said. My mom thinks he's cute and loves his voice. Mr. Norton doesn't seem too fond of him, though, Harry said with a grin. These past 2 summers have been the best of my life. Well, except for July. That part's always a mess. The conversation stayed pretty upbeat until Sirius Black came up, and the mood turned tense and uneasy. Right before we left, Mr. Norton kept telling me not to go looking for Sirius Black. Harry said, puzzled. "Oh, now that you mention it, my dad told me to keep an eye on you before we got on the train," Ron said, suddenly remembering. "He said this year I've got to stop you from chasing after Sirius. Why does everyone think I'd go hunting down a murderer?" Harry shook his head. "I'm not looking for trouble. Your track record doesn't exactly back that up," Cohen said, raising an eyebrow. 2 years straight of living in chaos. And hasn't Mr. Weasley got it backward? Ron's not exactly the type to hold you back. "I totally would," Ron protested. "You just tag along and get into trouble with him," Hermione said dryly. "Then all 4 of us would end up breaking school rules again." Harry didn't have any reason to go after Sirius right now, but that had changed once he heard the false story about Sirius betraying James and Lily. The chat drifted from escaped murderers to Hogsmeade, but Harry hadn't gotten permission to go. The Dursleys refused to sign his form, and the Nortons couldn't help since they weren't his guardians. "Maybe it's safer this way," Hermione said, trying to cheer him up. "At least in the castle, Sirius Black can't get to you. Or you could ask Fred and George," Ron suggested. "They know tons of secret passages out of the castle." "Ron," Hermione snapped. "With Black still out there, Harry shouldn't be sneaking." "Easy. We just catch him first," Cohen said. "Norbert's grown up now. If word gets out you've got Norbert, you're toast," Hermione said, glancing nervously at Lupin and avoiding the word dragon. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, as the train neared the station, the rain outside picked up. A gray-black curtain of water covered the windows, blocking out everything. The train jolted to a stop with a thud. Clanging metal echoed from the corridor, and Cohen picked up a mental hum. He'd heard it before in Azkaban. Loads of Dementors were drifting around outside. "Asterisk, you're locked up?" Asterisk. One Dementor sensed Cohen's location and started tapping at the window. "Asterisk will save you, asterisk." The Dementors seemed to have gotten the wrong idea. Cohen was already wondering how he'd explain to them that this metal box wasn't his prison cell. "Asterisk, is the escaped food here too?" Asterisk. While some Dementors zeroed in on Cohen, others were still hunting for Sirius Black. "What is that?" Ron stared in horror at the long, rotting hand banging on the pitch-black window. Snap! With a sudden, unexplained sound, the entire train's lights went out. "Sounds like someone's boarding," Ron said, his voice shaky. "I heard the train door open." A second later, their compartment door slid open, but it seemed to be people from another car. Thud! Whoever it was tripped and fell. "Oof, sorry. Do you guys know what's going on? Why'd it go dark all of a sudden?" "Neville," Harry asked. "Harry? Is that you? What's happening?" "No idea," Hermione said. "Sit down. It's a mess out there. I'm going to check with the driver." She stepped aside, fumbling in the dark to head out. "Who's that? Who's there?" "Ginny? What are you doing here?" "Because I can't see a thing," Ginny replied to Ron's voice. "What's going on? This seat's all soft. Don't sit on me." "Who are you?" Cohen yelped, squirming. "Lumos." He raised his wand, lighting up the compartment. Seamus had just plopped onto Cohen's lap. Neville was in Hermione's spot, and Ginny was squished next to Ron. "Quiet down," Lupin rasped, awake now, his voice hoarse as he tried to calm them. The door to their compartment slid shut behind the last person to step in, but what happened next made everyone, except Cohen and Lupin, gasp in shock. Crack! A bony, rotting hand slipped through the gap in the door, slowly prying it open. A wave of icy air rushed in from outside. No one made a sound. They felt like their souls had frozen solid. A towering figure in a cloak loomed in the doorway, its face hidden deep within the hood. Tatters of fabric floated around it in the air, making it look less like a creature of this world and more like something unearthly. Cohen felt a strange sense of homecoming. No, more like home had come to him. "Come out quick." The Dementor glided toward Cohen, reaching out a skeletal hand as if to kindly tug him away from the compartment. Lupin jumped into action, casting a Patronus charm to stop it from getting closer. To him, it looked like the Dementor was about to grab Cohen and devour his soul. "Hey, wait." Cohen tried to intervene, but Lupin's unshaped Patronus, a shimmering blur, slammed toward him and the Dementor. Normally, a Patronus would pass right through a person, only affecting Dementors. But to Lupin's disbelief, Cohen blocked it and let out a yelp. Ow! Cohen clutched the back of his head, wincing in pain. What the Lupin stared at Cohen, then at his wand, dumbfounded. Now he wasn't so sure of himself. That was a Patronus charm, right? Since when did it hit people like that? Even weirder, the Dementor didn't seem to faze Cohen at all. If there was a being immune to a Dementor's gloom, but vulnerable to a Patronus, that didn't add up. This kid couldn't be a Dementor. Dementors can't take human form. Still, Lupin held back, cautious. But his accidental hit on Cohen had annoyed the Dementor that was trying to whisk him away. More Dementors started gathering, draining the compartment of every shred of positivity. The students inside were already slipping into nightmare-fueled hallucinations. You heard. It was even checking on him. Stop, I'm not caught. Cohen rubbed his head and sent a mental message to the Dementors. 5 or 6 had clustered outside the compartment now, and they never dialed back their emotion-sucking aura. If they lingered much longer, these sheltered kids would pass out from sheer terror. Cohen wasn't sure how to explain friends or allies to them. Dementors only saw things as food, non-food, or food that reliably feeds them. Your food? The one holding Cohen's arm guessed. Yeah, my food, Cohen replied. I'm at that age where I need to bulk up. Too small. Eat more, another Dementor chimed in. Eat more? The group urged him. Lots of food here, we won't take it. We're hunting escaped food. One added, clearly asking if Cohen had seen Sirius Black. Weak, tasty food. Weak and tasty? Cohen suddenly got it. Why Dementors kept prisoners around to siphon emotions instead of just gobbling their souls in one go. Emotions regenerate, sure, but also, wizards drained of joy over years don't have the strength to fight back. Like a soda, can that refills itself. Pop the tab and drink, but an unopened one takes effort to crack. He's not on the train. Look somewhere else. After Cohen shooed them off, the air in the compartment warmed up, and Ron and the others started shaking off their horrific visions. But Harry wasn't like them. He was sprawled on the floor, out cold. Harry! Ron snapped out of it and dragged Harry up from the ground. What's wrong with Harry? Seamus asked, worried. He's passed out, I think, Ginny said. The compartment door slid open again. Hermione was back. It was a Dementor sweep. Can you believe the Ministry let those things near us? It's way too dangerous, she said, still rattled. What's wrong with Harry? They hit him harder than most, Lupin said thoughtfully. But his real focus was on Cohen. The kid had just stood there, doing nothing, and the Dementors had left. All signs pointed to some weird connection between Cohen and those creatures. Lupin dug out a big slab of chocolate and broke it up for everyone, except Cohen. Eat it, it'll help, Lupin said. Give Harry a piece when he wakes up. I need to talk to the driver. Excuse me. Cohen, can you come with me? I've got a few things to check with you. What's up? Ron asked, munching on his chocolate and glancing at Lupin and Cohen, confused. They'd all been lost in their own real-life nightmares, blind to everything, though they vaguely remembered Cohen's pained yelp. Probably about my parents, Cohen said, covering for Lupin. I just remembered. My mom and dad were classmates with Professor Lupin. Edward and Rose. They mentioned him over the summer. Right, Lupin said. Let's go, Cohen. With that, he pulled Cohen out of the compartment. But near the train's front, in an empty stretch of corridor, Lupin stopped and turned to Cohen, his expression serious. You're Edward and Rose's kid? He asked, skepticism creeping in. I thought you'd say, I held you when you were a baby, Cohen said, raising an eyebrow. I'm Cohen Norton, adopted by Edward and Rose 12 years ago. You didn't know? Lupin faltered, then went quiet. After a moment, he seemed to settle on an explanation. 12 years ago, I started drifting from the wizarding world, he said carefully. Unless there's a real need, I don't usually reach out to old friends. Cohen knew why. After the Wizarding War, Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix had disbanded for a while, and Lupin had slipped back into the solitary life of a normal werewolf wizard. What puzzled Cohen, though, was why Dumbledore hadn't clued Lupin in about him beforehand. Old man, keeping secrets that tight? Impressive. So you didn't drag me out here to hand me that chocolate you skipped me on, Cohen said. Everyone else got some, I didn't. Kinda stings, honestly. Read more in Patreon. Ilham 20. Question mark. A big question mark hung on Lupin's face. That's what you're thinking about. What else would it be? Cohen said, you're a professor. Imagine if a teacher handed out rewards to every student except you. Wouldn't that sting? The chocolate's not the point, and you don't need it to recover from Dementor side effects, Lupin said, adjusting his expression to something more serious. What just happened between you and those Dementors? Why were they trying to drag you off? And why did my Patronus charm hurt you? It didn't really hurt me, Cohen said. Mostly just a smack to the back of the head that left me a little dizzy. If you weren't my parents' old classmate, I'd totally play the victim here. As for why they tried to drag me off, Lupin stared at him intently. They thought the wizards had locked me up, Cohen said. And it looked like they weren't letting me go, especially when you whacked me with that Patronus. They were ticked. So you're one of them? Lupin drew his wand. There were still plenty of students on the train, and if this Dementor disguised as a human suddenly went berserk, he'd need to protect them. Sort of partly, Cohen said, raising his own wand. He wasn't thrilled about taking another Patronus hit for no reason. If Lupin tried that spell again, Cohen would just have to counter with his own Dementor-style Patronus. Then why didn't they attack? Lupin asked cautiously. He couldn't figure out why Cohen was being so upfront. Didn't he realize what being a Dementor implied? Or did he just not care if his secret got out? Dead men don't spill secrets, Lupin thought, already bracing himself for the possibility of Cohen turning hostile. Because I told him you guys are my friends, Cohen said casually. I couldn't just sit there and watch Harry and the others get their souls sucked out and turn into walking husks, could I? What's your goal? Lupin pressed warily. Isn't that my goal? Cohen shot back. Who'd just stand by and let their friends die? Can Dementors even understand friendship? Lupin frowned. Well, I do, Cohen said. And Professor Dumbledore thinks so too, or he'd have kicked me out of Hogwarts ages ago. Dumbledore would let a Dementor enroll. Lupin asked, unease creeping into his voice. Dumbledore would let a werewolf enroll. Cohen fired back without missing a beat. No discriminating against Dementors, or I'll rally the class to start picking on werewolves. How do you know? Lupin trailed off. My parents told me, Cohen said matter-of-factly. I even asked them why we never saw Remus Lupin when we visited. Look, I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. It's just that you started the prejudice thing first. Fine, let's call it even, Cohen wrapped up. I won't tell anyone about the werewolf stuff, and you don't tell anyone I'm a Dementor. If you want more details, go ask Dumbledore later. Right now, I need to go change into my uniform. Lupin agreed. Compared to Cohen's Dementor identity getting out, his own werewolf secret was far riskier. A Dementor's identity was hard to prove. No one's ever heard of one turning human. But a werewolf? One full moon, and the truth would be out. Parents would lose it if they knew. He'd be out of teaching job in no time. No one wants a werewolf teaching their kids. Oh, one more thing, Cohen said, turning back just as he was about to leave. What? Lupin asked. You're really not going to make it up to me with some chocolate? Cohen asked earnestly. I could wave it in front of Harry and the others and brag that mine's the biggest. Are you always like this? Lupin sighed, digging an unopened bar out of his pocket. Faster, bigger, stronger, Cohen said. Kids love showing off. Not long after Cohen returned to the compartment, Lupin came back too. The train pulled into the station, and they piled into the carriages to head to school. The Thestrals, as usual, tried to lick Cohen's face when he got close. Ever since he brought back that lost baby Thestral last year, they'd taken an extra liking to him. At the Hogwarts entrance hall, McGonagall called Harry and Hermione away. Harry for fainting on the train, and Hermione for her time-turner application. Cohen was itching to study the hour reversal charm on that time-turner, wondering if Hermione would let him borrow it. If he applied for one himself, even if McGonagall said yes, the Ministry would never go for it. They'd have to be imperioused by Cohen to hand a time-turner over to a dark magical creature who'd killed over 300 people by age 1. Can't believe this time last year I was in Dad's car, Ron said to Cohen during the sorting ceremony. Feels like it was just yesterday. Can't believe we've been through so much these past 2 years, and none of us got expelled, Cohen replied. Feels like it was just yesterday. After the sorting, Harry and Hermione hurried back into the Great Hall. Dumbledore looked as lively as ever, standing up from his seat, his silver beard glinting in the candlelight. Welcome. Welcome back to another year at Hogwarts. I've got a few things to say, one of them pretty serious, so I'll get it out of the way before you all dig into the feast and your brains turn to mush. Our school's currently hosting some Dementors from Azkaban, sent by the Ministry on official business. You probably already know that, since they searched the Hogwarts Express. Dumbledore wasn't thrilled about it. Cohen could hear a chill in his tone as he explained the Dementors' dangers and urged students not to give them any reason to harm you. Dumbledore glanced toward the Gryffindor table. He's not looking at me, right? Cohen muttered uncertainly. You'd better not go near them, Cohen. Hermione said, thinking he might be reckless enough to try. It's too dangerous. True, Cohen agreed. The real danger might be the Dementors grabbing a few people to feed him, worried he'd go hungry. Let's change to a more pleasant topic, Dumbledore continued. I'm delighted to announce that we have 2 new teachers joining our ranks this term. First, we have Professor Lupin, who has kindly agreed to fill the defense against the dark arts position. The applause was rather sparse, as Lupin certainly didn't look much like a professor. He had an air of poverty about him. But he's got to be more useful than Quirrell and Lockhart, Ron guessed. He gave us chocolate on the train, and that icy feeling like the Dementors sucked all the happiness out of you vanished instantly. Though why that feeling seems so familiar, I can't quite put my finger on it. Because I sucked out of you back in first year, little Ron. Of course, Cohen knew what Ron meant by familiar. Back in their first year, when Cohen first discovered his ability to absorb emotions, he tried it out on Ron as a little experiment. It worked remarkably well, so he compensated Ron with a brand new wizard chess set for Christmas, for which Ron thanked him for weeks. I don't know, but I've definitely never been knocked out cold before, Harry said gloomily. Being strongly affected doesn't mean you're weak or cowardly, Cohen explained. It just means the source of your negative emotions is more terrifying. Other people might have nightmares about failing a test or a spider crawling into their bed, while your nightmares go straight to your parents dying in front of you. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out which one would make your head spin more. Is that so? Harry felt a little comforted. When the Dementor got close, he did hear a woman scream and saw that chilling green light, the very scene of Voldemort killing his parents. As for our second new teacher, Dumbledore announced to the students after the sparse applause died down. I regret to inform you that our Care of Magical Creatures teacher, Professor Kettleburn, retired at the end of last term to enjoy his remaining limbs. However, his replacement is none other than Rubeus Hagrid. He has agreed to take on this teaching role in addition to his duties as groundskeeper. No wonder there's a book on our supply list that bites. Ron thought of the bizarre book they had to buy this year, the Monster Book of Monsters. I remember overhearing an old shop assistant in Flourish and Blots complaining about that book back in first year, Cohen recalled. He cursed the manager, saying, "This thing will become a Hogwarts textbook, and you'll have to order thousands of copies, and the owner will have to handle all of them himself, because by then, all the assistants will have quit." Looks like his curse actually worked. I'm not entirely sure if the point of this book is for us to read its contents or for it to bite our heads off, Hermione said, shaking her head. Hopefully, Hagrid will have a reasonable way of dealing with it. But Hagrid becoming a professor is a good thing, right? I bet he'll bring Norbert in as a teaching aide one of these days, Cohen said, shaking his head. You guys have never seen anything like this. That'll be the day, Ron said pessimistically. However, after the feast, they still happily went to the staff table to congratulate Hagrid, who was so excited he couldn't even speak properly and buried his face in his napkin. Back in their dorm, they all went to bed early. After a long train ride and encountering Dementors, Harry and Ron were completely exhausted. But Cohen couldn't sleep, not because of Lupin or Sirius Black, who was on the run and held a slight misunderstanding and hostility towards Cohen, but because there was a freaking Dementor right outside their dorm window. Bang! Bang! It tapped on the window. Luckily, It had been raining heavily outside, and the sleeping Harry, Ron, and Seamus subconsciously thought it was just the sound of raindrops hitting the window. What the heck? Cohen's soul drifted outside, materializing into the form of a Dementor, and began a mental conversation with its fellow Dementor that had floated outside the dormitory building. Although Dementors all looked the same and didn't currently have names, Cohen could clearly sense that this was the same Dementor he had encountered on the train. Oddly, this Dementor had a soul strength tag under its cloak. "You're hungry? We want to bring you some good food to suck the happiness out of." The Dementor pulled out from its large, black robes a ragged prisoner. This prisoner had a black mark on his arm, the sign of a Death Eater. So that's where the soul strength tag came from. What is this? A care package from Azkaban delivered to Hogwarts? No thanks. You can keep that for yourself. If I get hungry, I'll find something around here. Cohen shoved the unconscious prisoner back under the other Dementor's cloak. "There's a wizard who won't let us in," the Dementor said to Cohen. "There's plenty to eat here, but we'll get hit if we go in." They're going after Dumbledore's students. Of course, Dumbledore's going to lay down the smackdown. The newest novels are first released here. It took Cohen a lot of effort to explain to the Dementor that Cohen won't get hit here. Cohen is other food. Cohen won't really starve himself. And this castle isn't a prison trapping Cohen. He can leave any time. And he sternly warned it not to snatch a student as a gift to feed him. Only after confirming that Cohen was indeed living comfortably here did it drift away and disappear into the rain, returning to the group of Dementors lingering at the very edge of the castle grounds. The next day, the weather finally cleared up a bit. As third years, they had new timetables. Cohen didn't pick many electives. He didn't have much free time anyway, and taking something like Muggle studies seemed like a waste of time. Cohen only added care of magical creatures and divination. One class was because of Hagrid, and the other was because Cohen had inexplicably displayed divination abilities last Christmas. He had indeed seen images of the future in a crystal ball, and they were unusually clear, possibly inherited from the long-horned serpent on the back half of the Chimera. Professor Trelawney might not be very helpful in terms of knowledge, but her uncontrollable yet extremely accurate inner eye was worth studying. At breakfast, they were all exchanging timetables, seeing which classes everyone had chosen. "Hermione, your timetable's all messed up," Ron said, frowning, holding Hermione's schedule. "According to this, you've got like 10 classes a day." Hermione snatched the timetable back, tugging at her collar to cover a thin gold chain around her neck. Read more in Patreon. Ilham 20. "But you have 3 classes at 9 o'clock. Ron said in disbelief. "I know you're brilliant, but even the most brilliant person can't be in 3 classrooms at once. Wait, why are you taking Muggle studies anyway?" "Don't be daft. I can't be in 3 classrooms at the same time," Hermione said curtly. "I chose Muggle studies because seeing things from a wizarding perspective can be really fascinating." "She's got to be mental," Ron muttered, shaking his head. Cohen didn't get a chance to ask Hermione to borrow her time turner because she scarfed down her breakfast and then hurried out of the Great Hall. Ron bet she'd gone to class early. Not long after, Hagrid arrived in the Great Hall, wearing a long moleskin coat and swinging a dead polecat in his hand. "Got my first class this afternoon." Hagrid stopped by the Gryffindor table, beaming at Cohen and the others. "You can come after lunch. I was up at 5 this morning, getting everything ready. Hope it goes all right. I'm a teacher now." Hagrid happily continued towards the staff table, swinging the dead polecat so hard it looked like a fan. "What do you reckon Hagrid's going to have for us in the first lesson?" Ron said worriedly. "Hope it's not some dangerous creature." Harry thought back to the chimera he'd seen in Cohen's trunk over the summer, especially one that looked like a mix of different giant beasts. "That lion's always been a bit dopey," Cohen explained to Harry. "It mostly just wants to play with you. At least the goat can always keep it in line." "What lion and goat?" Ron asked curiously. "Cohen, what have you got now?" "A chimera," Cohen said. "If you want to see it, I can take you to the trunk after class this afternoon. I also need to explain the unicorn situation in the forest to Hagrid. He doesn't seem to realize I'm the one who took them. Or maybe the excitement of becoming a professor had made Hagrid forget." Cohen had expected Hagrid to ask him at the start of term why he'd taken all the unicorns from the Forbidden Forest. A chimera? Ron's eyes widened. Keep it down, Cohen hissed. If I end up in Azkaban because of you blabbing, I'm definitely dragging you down with me. Hagrid will be thrilled when he sees it, Harry said. He loves those dangerous animals, but I hope he doesn't ask to borrow your chimera for a teaching aid. After leaving the Great Hall, they needed to hurry to their divination class. Trelawney's classroom was in the North Tower. Harry and Ron had never been there before, and Cohen had only been once last year, so they still weren't very familiar with most of the way. Thanks to Cohen's presence, they didn't encounter any helpful ghost along the way. After climbing many floors following a crazy little knight named Sir Cadogan, they finally reached the floor below the divination classroom and climbed a self-propelled silver ladder up to the attic-like room. It was crammed with grubby little tables, chintz armchairs, and poofy little ottomans. The whole room was filled with a dim, reddish light. Looks pretty superstitious, Cohen remarked, clicking his tongue. Most of the students had already arrived. They sat down at a round table where Hermione was already seated. She was still quite interested in this subject at the moment. "Welcome," Professor Trelawney said from the shadows in a soft, misty voice. "So good to see you at last in the physical world." The physical world? Hermione frowned. "Welcome to divination," Professor Trelawney said, sitting by the fire. The smoke enveloped her, making her look quite like one of those witches from the deep woods. "I am Professor Trelawney. You may not have seen me before. I find that descending too often into the hustle and bustle of the main school grounds muddies my inner eye." Then she gracefully adjusted her shawl. "So, you have chosen to study divination, the most difficult of all magical arts. I must warn you beforehand that if you do not possess the sight, there is nothing I can do to help you. Books can take you only so far in this field. Meaning this class is mostly about natural talent," Cohen said to a bewildered Hermione. "If a class only relied on talent and couldn't be learned, it wouldn't be a class." Hermione whispered to Cohen. "Many witches and wizards, though perfectly competent in the ordinary sorts of magic, have no gift whatsoever when it comes to seeing into the veiled mysteries of the future." After Trelawney gave a long spiel about the course, she began to make predictions for almost every student in the class. Things like Neville's grandmother will have an accident, Parvati, beware of a red-haired man, I myself will lose my voice around February, around Easter, one of our number will leave us forever, Lavender's worst fears will happen on the 16th of October, and you. Trelawney leaned in close to Cohen, her enormous, glittering eyes behind her thick lenses, and said to him sadly and pessimistically, "Sorrow and regret hover around your head. I see something you desire slipping through your fingers." "Like what?" Cohen asked. "Ah, the future is not spoken of lightly." Trelawney floated away, pacing like a ghost. "Ah, the future is not spoken of lightly." Hermione mimicked Trelawney's voice in a low tone to Cohen. "I think she's just putting it on, Cohen. Don't believe her. The newest and fastest updates are on. Website address removed as per policy." "Indeed," Cohen said. Trelawney only made accurate predictions when she seemed to be possessed. Cohen certainly wouldn't believe her pronouncements in her normal state. He'd rather just try the crystal ball himself than believe that. Cohen shifted his attention to the crystal ball on their table, which was covered by a square of cloth. While Trelawney was busy giving terrifying predictions to the other students, Cohen began to idly touch the crystal ball. He'd occasionally tried it at home before, but had never been able to get the prophetic scenes to reappear inside. But this time was different. Cohen just touched it, and the mist inside the crystal ball began to spin rapidly, as if a large hand were stirring it from within. Finally, the mist was pushed to the edges, and a dark, somewhat eerie scene appeared in the center of the crystal ball. A filthy, disheveled, and emaciated person was being held down in a chair by Dementors. One of them removed its hood, revealing the Dementor's mouth beneath. Sirius had his soul sucked out by Dementors? This was the future. He was planning to save him. Things shouldn't have turned out like this. Cohen carefully made out the surrounding scene. The Ravenclaw table in the background, numerous blurry portraits on the walls. It looked like the headmaster's office, but Dumbledore wasn't there. A few feet away from Sirius and the Dementors was a plump man. Was that Fudge? Cohen? What are you looking at? Harry turned his head and noticed Cohen staring intently at the inside of the crystal ball. The future. Cohen looked up. Wait, can't you see what's in the ball? What? Harry leaned closer and peered into the crystal ball, which was full of mist. He couldn't see anything. All I see is a big cloud of fog. Cohen, don't let her rub off on you. Hermione said to Cohen with a touch of exasperation. Can't the others see it? Cohen thought his prophecies would be like the one from the Horned Serpent, because anyone could see the future in the jewel on its head, though the number and frequency of glimpses into the future would vary. That's not right. Cohen suddenly had a feeling. He grabbed Harry and Hermione's hands. Now, to Harry and Hermione's astonishment, after Cohen suddenly grabbed their hands, the crystal ball did indeed change. The mist was pushed to the edges, and a dark image appeared in the center. This is Hermione's eyes widened. Is it a prophecy? Harry asked, watching the Dementor inside, his heart pounding in his chest. What did you guys see? Ron asked, as he was sitting further away, and Cohen only had 2 hands, so he couldn't see the image in the crystal ball. What's going on, children? Trelawney noticed the commotion and saw the 3 of them staring at the crystal ball with horrified expressions, so she quickly came over. Oh, the prophecy of the crystal ball. I see a woman in great pain. A woman. Cohen released Harry and Hermione's hands. A terrible future. Child, your inner eye is far more sensitive than others. Trelawney said, taking Cohen's hand with pity, as if comforting an injured person. Those with a clear inner eye always have a tragic destiny. I actually feel fine. Cohen pulled his hand back. Trelawney's incorrect guess made Hermione completely distrust the professor, but Cohen's situation made her and Harry very curious. They had just seen the future in the crystal ball because of Cohen, which wasn't a common occurrence even in the wizarding world. I'll tell you later after class, Cohen whispered, because the system had just given him a new notification. Ding! Special ability unlocked. Revelation, 8 out of 10. The ability to make prophecies and also to allow people in physical contact with him to see them. No wonder the system didn't react when he made a prophecy last time. This book is first published on 101kin.com, providing you with error-free chapters and a reading experience without disorder chapters. But the prophecy ability he discovered last year wasn't anything new. Cohen was more curious about why Fudge would be in Dumbledore's office with a Dementor killing Sirius. Dumbledore, Cohen, Harry, Lupin. Surely at least one of them would step in and help? It wasn't clear if the future could be changed, but regardless, Cohen planned to give those Dementors a heads up first. Even if Cohen wasn't involved, the plot shouldn't play out like this. For the rest of the class, Trelawney asked them to read tea leaves, Harry got a Grim, and Cohen got a Dementor, though it looked more like a mountain with a ball on top. Trelawney interpreted the shape in Harry's tea leaves as the Grim, and Cohen's as a fallen sun, both of which were bad omens, especially the Grim, which except for Harry, Hermione, and Cohen, made almost everyone think Harry would die soon. I think the tea leaves just have really bad resolution, Cohen commented on the topic of tea leaf reading after class. My tea leaves felt more like a Dementor anyway. We did see a big black dog, though, didn't we? Harry said suddenly. Cohen, remember? When I left the Dursleys, there was a black dog barking at us. Ron stopped dead in his tracks, looking terrified. What's wrong, Ron? Hermione asked, looking at him strangely. Hermione, if Harry saw the Grim, that's bad news. Ron said fearfully. My Uncle Bilious saw one, and he died 24 hours later. I saw it too, Cohen said, patting Ron on the shoulder. But my tea leaves weren't the same as Harry's, so this Grim thing is just superstition. I think Cohen's right, Hermione nodded. Besides, Professor Trelawney was clearly faking it the whole time. She didn't even guess what we saw in the crystal ball correctly. Yeah, you guys haven't even said what you saw in the crystal ball during class, Ron said. Aren't we not supposed to start crystal ball gazing yet? And why could you both see it, but I couldn't? Because I only have 2 hands, Ron, Cohen said. I can't exactly hook you with my foot under the table, can I? That'd be a bit much. I saw a Dementor in the crystal ball. Is that what you guys saw too? Harry asked Hermione and Cohen. Not just a Dementor. There were two living people too, Hermione said. One looked like a vagrant, and the other was wearing wizard robes and was kind of chubby. It was Sirius Black and the Minister of Magic, Fudge, Cohen said. They were in Dumbledore's office, and the Dementor had its hood off, about to suck Sirius Black's soul. The newest novels are first released here. Isn't that a good thing? Ron said. I mean, if this magical stuff is a prophecy, then it means Sirius will get caught in the future and then, get what's coming to him. Is a good thing, but the scene was still really creepy. Hermione shivered. Harry had a strange feeling. He should be happy, but he felt a little uneasy. If Professor Trelawney is right and divination is mostly about talent, Hermione said, thinking Harry was still worried about the Grim, then Cohen would actually be a better divination professor than her, because Cohen made a real prophecy with magic involved, while she's just a flaky fraud. So, Professor Norton, when are you going to let me see the future too? Ron asked Cohen eagerly. I want to see if I become head boy. You think I'm a horned serpent now? Cohen replied casually. This kind of thing just happens every now and then, like seeing the future in a crystal ball. I can't really control it. The last time it happened was last Christmas when I saw a thief stealing something in the crystal ball. Cohen's casualness was because he had just noticed another strange phenomenon with Harry. A trace of emotion had just appeared on Harry that didn't belong to Harry or the Voldemort fragment. An emotion of sadness, like it came from Lily. Why would Lily's emotions appear on Harry now? What exactly was it about the sacrificial protection spell Harry's mother used that protected Harry's soul? Read more in Patreon. Ilham 20. A sliver of Lily's soul was hidden within Harry. So could she really continue down the path of death? An incomplete soul couldn't leave this world, but Cohen definitely hadn't seen a third soul in Harry. It was possible that the sacrificial protection spell sacrificed Lily's soul, or perhaps it was as Dumbledore said, those who love us never truly leave us. They live on in us. But some questions just couldn't be figured out all at once, and Cohen had more important things to do right now, like stopping Fudge from catching Sirius Black, for no other reason than simply disliking Fudge. Spits on the ground, pure malice.jpg. Cohen originally had 3 plans. Plan A was to catch Peter Pettigrew, hand him over to the Ministry of Magic, and clear Sirius's name. Plan B was to just off Peter Pettigrew, but that would mean Sirius would have to continue being a fugitive for a really long time. Plan C was to keep Peter Pettigrew to help resurrect Voldemort. Plan C didn't quite align with Cohen and Voldemort's long-term partnership policy. The resurrection of Voldemort could only be done by Cohen, and Cohen had already found a suitable body for Voldemort. Those 2 flesh puppets controlled by Cohen were a very high-quality choice. Letting Peter Pettigrew resurrect Voldemort would be a bit too uncontrollable. Plan B was a bit too silly. Sirius's ending would be exactly the same as in the original story, and Cohen wouldn't feel very involved. So, that left Plan A. Capturing Peter Pettigrew alive wasn't exactly easy, but it wasn't impossible either. That cowardly rat could easily scurry away when he realized Cohen was trying to catch him. Hogwarts had way too many mouse holes. On the other hand, a closed room with only one exit, like the Shrieking Shack, will be much more suitable for cornering a rat. During the second period of Transfiguration in the morning, Professor McGonagall noticed the worried looks on most of the students' faces. To get them to put aside their fear of the terrible future and focus on the lesson, Professor McGonagall shared some of her views on divination, the least precise branch of magic. Hermione strongly agreed with this. Harry and Ron, thanks to Cohen, hadn't really believed Trelawney's words either. However, the other students who had chosen divination still firmly believed in Harry's ominous fate and Professor Trelawney's dramatic predictions. After Transfiguration ended and they had lunch, they went outside the castle, down the grassy slope, toward Hagrid's hut by the Forbidden Forest. The Slytherin students who share their class were also there, although Draco Malfoy had been much more subdued these past few years. He usually didn't dare to cause any trouble when Cohen was around, as if he thought Cohen would suck out his soul if he so much as twitched. Malfoy looks really awkward. Ron glanced over at the Slytherin side. It's like he wants to make some snarky comment to Hagrid, but he's also scared of something. It'll be good if he just doesn't cause trouble, Hermione said. Maybe he's afraid Hagrid will take points from him. Hagrid was standing by the door of his hut, waiting for the students. Come on now. Hurry up, Hagrid called out as the students approached. Got something really good to show you today. This is going to be a brilliant lesson. Everyone here? Right then, follow me. Hagrid led the confused students on a short walk around the edge of the Forbidden Forest to a small, fenced-in paddock. Hagrid gathered the students by the fence and told them to open their books. Our hands will get bitten off. Lavender Brown exclaimed. This class can't be this dangerous. Professor, how are we supposed to open our books? Hermione asked Hagrid, tried to sound objective. The Monster Book of Monsters was struggling menacingly, even tied up with ropes or belts trying to bite their hands. Oh, Hagrid looked a bit disappointed. None of you could open your books. Didn't even try. / left bracket note to reader. Please remember our website address 101kin.com. The people who tried are all in St. Mungo's. Malfoy finally couldn't help himself. This school must be going to pot. Letting someone like this be a professor, murdering students. I wasn't trying to murder ya. Hagrid waved his hands. I was just. Shut your mouth, Malfoy. Harry hissed at Malfoy. Just stroke the spine of the book, Cohen said, holding up his own copy, which he'd bought back in first year. It was already dead. That's right, that's right. Hagrid looked at Cohen as if he were a savior. See, Cohen found the right way straight away. You can all do it like him. After solving the book problem, Hagrid led a dozen strange creatures out of the paddock. They had the bodies of horses and the wings and heads of eagles. Hermione and Ron gasped. Harry, having seen Cohen's chimera, accepted these composite creatures much more quickly. Hippogriffs. Hagrid happily introduced them. Aren't they magnificent? For most of the young wizards, it was actually quite difficult to appreciate the gradual change in color of the bird feathers and the shiny horse fur when faced with a half-bird, half-horse monster. Right then, Hagrid rubbed his hands together and undid the chain that was tied around one of the hippogriffs. If you want to get a bit closer, hang on a minute, Buckbeak. The newest and fastest updates are on / left bracket website, address removed as per policy. Before Hagrid could finish speaking, a gray hippogriff screeched and charged towards the fence where Cohen and the others were standing. Yeah! The students screamed at the sudden attack and began to run away as fast as they could, but they didn't go too far because they really wanted to hide behind a tree and see what would happen next. Harry and the others also instinctively took several steps back, because Buckbeak was charging directly towards where they were standing, and the wooden fence in front of them clearly wouldn't stop this giant beast. Cohen didn't retreat. Buckbeak's young soul, with only 18 points, couldn't hurt him at all. What he wanted to know more was why Buckbeak would pounce on him and attack him the moment he saw him. Go on, go on. Hagrid frantically stepped in front of Cohen. Buckbeak had already raised its 2 front legs, ready to slash at Cohen, but because of Hagrid's obstruction, it retracted its claws and backed away warily. The other hippogriffs also watched Cohen's position with wary looks. Don't be frightened. Hagrid turned his head, trying to call the students back. They might have just smelled something that made him uneasy. Hang on a sec. I'll sort this out. Cohen, get back here. Hermione, seeing Cohen still leaning against the fence, quickly went over and pulled him back. Looks like Hagrid totally blew it on his first lesson, Ron said with a shiver. They're terrifying, and that screech. At least the other students haven't bolted yet. Harry sighed, looking back at the students who were peeking out from behind nearby tree trunks. Hagrid struggled to calm Buckbeak down. After feeding him a large fish from the lake, Buckbeak finally stopped trying to attack Cohen. Oh, what do I do now? Hagrid seemed a bit flustered because none of the students dared to approach the enclosure, even though Hagrid insisted they wouldn't do anything drastic. Maybe explain the creature's habits? Hermione whispered to Hagrid. In a safe way, with no other options, Hagrid had to give up on the idea of letting the students touch the creatures themselves. The rest of the lesson was conducted safely, though Hagrid's lecturing skills were nowhere near as good as his hands-on abilities. At least no one got hurt. Hermione said to Hagrid reassuringly after the Care of Magical Creatures class ended. Cohen and the others stayed behind for a bit because Cohen needed to talk to Hagrid about the unicorns. They're a bit dangerous, though, if we were to, touch them. Ron said, only those who have earned the hippogriff's respect can approach and touch them, Hagrid said, shaking his head. They wouldn't suddenly attack you while you're petting them. But yeah, today was a bit strange. They seemed to smell something dangerous. Maybe it's because I was handling some other dangerous animals a few days ago. Cohen suggested. They know Norbert's scent, and they never got mad at me when I had Norbert. Hagrid said, it's not Norbert, Cohen explained. I brought a few other animals into my case, too. Other animals? Hagrid's previously low spirits were suddenly lifted by Cohen. What, all right? Hagrid slapped his forehead. Almost forgot something. I've got a question for you. I've been so swamped getting ready for classes these past few days. The centaurs said you took the unicorns away? Yeah, they insisted on following me and Allie, Cohen said. So, the centaurs want them back? Not really, Hagrid said. The centaurs seemed pretty calm about it. They think you taking the unicorns away fits with the astrological omens. I'm just a bit worried if you can handle them all. I remember a few unicorns were close to giving birth last year. They've already been born. That's actually why I came to see you. What kind of feed do baby unicorns eat? They haven't seemed to have much of an appetite lately, Cohen said. Some alfalfa and clover, Hagrid said knowledgeably. I've got some seeds here. Hold on, let me find them. Hagrid found 2 large bags of seeds for Cohen. With the magic that helps unicorn plants mature quickly, the grass would grow in no time. So, what are those other animals? Hagrid asked eagerly after they finished talking about the unicorns. Oh, Hagrid, you're going to love this, Ron chuckled. There's a basilisk. A basilisk, Hagrid exclaimed in surprise. I thought you guys killed it last year. That was the official story. They're actually all in my case, behaving themselves, Cohen said. Besides the basilisk, I think there's another creature you'd be really interested in seeing. A sphinx, Hagrid asked hopefully. I've always wanted to try breeding one with a fire crab. No funny business with breeding my animals, Cohen warned in advance. I was just thinking of cheering you up by introducing them. I got a chimera in my case. A chimera, Hagrid roared with delight. Please, please don't bring it to class. Hermione said worriedly. Don't be daft, Hermione. Hagrid waved his large hand dismissively. Hermione thought Hagrid had finally realized the danger and illegality of a chimera. Anyone with half a brain wouldn't want to study gnarls and pass up a chimera. Once I get things sorted, I'll bring it to class for you all. It'll be perfectly safe, I promise, Hagrid assured them. But Hagrid's grand plan was doomed to fail. Cohen wouldn't lend the chimera to Hagrid for class. First, none of its heads liked being around a lot of wizards. Second, the lion's head was a bit too enthusiastic, and the students might just end up with their heads licked off, literally licked off, or at the very least covered in bloody scratches from its barbed tongue. Cohen went back to Hagrid's hut in the late afternoon with his case and introduced Hagrid to the Thestral and the Chimera, which made Hagrid very happy. Doesn't this Chimera have a name? Hagrid asked Cohen with some regret. The newest novels are first released here. We don't need names, the goat head said. It's enough to be called by our species. It's so beautiful. Hagrid stroked the lion's head, tears welling up in his eyes, though Cohen suspected it was because the lion had bitten his left hand. I've never seen a live chimera before, Hagrid said to Cohen, deeply moved after they left the case. Where did you get it? I've always wanted to get my hands on a chimera egg, but I've never had the chance. Chimeras reproduced asexually. Hagrid had been begging Cohen for an egg ever since they left the case, but Cohen refused. By the time Hagrid reluctantly let Cohen and his case go, it was almost evening. The Dementors were floating around the edge of the school grounds, none of them entering the school's boundaries. Cohen had to go a long way around the edge of the forbidden forest to reach where the Dementors were. Hungry, a Dementor spotted Cohen and eagerly floated over. Not hungry right now, but I need your help with something, Cohen told it. Tell the other Dementors that if they catch that escaped prisoner, they absolutely must not eat him. Save him for me. They were naturally happy to give the little cub what he wanted, especially a little cub like Cohen with an empty stomach. After Cohen made his request, it started floating around to spread the word to the other Dementors, but Cohen's previous reminder hadn't worked at all. Another Dementor still dragged a fresh, living person over and dropped him in front of Cohen. Help! Help me! It looked like an innocent passerby from nearby Hogsmeade. Are you a Hogwarts student? Please, save me. After rescuing the guy from the Dementor's clutches, the emotionally intact man fled in a panic. He'd probably go brag in the Three Broomsticks about how he'd just escaped Dementors unscathed. But Cohen wasn't worried at all, because no one would believe he could escape Dementors without a Patronus charm and without being affected. After delivering the message, Cohen also planned to return to Hogwarts Castle the way he came. Dementors were generally quite obedient. They only messed up the delivery to Cohen because he hadn't given clear instructions, especially after Cohen had that last Dementor inform the entire group to leave Sirius Black Soul alone. So, would the future he saw change because of this action? Back in the castle, after dinner, Cohen fiddled with the prophecy crystal ball Martha had given him last year in the common room for a while. It's just that his prophecy ability seemed to be on cooldown again. The crystal ball remained cloudy, not revealing the next future. Scabbers! Ron suddenly exclaimed while playing chess with Harry, because his old rat Scabbers was being chased by Crookshanks again. The little rat scurried quickly up Ron's leg and hid in Ron's pocket, afraid to come out. Everyone in the common room turned to look at Ron. Crookshanks! Hermione chased Crookshanks all the way out of the girls' dormitory and ran right into an angry Ron. Control your stupid cat, Ron said angrily, reaching out to swing his bag next to his chair at the approaching Crookshanks. Didn't you say you'd keep him locked up? Don't hurt him, but he can't stay in the small dormitory room all the time. It's too depressing. Hermione exclaimed. I remember Scabbers used to be kept in a cage, wasn't he? Because he was sick. Ron yelled. He needs more fresh air. Get your stupid cat away from him. Hermione silently took Crookshanks back to the dormitory. When will that cat ever calm down? Ron said resentfully to Harry, while comforting Scabbers in his pocket. Looks like Ron was still in that phase where a rat was more important than a girlfriend. / left bracket, ding, exclamation point. The good side quest has progressed. / left bracket, good side quest, 3/7. / left bracket 3. Prevent Tom Riddle's servant from gaining freedom. / left bracket reward. 1,000 Goodwill points, Animagus form imitator. Choose one bloodline as the source. / left bracket, ding, exclamation point. The evil side quest has progressed. / left bracket, evil side quest, 3/7. / left bracket 3. Provide the necessary materials for Tom Riddle's resurrection. / left bracket reward. 1,000 evil points, Animagus form imitator. Choose one bloodline as the source. 2 identical rewards? Then I'll take 2. Did the medicine you bought from the shop work? Cohen suddenly asked Ron. Maybe, Ron said, frowning. But it could also be because of that crazy cat. Scabbers is still listless. Should I help you check other shops for medicine to treat pet depression? Cohen said, I've raised quite a few magical creatures these past 2 years, and the Earl often goes to various shops to buy medicine and things like that. That would be great, but could you maybe pick something cheap? Ron said hesitantly. I can't afford. I mean, what you feed the Earl is owl pellets that cost a galleon a bag. It's on me. Scabbers has been with you for so long. He deserves better medicine, Cohen said with apparent affection. Scabbers poked his head out of Ron's pocket, looking like he was touched by Cohen's words. Cohen's lips curled into a smirk. Medicine for treatment? Not sending rat poison would already be considered nice. The excuse about buying medicine was just a cover. Cohen wanted to get some medicine that he could track Scabbers with a marking charm in case Scabbers ran away later and he lost his target, causing his plan to fail. With a tracking method, Cohen could ensure that the task of preventing Voldemort's servant from gaining freedom would be perfectly completed. No matter where Peter fled, as long as Cohen knew his location, he could always find him. But the evil side quest was a bit of a headache. Voldemort had gone into hiding, and Cohen didn't know when he would return. But he definitely would, because Cohen had promised him before that he would help him resurrect. It's just that Cohen didn't want to drag things out for too long. On Wednesday afternoon, Cohen had no classes, so he stayed in the room of requirement. A tracking potion. The Earl regarded what Cohen was researching with a hint of suspicion. Sounds like something you just made up. Muggles have trackers, so why wouldn't wizards? Cohen continued to rummage through the large pile of books in front of him, refusing to believe it. There must be a way to mark a person's location on a map. Someone's done it before. I just need to change the application. The book Cohen was currently reading was called The Magic of Names. It felt like James and his friends must have used this book as a reference when they made the Marauders map decades ago. If he wanted to accurately track Peter Pettigrew, he just needed to enlarge the map and focus the marking magic on Peter alone. The size of the map was also a problem. Too large, and it would be hard to pinpoint a specific location. Too small, and he couldn't monitor all the places Peter might go. Using a potion or spell to trap this kind of magic within Peter was a more reasonable method. This would reduce many complicated magical procedures and make it easier to monitor Peter's location. Asked the goat head, the Earl tilted his head and asked, "Isn't the middle head of that chimera you raised quite clever? It knows potions?" Cohen was a little doubtful of this possibility. The newest and fastest updates are on / left bracket website, address removed as per policy. As it turned out, the black goat indeed possessed a wealth of knowledge. Try the juice of mooncalf, vine, and whisper nettle, the black goat suggested to Cohen. 3 drops of juice and half a spoonful of dried whisper nettle powder, added to a raven's left eye. You really know this stuff? Cohen's eyes widened. Living for a long time naturally gives you more knowledge, the black goat explained to Cohen kindly. Roar. The lion roared gloomily. Because the Earl had flown up to the rafters on the roof, out of its reach, and it had just breathed a small puff of fire before being double-teamed by the goat and Cohen. First, add 3 drops of mooncalf vine juice and a spoonful of powdered moonstone to a pot of clear water, stirring counterclockwise until the potion has a thick, paste-like consistency. The black goat told Cohen the steps one by one. Add half a spoonful of dried whisper nettle powder, then stir clockwise 7 times. Place a raven's left eye in a mixture and wait until the eyeball dissolves. After dozens of steps, the black goat finished the last one. Cohen had all these materials. Most of them were commonly used in potions class, and some were the black goat's fur and powdered scales of a longhorn dragon. After the raven's eye dissolved, the entire potion turned into a bright blue, viscous liquid that looked poisonous. You can choose whether or not to add half a spoonful of flobberworm mucus, the black goat added as Cohen prepared to pour the potion. It's optional. Is adding that to make Peter Pettigrew sick? Cohen asked curiously. Not adding it is against the law, the black goat said. Many wizarding potions require it. It can mark illegal users. Then let's not add it. Cohen sealed the bottle. He was the illegal user himself. After potions class on Thursday morning, Cohen tossed the wrapped tracking potion to Ron. I had Earl go to Diagon Alley to buy it. The shopkeeper said this flavor is better for rats, Cohen said. They were hurrying to their next class, which was their first offense against the dark arts lesson of the term. Thanks a million, Ron said gratefully. How much do I owe you? Ron was about to ask the price, but then he remembered Cohen's spending habits and changed his mind. Or you could just tell me how many years of allowance I'd have to save up to afford it. Cohen recalled the production process, the value of the chimera ingredients, and the special guidance from the black goat head. Your monthly allowance in the summer is 5 sickles, so that's only 10 sickles a year. That means forever and ever and ever and ever. You don't need to say any more, Ron said sadly. Hey, did you guys hear? Seamus Finnegan asked, waving a newspaper as he approached Cohen and the others. Sirius Black has been sighted. Where? Harry asked curiously. Not too far from here, in a Muggle village. Of course, the Muggle just thought he was a regular criminal, so they called the hotline. By the time the Ministry people got there, he was long gone, Seamus said. The Daily Prophet works fast, too. Something that happened yesterday evening is already in this morning's paper. Gotta get the scoop, Cohen said. Not too far from here, Ron said meaningfully, looking at Harry. They had discussed it on the train. Sirius Black was coming to kill Harry. When they arrived at the defense against the dark arts classroom, they found that Lupin wasn't there, so they just took out their textbooks and quills, chatting about the escaped prisoner and lunch. Good afternoon, Lupin said as he returned to the classroom close to when the lesson was about to start. Please put your textbooks away. Today's lesson will be a practical one, and you'll only need your wands. A practical lesson? Ron still had vivid memories of the Pixies from the previous year. If Lockhart were still the professor, would he bring in a Dementor as a teaching aid? Cohen was imagining a funny scene. No, wait, that would just mean the Dementor would eagerly help Cohen pop the tops off the whole class's soda. Lupin led them down the corridor. They passed Peeves, who zoomed by, but once Peeves noticed Cohen in the group, he grumbled and wandered off. They made their way to the door of the staff room, a long room filled with old chairs, which gave the impression that most professors didn't linger there for long. All right, come this way a bit, and form a line, Lupin instructed, gesturing towards the back of the room where there was an old wardrobe, usually used for storing robes. But robes wouldn't be shaking and banging inside a wardrobe. Ah, Parvati cried out in fright. No need to worry, Lupin said. There's a boggart inside. And what? Harry asked Cohen, who was standing in front of him in line, looking confused. It's a shapeshifter that can turn into whatever it thinks will scare us the most, Cohen whispered back to Harry. But I wouldn't keep one of those in my case. Norbert and the others would tear it to pieces and eat it. Ugh. Harry felt a bit queasy at the gory thought. I'm actually kind of curious about what I'm afraid of. Cohen said, what am I afraid of? A Patronus? A boggart turning into various patron uses would be too much to handle. And considering I can block mental probes, it's quite possible the boggart would do that. Because the majority of Cohen's ingredients list is Dementor, and many magical creatures can tell. If that happens, Hermione and the others will quickly figure out that I'm a Dementor. Cohen wasn't sure if they would accept that. After all, basilisks and chimeras are animals with forms, while Dementors are pure negative emotion. No one likes Dementors, except for people with weird kinks who are even into the Black Cloaks. Cohen decided to leave a small opening in his mental defenses for the boggart to peek through, so it could successfully transform. There must be something else I'm afraid of. A Patronus would at most just bump into me. It wouldn't reach the level of fear. Soon, the practical part of the lesson had begun. Neville was up first. He became the first brave soul to face the boggart. Laughter is what finishes a boggart, Lupin said. If Neville succeeds, the boggart will then move on to each of us in turn. I want you all to think now of what scares you most, and picture how you might make it look ridiculous. After counting down from 3, Lupin opened the wardrobe door. Unsurprisingly, the boggart first transformed into Professor Snape. Ridiculous, Neville squeaked. Snap! Snape was suddenly wearing a lacy dress and a huge hat topped with a stuffed vulture. Few people could see that scene without bursting into laughter. It was like suddenly seeing your usually stern, bald head teacher wearing a frilly pink dress. Parvati, you're up, Lupin called out. Parvati's fear was a bloodstained mummy. The newest novels are first released here. Ridiculous. The mummy completely fell apart. Seamus. Next was a terrifying banshee. After Ron's spider started skidding around on the floor, it was Cohen's turn. Lupin was also curious about what Cohen would fear. He kept a close eye on the boggart's form. The enormous spider collapsed on the floor, its many black eyes fixed on Cohen, as if trying to find fear within him. Its body was gradually becoming translucent and white. It was clear that, just as Cohen had expected, it wanted to transform into a Patronus to scare away the Dementor in front of it. Cohen left a small opening in his thoughts, allowing the boggart with its strong survival instinct to find something more terrifying for Cohen. But as the boggart glimpsed what Cohen feared, Cohen also saw the image it locked onto. This wasn't something suitable to show in this classroom, nor was it something Lupin should see, because Lupin would definitely tell Dumbledore. So, Cohen switched the fear he was revealing to the boggart to anxiety. causing the Boggart to transform into something else. Snap! It turned into a Dementor, but not just any Dementor. It was holding someone in its grasp. It was Harry. Care for a bite? The Boggart even mimicked the Dementor's mental communication. "You're a real genius," Cohen replied, his lips twitching. "Me?" Harry asked in surprise, looking at the unconscious version of himself held by the Dementor. This is what Cohen's afraid of. Harry felt a little touched. Lupin looked at Cohen with a complicated expression. It seemed he had to completely revise his first impression of Cohen. Cohen really cared about his friends, which reminded Lupin of his own friends. And Cohen himself was indeed anxious about this, worried that the Dementors might find some important people while looking for his packed lunches, like Harry, which would definitely bring an angry Dumbledore down on his head. But that was just Cohen's exposed anxiety for the Boggart. During the Boggart's probing of Cohen's thoughts, Cohen saw the scene he truly feared, or rather, didn't want to face. It was Edward and Rose, the disheveled foster father with messy light blonde hair and the meticulously dressed foster mother with long brown hair. They held their wands up, their gazes towards Cohen filled with disgust and hatred, as if the person in front of them wasn't Cohen, but some monster wearing his son's skin, the one who had killed their son. Cohen saw them angrily shouting, "You're not Cohen!" and "Give us back our son!" as they cast the Patronus charm used to repel Dementors at Cohen. He wasn't afraid of those things. He just didn't want to lose the only human affection he'd received in 2 lifetimes. Of course, this scene couldn't be revealed to Lupin. If Dumbledore found out, he would likely guess that Cohen's inner self wasn't Cohen, and Cohen didn't want his weakness exposed. Ridiculous! Cohen flicked his wand, and the Dementor grabbing Harry transformed with a snap into Harry forcefully kissing the Dementor. Harry forcefully pinned the Dementor down, took off his glasses, and leaned in to kiss the hood as if trying to suck out the Dementor's non-existent soul. This bizarre scene made the whole class burst into laughter, except for Harry. "You son of a bleep." Harry almost lunged at Cohen to punch him. The feeling of being understood he had just been building up vanished in an instant. "Look at you go," Cohen said, stifling a laugh and backing away. Unfortunately, Harry didn't get a chance to try it himself. The moment he stepped forward, Lupin quickly ended the practice session. After class, everyone was discussing their Boggarts. "I feel like he's a lot better than Professor Von Braun," Ron said excitedly. "I mean, Professor Von Braun wouldn't even give us practical lessons. But practical lessons are the most fun, aren't they?" "He seems like a good teacher," Hermione agreed. "But I wish I'd had a chance to face that Boggart." "You wouldn't have liked a whole stack of 0-mark exams with Hermione Granger written on them," Cohen said. "Well, that's still better than Harry rapes a Dementor." Harry was full of resentment towards Cohen's transformation. "But I really don't understand why Professor Lupin wouldn't let me face it. Does he think I'll faint again because of fear?" Lupin's classes quickly gained the approval of most students. After all, the most normal defense against the dark arts course they'd had in the past 2 years was Professor Von Braun's pure theory class. And now, Lupin's defense against the dark arts course, which was mostly practical, was clearly more suited to the restless, itchy-fingered, fight-craving mentality of the young wizards. The content of divination class was also becoming increasingly mystical. No one could make any effective predictions based on this riddle-like teaching. So, Cohen gave the trio a tip. Just predict tragic things, and they would get a lot of good marks on their homework. Trelawney loved hearing that stuff. However, Hermione felt like this was just fooling herself. She insisted on diligently analyzing according to the textbook, but whenever she made some more positive predictions, Professor Trelawney would mention that Hermione's inner eye was very dim, negating her predictions. In contrast, Cohen and the others were often praised by Professor Trelawney as having bright inner eyes and being very talented. This infuriated Hermione. "Some classes are just for getting good grades," Cohen said to Hermione earnestly. "It'll look good on your graduation transcript. If a class doesn't have any practical use, then what's the point of offering it?" Hermione said stubbornly, "Is it just to provide a paying job for people who study this meaningless subject? Isn't it?" Cohen raised an eyebrow. Harry and Ron didn't have any objections. Divination had now become the easiest class to breeze through. The three of them would desperately predict each other's gruesome deaths in every class, competing to see whose death was the most original. Scabbers was still being hunted by Crookshanks, but a Partneasel cat certainly couldn't kill an Animagus wizard. Cohen had already given Scabbers the potion, and Scabbers had nowhere to escape within a year, so Cohen wasn't worried about him running away. The frequency of conflict between Ron and Hermione was also increasing. The two of them had started barely talking, especially in October, when their arguments escalated severely. The reason was that Crookshanks had sneaked into the boys' dormitory and, while Ron was sleeping, ambushed Scabbers on the bedside table. Scabbers, frightened, had then burrowed under Ron's covers. That stupid cat again. Ron waved his wand, trying to drive Crookshanks away with crackling red sparks. Cohen, what are you laughing at? The newest and fastest updates are on / left bracket website. Address removed as per policy. Nothing, I just suddenly thought of something funny. Thinking of Ron's future reaction when he found out Scabbers was a bald, fat man, Cohen found it hard to hold back his laughter. Hermione promised she'd lock up that crazy cat. After chasing Crookshanks away, Ron angrily locked the dormitory door. She never listens to anyone's warnings. However, Crookshanks's attack frequency had indeed increased significantly recently. In October alone, the number of overt attacks on Scabbers had reached 20, more than the entire previous month. This indicated that Black seemed to have arrived near the school and had formed a partnership with Crookshanks. Cohen remembered that the book seemed to mention Sirius praising Crookshank for being clever and even helping him catch Peter Pettigrew. Early the next morning, Ron went to confront Hermione aggressively. Given Ron's strong offense, Hermione, who had been enduring it for a while, finally couldn't take it anymore, and they began a full-fledged Cold War. Should we try to make peace? Harry asked Cohen uncertainly after breakfast, because he had a feeling that if he got involved, he would be caught in the crossfire. Arguing can foster feelings. Constant peace is boring, Cohen said. Have you asked Professor McGonagall about going to Hogsmeade yet? This weekend is the first Hogsmeade weekend, you know. No, I was planning to ask her in Transfiguration class later, Harry said worriedly. I hope she agrees. Or find a secret passage, ask Fred and George. I remember there are a few underground passages leading to Hogsmeade. Of course, it's best if you can go out without breaking school rules, Cohen said. Anyway, Harry wouldn't be attacked by his godfather if he went out, so encouraging him to go wasn't dangerous. Of course, the Dementors were still a bit of a threat to him, because the Dementors seemed quite eager to take care of Cohen these days. Naturally, Harry's request to Professor McGonagall about going to Hogsmeade was a no-go. Professor McGonagall turned him down. Now, Harry had to go with Plan B. He got the Marauders map from the Weasley twins as their method for sneaking into Hogsmeade. Cohen admitted that this magical artifact was indeed powerful, but useless to him. That's because it couldn't mark Voldemort in his ghostly state, nor could it mark those Silver Key members who weren't even at Hogwarts and whose names he didn't even know. The weekend arrived quickly. They walked out of the school gates one by one under Filch's watchful eye, lining up to head to Hogsmeade Village, which was very close to the school. As they passed the Dementors guarding outside, the Dementors were all scrambling to squeeze towards Cohen. Professor Flitwick, who was leading the way, had to conjure his Patronus just to keep the Dementors away from the students. Chill out, be quiet, act like I'm a mole planet in the wizarding community. Cohen soothed the Dementors, who were being kept at a distance by the light emanating from the Patronus. Not kidnapped, not kidnapped, not kidnapped, got it. They clearly still couldn't understand the meaning of mole, but after Cohen walked safely for a while, they didn't chase after him too far. That was terrifying, Ron said to Cohen, still shaken. They looked like they were going to pounce and kill us. Dumbledore's wrong. They can tell the difference between truth and lies. I felt like they'd kill anyone they touched. Dementors don't kill people. Hermione, who hadn't spoken until now, couldn't help but correct him. They only suck away people's happiness and soul. All right, we get it. Miss Know-It-All, Ron said impatiently. Hermione huffed, stomping to the front of the line and no longer talking to them. You know that's going to make it harder for us to copy your homework later. Cohen felt it necessary to remind him. I can still finish my homework without her, Ron said angrily, clearly not realizing the seriousness of the problem. Cohen shook his head with extreme distrust. After a bit of a trek, they finally arrived in Hogsmeade. Now that the Dementors weren't hovering overhead, the students all breathed a sigh of relief. Meet back here at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Everyone, please stay within the village limits. If you encounter any danger, come find me immediately. I'll be at the Three Broomsticks the whole time, Professor Flitwick reminded the students loudly. If it's an emergency, you can also send up sparks into any part of the sky you can see. The rest of his words were drowned out as the students began to chatter excitedly and scatter into the village's various interesting shops and attractions. Professor Flitwick shook his head and, with small, quick steps, headed towards the Three Broomsticks. Having a few drinks was always the best way to relax, and he could also catch up with some old friends. Hermione went to Scrivenshaft's quill shop by herself. Ron scoffed at this and dragged Cohen along to Zonko's joke shop. Norton, as they passed a small 2-story building, an elderly voice came from above them. Is that Cohen Norton? Cohen and Ron both looked up. A somewhat familiar old man with a white beard was leaning out of the 2nd-story window, smiling at them with only one hand visible. Updating isn't easy. Remember to share on 101 Novel Reading Network. Professor Kettleburn? Cohen remembered. Who? Ron asked, confused. The previous care of magical creatures professor, Cohen whispered to Ron. I went to see him before when I accidentally got rid of the Earl's feathers. Care to come in for a bit? Kettleburn kindly waved at Cohen. Don't worry, not in my capacity as a professor. I've retired. You go ahead and look around. I'll go see what's up. Cohen wasn't sure what Kettleburn wanted, so he told Ron to go wander around first. What would a retired professor want with him? The door's unlocked, but watch out for Boo Boo, Kettleburn said. I have a blast-ended scrut. Say its name a couple of times, and it won't bite you. This Boo Boo was indeed ferocious. It was much larger than an average hound, and Cohen noticed it still had its tail. This indicated that Kettleburn hadn't gotten a permit at all, because blast-ended scrut owners were legally obligated to have their scrut's peculiar tails painlessly removed when they reached 6 to 8 weeks old. Cohen wasn't exactly in a position to criticize this, as none of the various dangerous creatures he kept had permits either. The only one with a permit was actually himself, because Rose and Edward had gotten Cohen a passport for traveling abroad. The UK doesn't have national ID cards, although he had never traveled through Muggle channels. After Cohen called out Boo Boo twice, the loyal blast-ended scrut let Cohen in, with a mix of fear and trust. Kettleburn kept more than just blast-ended scruts as magical creatures. Cohen saw a room filled with a large number of tropical plants, and a pair of wary eyes were hidden among the leaves. It had faintly visible gray fur and small, raccoon-like paws. It was probably some kind of tropical marmoset. Many other rooms were closed, and Cohen felt that some other animals were also kept inside. This house was also much larger than it appeared from the outside. Arriving on the 2nd floor, the layout was much simpler: bedroom, kitchen, bathroom. However, Kettleburn didn't seem to mind that the bathroom and kitchen were together. The latest and fastest updated novels are first published on 101 Novel Reading Network. I recognize you right away. Hagrid said you were also very fond of magical creatures. Kettleburn said cheerfully. He only had one arm and half a leg. The rest of his limbs had been replaced with wood. Funny, I used to think you were a little rascal who liked to bully pets, especially that day you came with that bald owl. These are prosthetics Dumbledore gave me to help me get around. Kettleburn noticed Cohen's gaze lingering on the artificial limbs. It's a bit of a pity, though. I have to replace them every so often. Wood isn't the best material. Is there something you wanted to see me about? Cohen felt that Professor Kettleburn, after retirement, had become a bit too chatty. Did people become very fond of talking when they got old? Martha was like this, and so was Kettleburn. Oh, that. I wanted to ask you for a favor, Kettleburn said somewhat awkwardly. Boo Boo has been running outside a lot lately. It never used to do this, and I guess it's been cooped up in a house with me for too long and needs to be taken for a walk. Just walking a blasted scrut? That's it. Cohen was a bit skeptical. The neighborhood was full of neighbors. Anyone could be asked to walk a dog. Boo Boo is quite fierce towards other people. My neighbors are probably already being pretty good by not reporting me, Kettleburn said. Boo Boo is already 9 weeks old, but I don't want to remove its tail, even though it's against the law. I originally wanted to ask a student I knew from before, but you were one of the first to pass by my place, and Hagrid also mentioned you to me. Thinking about it, I might not feel entirely comfortable letting other students walk Boo Boo, Professor Kettleburn continued. Do me a favor, and I'll give you some honeydew sweets. The candy was secondary. A dog that had suddenly started acting strangely. Is Boo Boo a boy or a girl? Cohen asked suddenly. Kettleburn looked at Cohen warily. A girl. Why? I think I know why. Cohen clicked his tongue. But Cohen still hadn't said what the reason was. Remember to put the little outfit on Boo Boo, Kettleburn reminded Cohen before he left. Cover its little tail. It was a good thing Sissoko wasn't around. Otherwise, Cohen felt like Sissoko would have asked Cohen to prepare clothes for it too. After all, that snake even asked Cohen for birthday presents. Bringing Boo Boo's doggy clothes downstairs, the swallow-tailed dog smelled its own clothes and happily spun in circles. After Cohen put the clothes on it, Boo Boo jumped onto the living room table and picked up the 2 chicken legs Kettleburn had left there. This was probably Boo Boo's dinner. But it didn't seem to plan on eating them itself. Instead, it held them in its mouth, shook its head at Cohen, urging him to hurry up and take it outside. Cohen looked at the slobber-covered chicken legs and respectfully backed away from Boo Boo. Holding the leash, Cohen left Kettleburn's house with Boo Boo. Students filled with curiosity wandered around everywhere, holding all sorts of interesting items they'd bought from the shops, which made Cohen walking a dog stand out among them. Cohen, did you get a dog? Parvati, who was passing by, asked Cohen curiously. Can I pet it? Well, it's got those chicken legs in its mouth and can't bite, Cohen said. But it's not mine. Professor Kettleburn asked me to walk it. Oh, how adorable. Parvati crouched down and happily petted Boo Boo's head, but Boo Boo clearly thought Parvati was trying to steal its chicken legs and started growling softly while chewing on them. Eat! Parvati yelped and quickly pulled her hand back. Food aggression. You could tell it really likes some stray male black dog out there. Should we get Harry something too? Cohen, why are you walking a dog? Ron, who had just come out of Zonko's joke shop, also noticed Cohen walking the dog. Is that Professor Kettleburn's dog? Gotta walk the dog, Cohen said, holding up the leash. You take care of getting Harry a present. Saying this, Cohen tossed some money to Ron. Are you trying to buy out Zonko's? Ron asked exaggeratedly, his eyes wide as he stared at the few gold galleons. Don't be ridiculous. This bit of money is only enough to get Harry some dung bombs, fizzing whiz-bees, or something like that, Cohen said. Also, buy a nicer quill and go make up with Hermione. Don't let this drag on too long. No way, Ron said firmly. Her cat started it, so she should be the one to come and make up with me. Parvati, who had been listening curiously for a while, sighed, shook her head, and left. Suit yourself, Cohen said, raising an eyebrow. I'm taking Boo Boo to see its sweetheart. See you later. See ya, Ron said, turning in a honeydew sweet shop by himself. The next while was spent wandering all over the village with Boo Boo. The dog was searching everywhere. Its sense of smell was greatly affected because of the chicken legs right next to its nose, but the fact that it could resist eating the meat showed how much it loved that big black dog. Boo Boo finally stopped beside the shrieking shack. There was no entrance here. The only way in was through the secret passage under the Whomping Willow. It went past the shrieking shack and came to a hidden little cave covered by vegetation. It was only about waist high, and even Cohen had to duck a little to get in, let alone a grown adult. The villagers probably just thought it was a dog hole, and there were indeed often dog paw prints in the muddy ground outside. There was a stench in the cave, and Cohen covered his nose. If someone said Sirius Black had died here, Cohen would believe them. It smelled like something had died. Woof woof. Boo Boo, still holding the chicken legs, loud a calling woof woof. All right, I know you're here. A weak and raspy voice came from the depths of the cave, and then a dark figure crawled out from the back. Cohen saw this person who was filthy all over, like a crazy beggar on the street. Sirius Black. He hadn't transformed into his black dog form in this low cave, preferring to move around on the ground. In his own territory, he still wanted to be a person. Sirius took the 2 chicken legs from Boo Boo's mouth and nonchalantly started gnawing on them. Boo Boo happily rolled around and showed its belly to Sirius. "Eat! Who's there?" Sirius looked towards the cave entrance alertly. He had originally thought the light from the entrance was blocked by Boo Boo. He was so stupid. Boo Boo was lying on the ground with its belly up. How could it still be blocking the light from the entrance? Someone had followed Boo Boo in here. In almost a matter of seconds, Black transformed into his large black dog form, dropped the half-eaten chicken legs, and suddenly lunged towards Cohen's location. The attack was swift, and Cohen didn't see it coming. Repello. A spell shot out from the tip of Cohen's wand and hit Sirius squarely. With a dull thud, Sirius crashed into the wall of the cave. He transformed back into human form, groping around for his wand to retaliate. Oof! Sirius's head hit the cave ceiling. Bushy eyebrows. Do you wizards always attack with your bodies instead of your wands? Cohen said. Also, I'm going to tell Harry that you and a dog, oof. Cohen instinctively tried to stand up straight, but also bumped his head on the cave ceiling. The two of them stood in the dim, low cave, holding their heads and looking at each other. Did you have to pick a dog hole for a home? Cohen said irritably. Your stupid didn't hit my head. Blame me. Sirius was angered by this sudden complaint. Do you think I like living in this godforsaken place? Besides, you're the one who bumped your head. The cave didn't hit you. Are you kidding me? Cohen said indignantly. You bloody dog person. I'm going out there and spreading rumors that Sirius Black has fallen for a female swallow-tailed dog. After arguing back and forth for a couple of sentences, they both fell silent for a moment. Why haven't you done anything yet? Sirius Black asked. Do what? Cohen asked. Boo Boo's already run off. If you want to take your frustrations out, you'll have to find other dogs, though that kind of behavior will be a bit much even for an animagus. I'm talking about catching an escaped convict. Sirius was fed up with this little Dementor. He'd rather they just get on with it without saying a word like other Dementors. Who said anything about doing that? The world must have completely gone mad. Dumbledore was actually allowing someone who could turn into a Dementor to attend Hogwarts, and with such a smart mouth, too. Catch what? Cohen asked. Catch an escaped convict. Which escaped convict? Cohen asked. Me. Who were you going to catch? Cohen asked. Sirius looked at Cohen silently, no longer speaking. You scared me to death. I thought you were going to take me back to Azkaban, Cohen said with a long sigh. They don't even pay the Dementors there. It's filled with the stench of capitalist corruption. Why aren't you talking? Cohen sat down on the ground, so he wouldn't hit his head. Are you just naturally more of an introvert? If you're an introvert, it might be because of your family. Did your family often exclude you? Say you weren't anything like your older relatives, and then you could only go outside to find other friends? But now all your other friends are dead or gone, and nobody talks to you anymore. So you started becoming... Shut up, will you? Sirius was starting to crack. He found the 2 chicken legs that had been dropped on the ground and sat down too, biting into them ferociously, as if the chicken legs were Cohen. He finally understood. Dementors were all the same. It was just that Cohen had chosen a more disgusting way to kill people. Cohen just watched as Sirius ate the entire chicken leg clean, even the bones, which he would turn back into a dog to gnaw on the marrow. Truly pitiful. Why did you follow Boo Boo to find me? Sirius sat on the ground, meeting Cohen's gaze, as if trying to figure out what Cohen wanted to get out of this. If it was for the bounty, he should restrain himself right now. If it was for food, he should pounce on him right now and suck away the little happiness he had left, along with his soul filled with guilt and regret. If it was for Harry's safety, he would be yelling right now for the people of Hogsmeade to come and catch him. But Cohen did nothing. Just stood there blocking the exit, like a street bum with nothing better to do. Correction, Boo Boo brought me here. I didn't know you'd get mixed up with a dog, let alone an old professor's dog. I was just helping Professor Kettleburn walk Boo Boo, Cohen said. Also, I wouldn't help the Ministry of Magic catch people anyway. Those guys threw hundreds of killing curses at me when I was little. It's a wonder I haven't destroyed the world yet. Sirius clearly didn't quite believe this. After all, he'd never heard of such a thing. How could the Ministry of Magic throw hundreds of killing curses at a baby? And how could that baby have grown up to be 13 years old and yapping away in front of him? And then what? What are you planning to do next? Sirius gave a wry smile. Go back to school like nothing happened, pretending you didn't see me? You wouldn't do that, or you would have left already. I'm going to tell Harry that his godfather is... Don't you dare tell Harry about this, Sirius said fiercely. Suddenly, he felt something was off. Updating isn't easy. Remember to share on 101 Novel Reading Network. How do you know I'm Harry's? Didn't you say it yourself that day you broke into my room? Cohen mimicked Black's words from back then. Stay away from my godson. There were only 2 minors in my house back then, me and Harry. Edward and Rose didn't let me have a godfather. So Harry must be your godson then, Cohen continued. It's pretty obvious. Very clever, Sirius said softly. Why haven't you come to find me since that day? Cohen asked suddenly. What? Do you like wanted criminals running into your bedroom? Sirius sneered. No, I had a plan to make money that I wanted to discuss with you back then, Cohen said. I'd hand you over to the Ministry of Magic and collect the bounty. Then I'd have my Dementor elders let you out. Catch you once, release you once. Catch you once, release you once. Once the ministry can't afford to pay anymore, you won't be wanted anymore. I get the money, you get your freedom, win-win. I appreciate that, Sirius said dryly, clearly not thinking this method would work. But then I figured it out. This method isn't very feasible, Cohen said. The ministry might just give you the death penalty after a few tries. Breaking out of Azkaban is a crime too, you know. I know Edward and Rose. Sirius ignored what Cohen said. He wasn't interested in freedom. All he wanted now was to kill Peter Pettigrew and then quietly accept his murder charge and atone with his death. Why did they adopt you? Do they know you're a Dementor? Yeah, but does species really matter that much? Cohen said, don't be prejudiced against species, old-timer. You're hanging out with a blast-ended screw-it. Stop, 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 Sirius interrupted. I won't ask you any more questions about species. How much do you know about my imprisonment? Killed a whole street of muggles, and a wizard named Peter Pettigrew. Cohen raised his eyebrows. Oh, and some people say you were a Death Eater. I was never Voldemort's lackey. Peter was, Sirius said angrily. 12 years ago, I thought he died in that explosion. I caught up to him, but he blew himself up, taking a whole street of muggles with him. Why? Cohen let Sirius continue, even though he already knew everything behind it. It's a complicated story. Sirius told Cohen the real reason for James and Lily's death. Somehow, he felt that this foster son of his old friends didn't seem as terrifying and ruthless as a Dementor. No matter what you want to do, you and Harry have to be careful. That kid from the Weasley family has a rat, and that rat is Peter. You came to kill him, didn't you? Cohen raised an eyebrow. Have you considered the consequences? What consequences? I just want that traitor Peter dead, Sirius said, as if he wanted to grind his back teeth to powder. The consequence is that Harry won't know anything, Cohen said. The outside world will always think you were the one who killed James and Lily, and Harry will always resent you for it later when he finds out. By then, I'll be dead. I deserve it, Sirius said, covering his face and trembling. It's all my fault, all of it. Passing the buck to you is useless, Cohen snorted. Your sudden suggestion to switch secret keepers was indeed a clever trick that messed things up, but do you think dying is a good ending? Harry's parents are already dead. I can't bring them back to life, Sirius said, glaring. Then you have to make up for it yourself. Cohen said, do you think Harry cares if someone who made a mistake dies today or tomorrow? What Harry needs is family. If you really want to atone, then go and fill in the family part that Harry's missing. Sirius took a deep breath. You mean, I should raise him? That's right. You need to become Harry's safe haven for the summer, because Harry's nighttime noises are bothering me, Cohen added. The house next door to me has been empty. If I let Harry stay there during the summer, it'll be noisy, especially since he's in his teens now, and bed frames always creak and groan. But Harry won't forgive me. Sirius's eyes, which had just held a glimmer of hope, dimmed again. Harry's just desperate for family. You have no idea what he mutters about in his sleep every night, Cohen said. He can barely even see his relatives in his dreams. This is all because of me, Sirius said guiltily. So you got to figure out a way to clear your name and give Harry some family warmth as a normal person, Cohen lectured. Even I, a Dementor, have more heart than you. Can you really stand by and let your godson keep getting bullied by the Dursleys? And then be an orphan his whole life? Stop, Sirius said, covering his face. Find a chance to explain everything to Harry, Cohen said. Next time, I can bring Harry out here, and you can tell him what happened in the past. And about Peter, hand Peter over to the Ministry of Magic, and your name will be cleared. So, you mean let Peter live? Sirius seemed like he still didn't want to let Peter off the hook that easily. I'm on good terms with the Dementors in Azkaban, Cohen said, raising his eyebrows. Whatever torture you'd like, I can have them do it. Of course, no after or becoming a Star Fury or anything like that. Dementors don't have. As long as he dies. Sirius quickly interrupted Cohen from continuing. That kid picked up word from who knows where. Wouldn't want Edward to say something like, Sirius corrupted my son, later on. The thought of being able to live a normal life with Harry in the future seemed to bring a glimmer of hope back into Sirius's heart. Just hang out here for a few weeks, Cohen said. Try not to starve in the meantime. I won't starve, Sirius said, retreating further into the cave. And try not to actually get involved with Boo Boo for food. Harry would be so grossed out. Can you just shut up already? Go find that dog. You're supposed to be walking it, and you've lost it. Sirius covered his head, urging Cohen to leave with a helpless expression. After being scared off by Cohen and Black's sudden fight, Boo Boo had been hiding in the bushes next to the shrieking shack, and Cohen found it easily. For Boo Boo, one was its owner's friend, and the other was its doggy love, so it was hard to decide who to help. Come on, you two aren't going anywhere. Don't even try, Cohen said, picking up Boo Boo's leash, which was dragging on the ground. There's so many good dogs in the world. Why did you have to pick this one? Woof! Boo Boo turned its head to the side, as if disagreeing with Cohen's words. After strolling back to Professor Kettleburn's house with Boo Boo, Cohen received a large bag of assorted honeydew sweets from Kettleburn. Thanks, Cohen said politely. You deserve it, Kettleburn said with a smile. I'm still waiting for my new prosthetic leg to arrive, so I really can't take Boo Boo out myself. Speaking of which, are wooden prosthetic legs really that fragile? Cohen asked curiously. Well, regular prosthetic legs can actually last a long time, Kettleburn said. The one Dumbledore gave me was quite useful. It's just that these wooden ones are so easy to set on fire. You know how dragons can't always control when they breathe fire, and every time I visit them at the Dragon Sanctuary, I get set alight a few times. Well, that's a life. Cohen didn't know what to say. Luckily, Norbert wouldn't dare breathe fire at him, and none of his body parts were made of wood. Time quickly came for them to leave Hogsmeade. Because of Sirius Black wandering around nearby, the village had a curfew at night, and visiting Hogwarts students had to leave around 5 o'clock. Harry couldn't come this time, because the Weasley twins had also come to Hogsmeade to buy things, and Harry hadn't had a chance to ask them about the secret passages yet. But the good news was that the relationship between Ron and Hermione seemed to have thawed a bit. Although Ron hadn't agreed to buy Hermione a quill as a peace offering at the time, it looked like he eventually did. In addition to the several large, thick books at the bottom, Hermione's shopping bag had 2 new quills at the top. One was a simple and elegant pure white, and the other was much more flamboyant, like it had been plucked from a rainbow bird. Ron, this quill is a bit too flashy, Hermione complained to Ron, but she looked quite happy. Just imagine what the professors will say when I use it in class. Like Snape. Are you planning to throw that quill into your sleeping draft as a feather from a flobberworm? Miss Know-It-All. Cohen suddenly appeared behind them. You scared me. Cohen. Hermione jumped, startled by Cohen's sudden appearance. Are you two friends again? Cohen asked. Sort of almost, Ron said, scratching his head. Hermione apologized too. I bought Crookshanks a cage, Hermione said, holding up a square package in her other hand. "It has magic to prevent pets from running around. So Crookshanks won't chase Scabbers anymore. So that someone doesn't keep telling other people that I just don't care about other people's pets." "I only said that to Lavender because I was really angry at the time," Ron defended himself. "And you really did look like you didn't care at all whether that cat ate Scabbers or not. I never saw you try to keep it locked up." They followed the crowd back to Hogwarts. Hermione and Ron had bought Harry a bunch of candy and prank toys. Since there was also the Halloween Eve feast that night, the joyful mood from shopping and the upcoming feast made the Dementors along the way practically drool, even though they don't actually have saliva. But Harry didn't look happy when he received the gifts at the feast. "Professor Lupin pulled me into his office for tea this afternoon," Harry said. "What?" Ron asked, surprised. "Did you get into trouble?" Hermione asked worriedly. "Did he pull Snape on you?" Cohen asked with his usual suspicion. "Why are you guys getting more and more ridiculous?" Harry said, covering his face. "It was just tea, and then Snape came in and gave Lupin a potion. He drank it," Ron said incredulously. "It could have been poisoned. Snape probably wants to poison Lupin," Cohen reasonably speculated. "But he probably wouldn't do it in front of Harry. Harry, why don't you ask Fred and George about the secret passages sooner? Next Hogsmeade weekend, I want to take you somewhere. Sirius Black is still out there." Hermione reminded them in a low voice. "Harry can't sneak out." "I've got the invisibility cloak," Harry said, looking forward to Hogsmeade. "Don't worry." The Great Hall was decorated with hundreds of pumpkins with lit candles, and bats with orange streamers flew across the ceiling. The atmosphere was perfect. The students enthusiastically discussed their trip to Hogsmeade, and the feast was lively. The final act was a performance rehearsed by the school ghosts. Nearly headless Nick reenacted the scene of his own beheading, with the bloody Baron, covered in blood, as his co-star. But Cohen's attention was drawn to something else under the table. Ron's rat, Scabbers, scurried onto Cohen's lap with a crumpled-up little ball of paper, and after dropping it, hid in Ron's pocket next to Cohen. Ron and Harry were both watching the performance, and no one was paying attention to Cohen. Cohen unfolded the note. "Help, body, 10 o'clock, your secret room." Was little Voldy asking for help? Or was this a note sent by Peter? Clearly, Voldemort wanted to whip up a body ASAP. He probably just couldn't wait any longer. If he did, his old crew of Death Eaters would all turn into dummies in Azkaban, and Dumbledore looked like he could live another 100 years. As for this meeting spot, Voldemort probably wanted Cohen to open the door to the Room of Requirement at 10 o'clock. It was safer to talk there. Voldemort had briefly visited once last year, but thankfully, most of Cohen's luggage was now stashed in his trunk, so Voldemort wouldn't see the Horcruxes he was constantly worried about. After dinner, Cohen returned to the Room of Requirement to wait for Voldemort to arrive. His two flesh-and-blood puppets were still tucked away in the trunk. If he took them out this smoothly, it would seem too suspicious. At the very least, he had to let Voldemort know that making a body for him was a big hassle. "Why do you smell like dog?" Earl, carrying 2 bird legs, scurried over to Cohen on the ground. "Don't tell me you found another set of parents. It kind of feels like you're insulting me." Cohen looked at Earl suspiciously. "This time, I found Harry's parent." "You've got to be kidding me." Earl flapped his wings and flew onto the table. "You went to Hogsmeade, not Godric's Hollow." "It was his godfather," Cohen said. "Sirius Black. I felt like he had a panic attack the moment he saw me. He just lunged at me without saying a word. Anyone who's been in Azkaban for over a decade would have a panic attack when they encounter a Dementor again." Earl looked at Cohen with sharp eyes. "But he didn't run away. Instead, he charged at you." "Yeah, because he wanted to beat me up," Cohen nodded. "Because he has something he wants to protect." Earl lowered his head and pecked at his wing. "Even a bird like me understands people better than you. As a Dementor with only 10% human blood in me, I'm already trying my best." Cohen retorted. "I've got some humanity in me, at least." But after Earl's reminder, Cohen felt like he had indeed been developing in a strange direction over the past 2 years. He seemed to be becoming more and more like a Dementor playing human. Whether it was with Dumbledore or Voldemort, he was always putting on a show, But thankfully, the fear that the boggart had found made Cohen feel like he still had a little bit of humanity left. At least he still had things he cared about, like family or something. It was definitely better than having the orphanage director deduct hundreds of dollars from his living expenses every time he went back to the orphanage in his previous life. And after he pounced on you, you just went along with it? Earl asked curiously. I know who corrupted me. Cohen looked at Earl calmly. Just how many young wizards did you mess with in the past? A young wizard wouldn't be corrupted by a bird. Earl turned his head away and said, You're just naturally talented in that area. So did you go along with it? Go along with your butt. Cohen glared fiercely at Earl. Me get pinned down by a prisoner? I'm a Dementor. I just flipped him over with a backhand. Boring, Earl said disappointedly. Get used to it, Cohen said dryly. Looks like I was fantasizing again, imagining you were a normal owl. Soul strength, 40 plus 10. No time to argue with you. Voldemort's coming to find me. Cohen stood up from the chair. What? Earl instantly jolted. Voldemort? Here. Yeah. Isn't it normal for my business partner to come find me? Cohen said to Earl as a matter of course. You can say hi to him too. He's pretty easy to talk to. Earl was silent now, just like it was an ordinary owl. Seeing that Voldemort had arrived, Cohen went to the door and opened it crack for him. As a wraith, Voldemort couldn't be recognized by the room of requirement, let alone actively enter Cohen's room. He could only come in if Cohen opened the door for him. Voldemort's wraith floated into the room and burrowed into the book on Cohen's desk. This way, he would have a medium to talk to Cohen. You said, Voldemort's face appeared menacingly from the book. After a year, help me create a body. Didn't I say next year? Cohen said, I haven't gotten Nicholas Flamel's inheritance yet. Aren't you being a little too impatient? A body can be replaced. Although Voldemort's voice was very faint, one could still hear his anxiety. I have a spell for reshaping a body, but it requires some materials. You sound like you've got erectile dysfunction. What materials? Cohen asked. If you want my blood, you can have it any time, but I'm telling you in advance, I only donate 50 cubic centimeters. Any more will affect my growth. I don't need your blood this time. Voldemort said. Something less potent will do. I want Harry Potter's blood. Question mark. Cohen put on a surprised and annoyed expression. You'd rather have his blood than mine? I thought we were good teammates, fighting side by side. No, Voldemort quickly explained. I had an idea. His mother saved him with sacrificial protection that ancient magic will flow in his blood. Neither of us can harm him. And then you want to take his blood to create a body, and then use this body, protected by the same magic, to kill him? Cohen asked. Yes, Voldemort said. And it must be me. There was once a prophecy. What kind of prophecy? Cohen suddenly thought of something. Since he had appeared in this world, would the original prophecy about Voldemort and Harry still be the same? Or would he also be included in it? The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th month dies. Voldemort said. Severus only heard the first part. It refers to Harry Potter. Coincidentally, Cohen's birthday was also in July 15th, which was the birth date of Edward and Rose's former child. But obviously, Voldemort didn't know this, because the current Cohen was created after Voldemort's death. You have to help me get Harry Potter's blood. Voldemort said, I need his blood to make my first body, kill him, and then use your more powerful body to conquer the entire world. Then you just stay put right here, Cohen said. It's just Harry's blood. I'll go get it now. Wait. Voldemort stopped Cohen. Not now. What's the holdup? Cohen looked at Voldemort suspiciously. You're not a double-crosser, are you? Why the sudden change of heart? Usually, only traitors try to stop things when the plan's about to succeed. I'm not, wait. I'm the one who came up with this plan. Voldemort suddenly remembered that he was the Dark Lord who wanted to kill Harry Potter. Cohen's sudden suspicion almost made him doubt himself. He used to deceive others all the time, so he was very skilled at dispelling suspicion when his teammates doubted him. But this time, he was the leader. What kind of leader would be a traitor? Then why are you stopping me? If we wait any longer, The students will all be back in their dorms, and it'll be harder for me to make a move, Cohen said. My resurrection requires a more grand occasion. It absolutely cannot be in this corner. Voldemort's tone was full of arrogance. Those servants who are hiding everywhere, afraid to face their master, must come forward and beg for forgiveness. Pretty ritualistic, Cohen said. But what's that got to do with me getting the blood now? We'll need it sooner or later, and I'm ready to slit Harry's throat right now. The blood needs to be fresh, Voldemort said. It can't be out of the body for more than 5 minutes. The spell to restore my body requires 3 things: the blood of an enemy, the flesh of a servant, and the bone of my father. You have parents? Cohen said, feigning surprise. Voldemort felt offended. So we still need to dig up your dad's grave, huh? Cohen continued. You're a little unfilial, but I'm happy to help you with that. I've never dug up a grave before. He was a foolish muggle. Voldemort had no affection for old Tom Riddle. I killed him with my own hands, so naturally, I wouldn't care whether his grave is intact or not. Well, that's a life, Cohen nodded. If you hate him that much, I can help you go do a little jig on your dad's grave. Whatever, that's not important, Voldemort said. And then there's the flesh of a servant. I've found a very suitable and safe candidate. That rat, Cohen said. Is his name Peter Pettigrew? Yes, he's a Animagus. Voldemort explained to Cohen. He's the one who delivered the letter to you today. La. Cohen raised his eyebrows. We can use his flesh for the servant part. Exactly, Voldemort said. Now we just need to get Harry Potter to my father's graveyard. It's very secluded. We can complete the resurrection outside of Dumbledore's site, and then summon the Death Eaters. Good idea, Cohen said. So how exactly am I supposed to get Harry from Hogwarts to your dad's grave under Dumbledore's nose? You can't apparate in Hogwarts, but we can use a portkey, Voldemort said. There's a spell to create a portkey, but it requires a very powerful wizard. You teach me, Cohen said, holding out his hand. Voldemort was silent for a moment. He and Cohen were just regular partners, right? Was Cohen being a little? All right, Voldemort said helplessly. Peter was too weak. He'd never be able to learn this spell. His other slightly stronger followers were either locked up in Azkaban, missing, or suspected of betraying him. It seemed like Cohen was the only slightly normal option. That kid could cause a huge explosion with a killing curse, which meant his magical power was definitely strong enough. After Voldemort explained the casting points of the Portis spell to Cohen in detail, Cohen confidently said that he understood. Don't worry, it doesn't sound that hard, Cohen said. Then, Cohen rummaged around the room and found an old cup, took out his wand, and pointed it at it. Portis! A flash of blue light appeared, and Voldemort praised him delightedly. Very good, very good. Voldemort felt like this plan was much simpler than the previous 2 years. Take me with you. Let's try and see if we can get to the destination. From every angle, the magic looked successful. Voldemort saw the correct magical fluctuations, the correct magical influence. It couldn't have been more normal. Cohen picked up the book where Voldemort was and placed his finger on the cup. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Did you teach me a fake spell? Cohen asked. Impossible, Voldemort said firmly. He had taught it correctly, Cohen had cast it correctly, and the spell definitely looked like it had worked. Then why isn't it working? Are you saying my casting level is the problem? Cohen said, feigning annoyance. Avada Kedavra! A beam of green light hit the cup precisely, and it shattered instantly from the curse filled with killing intent and rage. The Earl flew up to the higher rafters in fear, wanting to avoid whatever these 2 lunatics might do next. That's not the reason either. Voldemort didn't want to fall out with Cohen over this little thing. He had never seen this situation before. It doesn't make sense. The spell looked like it worked. High-quality counterfeit spell. Little Voldy. Cohen's facial expression control was excellent. His face was now full of dissatisfaction and anger. He used to think that book, High-Quality Counterfeit Spells, wasn't very practical, but it seemed pretty good at fooling people. Voldemort couldn't figure out the problem, and Cohen also didn't know what was wrong. Finally, Cohen suggested looking for other more powerful Death Eaters. There were always a few hiding, like Barty Crouch Jr. He's already dead, Voldemort said. He died in Azkaban. No, he didn't die. Barty Crouch Sr. took him away, Cohen said. The Dementors told me. That's because Barty Crouch Sr. sent in a fresher soul around that time. Exclamation point. A hint of surprise showed in Voldemort's glowing red eyes that emerged from the book. The Dementors told you? Yeah, they're pretty good to me. You know, we Dementors stick together, Cohen said. Barty Crouch Jr. was indeed a slightly more useful Death Eater. Voldemort agreed. I saw his name in the school's trophy room. He did pretty well in school. His skills should be better than Peter's, right? Cohen said, stroking his chin. I can go check out the Crouch place during the next holiday. Maybe I can get him out. Barty Crouch Sr. must have him locked up somehow. This makes things easier, Voldemort said with satisfaction. Next up is the plan to take Harry. Can't be at Hogwarts. Too close to Dumbledore. He might notice. Hogsmeade, Cohen asked. Dumbledore doesn't go there much because his brother Aberforth chases him away and yells at him every time they meet, but I can't be the one to lure him there. Dumbledore would suspect me. Once I'm resurrected, once you're back, can you just casually off Dumbledore? Cohen asked pointedly. No. Then I still have to keep playing the good guy for Dumbledore, because I really need that diploma, Cohen said, shaking his head. I can only help you in secret. After all, I'm just a kid, not as powerful as you. Voldemort looked at Cohen, unsure what to say to him. A 13-year-old who could casually throw around all sorts of advanced curses with power that didn't seem human, saying he wasn't that powerful. If Cohen's personality was even slightly more normal, Voldemort might feel a bit safer. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to put his hopes in Cohen whenever there was an emergency. But I have another idea, Cohen said. I ran into Sirius Black when I went to Hogsmeade today. Oh, Voldemort's impression of Black was limited to one of Dumbledore's people. He's a fugitive, imprisoned for killing Peter Pettigrew, Cohen said. Rumor has it he's still a Death Eater. Voldemort gave a sinister chuckle. I don't recall having such a servant. I figured that out after talking to him for a few sentences. I was almost thinking I'd found a teammate, Cohen said. But the fact that I'm a Hogwarts student made him lower his guard. He escaped because he found out Peter Pettigrew is still alive, and he's hunting him down. So I tricked him into giving up on killing Peter, Cohen explained. I told him to first explain things to Harry, then catch Peter and hand him over to the Dementors, and that way he'd be free. And then Voldemort narrowed his eyes. Punchline incoming. Hand him over to the Dementors. Cohen chuckled softly. The Dementors listened to me, so of course he won't get his wish. Somehow, Voldemort felt he saw a purer form of evil in Cohen's face than in his own. Even if he hadn't brought up this resurrection plan, even if Cohen and Sirius Black had no personal grudges, this kid was still manipulating everyone indiscriminately. A wicked creation, but all the more useful for him, Voldemort. Thinking this, Voldemort's spirit quivered with satisfaction. The opportunity will be when Sirius meets Harry, Cohen said. And I'll control that timing, because Sirius can only wait for me to bring Harry and Peter Pettigrew over. Then, with two witnesses, we'll stage a scene where Peter Pettigrew uses a portkey to take Harry away, and I'll look innocent to the bystanders. 101 novel website 101can.com, all handwritten, error-free website. You're clever, Voldemort praised. Much cleverer and more powerful than the other little wizards. Cohen could always come up with high-quality plans for Voldemort, even though it was always Voldemort's side that messed things up. Want me to say a few more compliments? Voldemort wanted to take back his previous thought. One more thing to note. You're sure Peter Pettigrew is your man, right? Cohen asked. Of course. Voldemort sneered. He's a cowardly rat. Without me, he can only hide in the gutters and wait to die. He wouldn't dare refuse. That's good then, Cohen nodded. You can watch from the sidelines then. I think my plan is going to be pretty entertaining. Indeed, Voldemort said with satisfaction. Voldemort looked so pleased he was practically rubbing his hands together and going, ah. The plan was scheduled for after Christmas, because Cohen wasn't free on weekdays to go to the Crouches' distant home. "I can't apparate," Cohen said. "Is it too late to learn?" And Voldemort wasn't in a rush for these 2 months, as long as it ultimately succeeded. Cohen pretended to want Voldemort to stay by his side, but Voldemort left on the grounds that he would easily be discovered by Dumbledore. He had come to the vicinity of Hogwarts with a giant snake named Nagini. After the plan was discussed, he needed to return because Nagini's venom could help him regain some of his strength. After seeing Voldemort off, Cohen returned to his room. The Count uneasily flew back to the desk. "You look like you're really going to work with him. Are you really going to resurrect him?" the Count asked seriously. "You said this was just acting. Don't get so into the role that you actually believe it. That just shows how superb my acting is," Cohen said nonchalantly. "The whole point is to make you think I'm about to become best buds with Voldemort." "Don't be an idiot," the Count said. "His return wouldn't be good for anyone, especially now." "But he begged me for help," Cohen said, opening a trunk. "He begged you, so you're going to help?" the Count exclaimed angrily. "Well, if I refused, wouldn't that make our brotherly bond seem a little shaky?" Cohen controlled a flesh puppet in the trunk, letting it crawl out. "You don't have any weight. What are you doing?" The Count was about to lecture Cohen, but then he noticed Cohen was transforming the flesh puppet in front of him into something else, a short, fat, middle-aged man. Immediately after, the short, fat, middle-aged man turned into a rat. The Count connected this with the plan Cohen had just discussed with Voldemort. "Ugh." The Count opened his eyes wide and let out a long ugh, as if he understood everything. "Once I graduate, I still want to go make a movie," Cohen said, looking at the adjusted flesh puppet with satisfaction. "It'll definitely have more atmosphere than acting in the Shrieking Shack." Now, there was only one problem. Cohen hadn't seen Peter Pettigrew's true form, so the short, fat man the flesh puppet had become didn't look real enough. Now all he needed was to find an opportunity to meet Peter Pettigrew. Conveniently, they were now teammates in the Voldemort squad, making it extremely easy to meet. "Count, do you think it would be better if I went up to that rat and said, 'Heil Voldemort,' or 'Don't play dumb, Sirius Black is coming to get you'?" Cohen asked the Count for his opinion. "I usually just bite the mouse and eat it," said the Earl. Instead of whispering in their ears, "I'm going to eat you guys." "Well, then you're not really living," Cohen said, shaking his head. "Don't act like you know more about owls than I do." "You little rascal," the Earl snapped. "Not every bird likes to play with their food." "Tisk, tsk, tisk." Cohen shook his head again. "Ah-ha-ha." The Earl looked like he wanted to off Cohen, but couldn't, and finally, sulking, he flew off to find Snack. Cohen and the Earl didn't hold grudges. No matter how angry the Earl got, he'd happily come back the next day and fly to the Gryffindor dorm to drop a dead mouse for Cohen. "You son of a—" Cohen shook the dead mouse off his sheets and onto the floor, glaring fiercely at the Earl. "I saved one for you, and I even picked out the fattest one," the Earl said proudly. "You scared the daylights out of me." Ron, just waking up, jumped at the sight of the mouse on the floor. "I thought it was Scabbers' body." Scabbers was still safe and sound in his cage. "You're just holding a grudge, aren't you?" Cohen flicked his wand, and the dead mouse vanished. "Don't waste it if you're not going to eat it," the Earl said, feigning heartache. After the Earl's commotion, no one in the dorm felt like sleeping in anymore. They didn't have any classes this morning. Their first class was divination in the afternoon. 101 reading books, 101kin.com. All manually typed, error-free website. "Hermione bought Crookshanks a new cage yesterday," Ron said, checking on Scabbers. "Maybe it'd be good to let him out for some fresh air today." Scabbers was still trembling after being let out of his cage. Cohen finally understood why Peter had been able to stay safely in the Weasley family for 12 years without being discovered. He was practically a natural-born rat. "I still have a ton of snacks I can't finish," Harry said kindly. "We could give some Scabbers. He looks really weak." Scabbers was left in the dorm. Harry suggested going to see Hagrid to check out the animals for the next Care of Magical Creatures class. They needed to help Hagrid keep an eye on things, so he didn't bring out any dangerous creatures. "I won't go," Cohen said. "I have a feeling Hagrid would beg me to let him borrow my chimera." "Probably best not to," Harry said, sounding a bit scared. That lion head looks like it wants to pounce on anyone. Hagrid would get reported by everyone. Harry and Ron headed downstairs together. Seamus was also planning to grab an early breakfast and then hang out with Dean and the others. Cohen pretended to leave, but after a few minutes, he doubled back. Squeak, squeak. Scabbers scurried around in Harry's pile of snacks, looking for something to eat, especially after all the other young wizards had left the dorm. He completely lost that trembling, scared look, but his movements froze when a relatively large shadow appeared behind him. Cohen flicked the little rat's head with his finger. Still eating, Cohen said sweetly, "Black's gonna getcha." Peter stiffly turned his head. Even though he knew Cohen was his master's partner, the feeling of being caught still made him instinctively want to run. And Cohen had said, "Black's gonna getcha." Could it be Cohen was actually on Black's side? Peter decisively decided to bolt. Good news, Cohen hadn't grabbed him right away. That meant as long as he could get out of the castle, this boy would never find him. No one could find a rat in the outside grass and forest. Cohen, feeling playful, let Peter escape from the dorm. Naive little Peter actually thought he could get away safely. Once Cohen had his eye on prey, there was no way it could escape. The tracking potion Cohen had fed Peter last time allowed him to find Peter's location at any time. So, Cohen just waited for Peter to leave the Gryffindor Tower and escape the castle, following leisurely behind. "Time's about up," Cohen said ominously as he finally approached a bush. "Still want to run?" Squeak, squeak, squeak. Peter shrank back in fear in the depths of the bush and was snatched out by Cohen. "Want to try biting me?" Cohen said nonchalantly, watching Peter as if he wanted to take a bite out of his hand and then try to escape. "Just a heads up, I don't know how to undo a liquid curse." Although he didn't know what a liquid curse actually was, considering Cohen's species, Peter immediately lost the courage to resist and stayed still in Cohen's hand like he was waiting to die. "That's much better. I don't have any bad intentions towards you." Bringing the rat to the room of requirement, Cohen tossed him onto the floor, saying like a good guy, "We're on the same side. Why would I hurt you?" Peter stood up on his hind legs, a pleading look in his two little eyes. "Transform back into human form." "I don't speak rat," Cohen said, looking down at the cowardly rat. "No one will come here." After Cohen finished speaking, Peter started to spin around. The rat's body was constantly expanding, like a time-lapse of a tree growing. First a head, then limbs. A moment later, a short, timid man appeared where the rat had been. Cohen," Peter Pettigrew said, shrinking back and not daring to look Cohen in the eye. "You wanted to see me about?" "I worked out a plan with Voldemort," Cohen said, "about kidnapping Harry Potter and resurrecting him in the Riddle family graveyard." "That's wonderful." Peter forced a fawning expression. Will I be forgiven by the Master?" "Of course, you're a very outstanding messenger," Cohen nodded. "Without you, Voldemort would have trouble finding me. I'll give you a Best Rat award." Peter didn't catch the sarcasm in Cohen's words and let out a long sigh of relief. "The rest of the plan doesn't involve you too much. You can continue to be a freeloader," Cohen said. "But I'm a really nice guy and can't stand seeing my allies in danger." "The danger?" Peter asked, raising his head tremulously. "I ran into Sirius," Cohen said. "He thought I was Harry's friend, so he told me a lot of things, including that he's coming to kill you." "No," Peter said in a high-pitched, terrified voice. "You can't let him kill me. I'm still useful. I'm useful to the Dark Lord. I'm useful to you too. I'll do anything." Peter knelt on the ground and crawled to the hem of Cohen's robes, trying to hug Cohen and beg him for protection. "Don't be so disgusting." Cohen moved away from Peter. "No, please, don't let Black kill me. He's a madman," Peter said, sobbing and sniveling. "For Voldemort's sake, I'll protect you," Cohen said kindly. "That's why I came to find you today, you dumb rat." "That's wonderful," Peter said, bursting into tears of joy. "You're so good, thank you. Let's go. I'll take you to a place where Sirius Black won't be able to catch you," Cohen said, opening his trunk. "Get in." "But isn't this?" Peter knew Cohen had a trunk full of dangerous creatures. He was clearly hesitant. "They all listen to me and will protect you from Sirius Black's attacks," Cohen said. Even Hogwarts isn't as safe as my trunk. Then that's really great. Peter followed Cohen timidly into the trunk. The terrifying chimera was crouching outside Cohen's house, but it didn't pounce over. Roar! The lion's head roared, wanting to nuzzle Cohen, but also afraid of getting double-teamed by Cohen and the goat head. Whoa there, showing some complex emotions, Cohen said with satisfaction. Looks like you're getting smarter and smarter after following me. That's because the goat told it that if it keeps randomly pouncing on people, it won't get any food, the horned serpent said. It's starving now. Peter fearfully took a few steps away from the giant beast. Don't worry, you don't have to live next to it. You can live in my house, Cohen said, pointing to his wooden cabin. I even specially built a new room. This new room referred to the basement because Siskik was bringing the lively and active baby basilisk, so Cohen had given up the idea of letting the basilisk live in the basement. Now it came in handy. The basement could serve as Cohen's private prison. As soon as he entered, Peter Pettigrew was startled by the two basilisks, one big and one small, coiled up in the living room. Daddy brought food back again. The baby basilisk, Sophia, said happily. That's not your daddy. I'm your daddy. He's your older brother. How many times do I have to tell you before you get it? Siskik said lazily. Don't be afraid of the basilisks either. They're smarter than you, Cohen said. See that basement over there? You'll be staying there. Peter wanted to refuse, but given the current situation, refusing Cohen's arrangements seemed like a death wish. Better than being hunted down every day, right? Cohen said happily. Yeah, right? Peter Pettigrew screamed inwardly. Outside, he was being hunted down by Sirius Black every day. Here, he was being watched menacingly by two basilisks in the house, especially the smaller one, which clearly looked like it wanted to eat him. Then, after the master is resurrected, will I be able to leave? Peter was already trying to find some hope for himself. Leave? Cohen said as if he'd heard a joke. I don't think so. Well, what? Peter asked, his breathing becoming rapid. It's so safe here. You could be a rat here for a long time. No one will come to kill you. Isn't that exactly what you want? Cohen said. Then, Cohen turned to Siskik and the baby basilisk and said, This person will be living in the basement from now on. If he tries to escape the house, just eat him. Cohen used English here. What? Peter's eyes widened. Understood. Siskik, who had been lying on the ground, raised his head and slowly crawled over to Cohen and Peter. He flicked his tongue, memorizing Peter's scent. What is this? A prisoner, right? Correct, Cohen hissed. Alive or dead, doesn't matter. I have two different arrangements. Daddy, can I just eat him now? The baby basilisk asked curiously, also moving closer. You heard Cohen, Siskik educated. We have to wait until this person tries to escape before we can eat him. I want to get out of here. Peter frantically transformed back into a rat and scurried, trying to leave the room. But how could a rat outrun a snake? The baby basilisk happily opened its mouth wide and pounced on the fleeing rat, scaring Peter into transforming back in a human form in a panic, trembling as he hid behind Cohen. All right, all settled. Hope you enjoy your stay, Cohen said to Peter in a friendly tone. All right. With that, Cohen manipulated the fake Peter Pettigrew he had made yesterday to come downstairs, then adjusted some facial details based on Peter's real appearance. Now it looked exactly the same. What are you going to do? Peter looked at this other self that looked like a puppet and said in horror. Someone has to take your place, right? Cohen's smile looked like the devil himself in Peter's eyes. But I'm still useful. You can't. Peter said, I'm still useful to the Dark Lord. You might have been a little useful to me and Voldemort before, Cohen said, having had enough fun. Under Cohen's control, the fake Peter transformed back into a rat. It was completely indistinguishable from Peter. Even the process of Animagus transformation was exactly the same, because Cohen had just watched the real Peter transform several times. But unfortunately, not anymore. Taking the fake scabbers back to the dorm, Cohen tossed it into Harry's pile of snacks, letting it continue to play the part of the rat. Now he could safely go and enjoy student life. He didn't need to think about causing any more trouble until Christmas arrived. Bang! The dorm door was suddenly thrown open, and Harry and Ron squeezed in, looking terrified. "Cohen, it's over. Hagrid's gone mad," Ron shouted. "He said he wanted to ask you again if he could borrow the Chimera," Harry said breathlessly. "He's even written out the lesson plan." "Isn't that simple?" Cohen said. "I can just refuse." "You can't do that," Ron wailed. "Hagrid has another magical creature prepared for the next lesson." "What is it?" Cohen asked curiously. "An acromantula," Harry swallowed hard. "Hagrid even gave it a name, Aragog. I've only seen it in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. How did care of magical creatures turn into defense against the dark arts?" Cohen was actually quite curious to see Aragog displayed, though he wondered if Aragog still remembered Cohen as the enemy who wiped out his kind. "It's terrifying. If he uses that next lesson, I'm dropping out," Ron said firmly. "Just looking at that thing behind the hut makes my skin crawl, let alone touching them. Hagrid actually wants us to touch them." "Actually, you could choose to skip class," Cohen said rationally. "I remember the leader of the acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest can talk, so it probably won't be particularly dangerous." "Your Chimera can talk too," Ron said sadly. Compared to the acromantula, the Chimera looks downright adorable. For the sake of protecting Ron's delicate little heart, Cohen agreed to lend the Chimera to Hagrid for a lesson. The story would be that it escaped from Greece and then ran off again after Hagrid's lesson. "That doesn't sound safe at all," Hermione said, extremely worried as Cohen, Harry, Hermione, and Ron gathered in Hagrid's hut to discuss it that evening. "It'll be perfectly safe," Hagrid said cheerfully. "Cohen's Chimera can turn invisible, and none of the students would rat out a teacher." "Hagrid, you're a bit too trusting of the students," Harry said, also not very reassured. "I think the Slytherin students would be very likely to report you." "Especially Malfoy," Ron reminded him. "He had a lot of complaints about Hagrid last class." "Malfoy won't," Cohen said. Harry and Cohen's eyes met for a second. Last term, Harry had found out that Cohen had used Voldemort's name to ask for information at the Malfoy's house. "Don't worry about it. Someday, everyone will love chimeras," Hagrid said, patting his chest. "Someday, everyone will be obsessed with Dementors." Cohen thought of this for no particular reason. "Oh, it's getting so late. You guys should hurry back to the castle," Hagrid said, seeing the sky gradually darkening outside, especially with Sirius Black still on the loose. Hagrid glanced at Harry worriedly, but Harry didn't understand what Hagrid meant. Everyone was worried about Harry being killed by Black, but Harry thought Black couldn't possibly get into Hogwarts. Although they had settled on the topic for the next Care of Magical Creatures class, both Cohen and Hermione suggested that Hagrid teach some theory first and not bring out the Chimera right away. Otherwise, the monster would definitely scare the students. The Wizarding World's records of chimeras weren't very friendly. There were frequent reports of chimeras attacking wizards in Greece. Besides the occasional issues with Hagrid, Lupin's classes weren't going smoothly either. This week's Defense Against the Dark Arts class happened to fall in the middle of the month. Snape. In Friday's Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Ron looked in disbelief at the person striding into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. The way his cloak billowed made him look like a giant bat. "Harry? Where's Harry?" Hermione asked, as if she had suddenly appeared in the classroom. She looked around worriedly, but couldn't find Harry. If Professor Lupin's class is late, it's one thing, but if Snape's class is late, he'll be dragged down to the dungeons by Snape and have his guts ripped out, Ron said. "What kept him behind to go over the game plan," Cohen recalled. "I saw would pull him away during dinner. Tomorrow's the first Quidditch match of the term." "Silence," Snape said to their table. "Class has begun. 10 points from Gryffindor. Please remember the website 101kin.com for the fastest chapter updates. There are still 5 minutes left." Ron retorted angrily. 20 points, Snape said smoothly. 2 years of schooling haven't taught you respect for professors, Weasley. Ron shut his mouth, but his eyes still glared fiercely at Snape. Their lesson hadn't started yet because Harry hadn't arrived. Snape could have actually started teaching, but it seemed like he was waiting for Harry to be late, so he'd have an excuse to take points from him. Snape delayed, starting his explanation. Bang! The classroom door burst open. "Sorry I'm late," Professor Lupin. Aye, Harry said. But when Harry looked up, he was surprised to see Snape, not Lupin, standing at the front of the class. Class started 10 minutes ago. Potter, so 10 points from Gryffindor. Sit down, Snape said. Where's Professor Lupin? Harry asked. He said he was feeling unwell today and couldn't make it to class, Snape sneered. Didn't I just tell you to sit down? What's wrong with him? Harry didn't move. Nothing life-threatening, Snape said, as if he regretted that Lupin wasn't in mortal danger. Another 5 points from Gryffindor. If you don't sit down now, it'll be 50 points. Harry silently walked over to the table where Cohen and the others were sitting. Today, we will be learning about werewolves, Snape said darkly. Excuse me, sir, we've already learned about boggarts, kappas, and grindylows. The next thing we're supposed to learn is, Hermione said, raising her hand. Silence, Snape said coldly. Your progress is too slow. I believe first-year students should be able to handle redcaps and grindylows. So, turn to page 394, everyone. The students grumbled. Snape's teaching style was clearly completely different from Lupin's relaxed and enjoyable approach. They took down a whole bunch of notes about how to identify werewolves and avoid being harmed by them. After the bell rang, all the students let out a long sigh of relief. Each of you will write an essay for me on how to identify and kill a werewolf. Write 2 full rolls of parchment on this topic and hand it in on Monday morning. Not a single person left the classroom without complaining. 2 full rolls of parchment meant they have to spend the entire evening on it. However, as they were leaving, Hermione seemed thoughtful. Cohen, do you remember what the lunar phase is today? Hermione asked Cohen quietly. November 26th, 1993, nearing a full moon, Cohen replied, because they had just had astronomy class last night. Isn't it a bit strange? Hermione said. I mean, the timing of Professor Lupin's illness. And then Snape suddenly skipping at least 7 lessons worth of material to teach about werewolves. I remember Professor Lupin wasn't at the Halloween feast either. Can't say for sure, Cohen replied. He had promised Lupin not to reveal that he was a werewolf, but if Hermione figured it out, there wasn't much he could do. 3 months. It shouldn't be a coincidence like that, Hermione said, frowning. I need to do some more research. Good luck, Cohen encouraged her. Can I take a look at your essay for Snape when you're done? You have to write your own homework, Hermione said angrily. Although Hermione always said this whenever Cohen and Ron wanted to copy her homework, she would always lend it to them on the very last night before it was due. What's what? Harry and Ron, who had been walking ahead, heard the word homework and immediately came closer. You guys aren't actually planning on writing Snape's essay, are you? Harry and I decided that if Snape teaches the next defense against the dark arts class, we're just going to skip it. What excuse are you planning on using? Cohen raised an eyebrow. We'll break each other's legs, Ron said. That way we can even boost our divination scores. Funny coincidence, isn't it? For our last divination homework, Harry and I both wrote that we'd break our legs in December. What remarkably convenient prophecies, Hermione said, pursing her lips. The last class on Friday was over, and the students about to welcome the weekend should have been comfortably asleep in their dorms, because the weather these past 2 days had been unreasonably bad, with strong winds and sudden downpours. Cohen figured this abnormal weather must be due to the magical magnetic field. The weird weather at Hogwarts definitely occurred more frequently than in those Muggle territories. But not many people in the Gryffindor common room had any intention of resting. They were all eagerly gathered around the Gryffindor Quidditch team members, trying to offer them strategies for their match tomorrow. The weather's awful. I can't believe the school hasn't postponed the match. Dean Thomas said, if it were a soccer match, a little rain would have stopped it right away. Quidditch isn't soccer, Dean, Ron reminded him. I remember there was a rare heavy rain during the 1871 World Cup, and the spectators watched the match from boats. That's barbaric, Hermione frowned. Luckily, Hogwarts won't have floods. The Quidditch pitch is on a hillside. We've trained many times in muddy conditions. Wood gave his teammates a pep talk. The Slytherin team hasn't even left their common room these past few days. Especially that spoiled little Malfoy, Fred said. If Slytherin didn't have a reserve seeker, George said. He'd be crying to Snape for an excuse to get out of it, Fred continued. Don't worry, Harry's 100 times better than them. Every single one of us is better than them, Wood corrected. All right, get some rest. Everyone needs to be on their game tomorrow. The Quidditch Cup this year must and absolutely will be Gryffindor's. This was Wood's last year at Hogwarts, and his last chance to win the Quidditch Cup. The next morning, Cohen was woken up by the noise. Harry was getting ready for the match, and Ron and the others were preparing their viewing supplies. With the gale force winds mixed with heavy rain, they couldn't watch the match in the rain unprepared. The weather hadn't improved at all, and even seemed worse than yesterday. The wind howled against the window frames outside, and the sky was as dark as night. A heavy downpour was coming soon. It feels like the end of the world, Seamus said, frowning. Harry, shouldn't you waterproof your glasses? Otherwise, how will you be able to see the snitch in the rain? How do you waterproof glasses? Harry asked, looking troubled. Waterproof and moisture-proof. Cohen stretched and reluctantly got out of bed. A charm, but you can't use it on people. You can put on your robes and glasses, though. Have you been possessed by Hermione? Ron asked in surprise. I read books often too, okay? Cohen said. Looks like today is an unlucky day for everything. Cohen glanced at the sky outside the window, feeling it was comparable to the sky above Azkaban. The downpour came earlier than they expected. After breakfast, they could already see raindrops hitting the castle roof from the Great Hall ceiling. The students planning to watch the match all brought umbrellas, but at Cohen's reminder, Hermione and Ron both swapped their umbrellas for rainproof robes. You don't want to see your umbrellas get blown away by the storm, Cohen said. Although I'm quite tempted to experience getting beaten up by the rain. The wind and rain were too strong, so pets were left in the dorms, including the fake scabbers that Cohen had replaced and Crookshanks. Sirius clearly forgot one thing. He had previously asked Crookshanks to help him catch Peter Pettigrew, but after discussing the plan to explain the truth to Harry with Cohen, he hadn't reminded Crookshanks to not rock the boat now. And this suited Cohen perfectly, because with Voldemort's involvement, the timing for Harry and Sirius to catch Peter needed to be arranged around Christmas. That is, after Cohen had visited the Crouches. Fake Peter couldn't be caught now, and it couldn't be Cohen who stopped it. So it could only be because Peter himself chose to run away. Just as they arrived outside the Quidditch pitch, battling the wind and rain, Cohen felt the fake scabbers in the dorm had already encountered Crookshanks. Remotely controlling scabbers to escape the dorm and hide in the castle walls through several mouse holes. There was no way Crookshanks could catch it now. Cohen and the others trudged through large patches of mud and finally reached the stands. Their vision was blurred by the raindrops flying everywhere, and they couldn't even clearly see Madame Hooch opening the trunk containing the Quidditch balls. Harry won't be able to find the golden snitch in these conditions. Hermione's voice was largely drowned out by the heavy rain. What? Ron couldn't hear Hermione at all. I said, the rain is too heavy. You can't see anything. Hermione shouted back. Can't you guys talk closer? Cohen said irritably. Are you trying to shout me deaf from either side? Ron and Hermione weren't the only ones shouting to communicate. Most of the spectators had to raise their voices to talk to their companions, making the entire stadium chaotic. However, the match in such terrible weather seemed even more exciting. The wave of positive emotions Cohen felt at this moment almost drowned out everything in front of him. Even Cohen almost couldn't suppress his appetite, let alone the Dementors outside acting as guards but unable to sneak into the school to find food. Just after the match called a timeout, Cohen saw the Dementors. They burrowed into the dark clouds and secretly floated above the pitch. The rich and abundant scent of excitement alone made them surge closer, and after tasting a little bit of the scattered emotional sweetness, these Dementors couldn't hold back anymore. Food, lots of food, food, all food. The Dementors' thoughts were terrifyingly loud. A large group of Dementors was hungrily preparing to swoop down for a feast. And at this moment, Harry found the snitch. It was hovering near a goalpost, illuminated by lightning. Don't come down. Cohen wanted to advise them, because Dumbledore was present, and crossing Dumbledore's boundary would definitely make him furious, especially since Harry was flying on the pitch. Leave some for the kid. He needs to eat more. A familiar Dementor didn't forget to remind its companions to leave some for Cohen. I freaking thank you guys. Cohen covered his face in the rain. There were too many and too loud Dementor thoughts. Cohen felt like none of them could hear what he was saying. Oh boy, Dumbledore's gonna have a cow. Harry! Hermione shrieked in terror. This time, Hermione didn't need to repeat herself. Everyone else could hear it too. Because as the dark mass of Dementors flew down over the pitch, the once noisy stands fell into an eerie silence. All that could be heard was the biting wind and rain, and the rumbling thunder from the clouds. For Cohen, there was also the noisy clamor of the Dementors calling out for food. The Dementors had a much stronger effect on Harry than on anyone else. Cohen saw Harry fall straight off his broom. Dumbledore stood up in the faculty box. Harry, who was falling rapidly, was magically levitated by Dumbledore to prevent him from plummeting to his death. The group of Dementors clearly hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. They wanted to swoop down on Harry and suck out his soul. That was practically like smacking Grindelwald on the butt right in front of Dumbledore. The next second, a huge phoenix with a light as bright as day burst forth from the tip of Dumbledore's wand, gracefully flying towards the group of Dementors. Even from a distance, Cohen still felt a sense of unease. Cohen instinctively moved back, feeling like if that Patronus hit him, his soul energy would be knocked miles away. The Dementors were driven out of the stadium by Dumbledore's Phoenix Patronus. The fast ones had already disappeared back into the clouds, but the slower ones... A round-faced boy was thrown towards Cohen by a Dementor, like it was giving Cohen a packed lunch before leaving. Neville! Hermione exclaimed. Cushioning charm. Slow down. Cohen quickly drew his wand and sent a slowing charm towards Neville to avoid being bumped into by him. Sorry, those Dementors, they grabbed me. Neville scrambled up next to Cohen, apologizing quickly, his body still trembling uncontrollably. That was terrifying. But Cohen's attention wasn't on Neville at all. Dumbledore had definitely seen what just happened. The Dementors' embarrassing display was quite eye-catching. The young wizards might not suspect Cohen, because Neville hadn't fallen in an area where Cohen was the only student. But Dumbledore was different, especially since the Dementors had just acted up. We need to go check on Harry. Ron shivered, but still intended to pull Cohen and Hermione down to see how Harry was. Did he just? That was at least 50 feet. Hermione choked out. Dumbledore caught him, Cohen said. Going down there would definitely mean being taken away by Dumbledore, but Cohen didn't plan to hide from him. Hiding would just imply that he really was involved in the Dementors' attack. By the time they reached the pitch, Dumbledore had already gotten Harry onto a stretcher and was preparing to take him to the hospital wing. Ron and Hermione were stopped by Professor McGonagall, but Cohen was called over by Dumbledore. Cohen, come with me for a moment, Dumbledore said, but his tone was normal. Cohen followed behind Dumbledore, the stretcher with Harry floating beside them. Not a single drop of rain fell on them during their walk, and the mud on Harry had somehow disappeared. Dumbledore was uncharacteristically silent the entire way, not saying a word. After entering the castle and arriving at the hospital wing on the second floor, Dumbledore handed Harry over to Madame Pomfrey, who had rushed out. I've said it before, Dumbledore. The school should cut back on these dangerous matches in extreme weather. Madame Pomfrey said indignantly, worriedly transferring Harry from the stretcher to a bed. What happened to him? He was affected by the Dementors. Poppy, could you please take care of him? Dumbledore said. There are some things I need to discuss. Of course, of course. After learning the reason for Harry's unconsciousness, Madame Pomfrey's attention was completely off Dumbledore. She began to give Harry a thorough examination. Come with me, Cohen. Dumbledore led Cohen further up, all the way to the gargoyle outside the headmaster's office. Cohen noticed that Dumbledore didn't need a password to enter. The gargoyle simply grumbled and hopped aside after seeing Dumbledore. After entering the headmaster's office, the door was closed with a flick of Dumbledore's wand. Cohen could even see a ripple of magic, like some kind of soundproofing charm. Pop! A chair landed in front of Dumbledore's desk, prepared for Cohen. Cohen naturally sat down in it. He came here every year, so he was used to it. Let's get straight to the point, Cohen. Dumbledore said calmly. Can you communicate with Dementors? Straight to the point, huh? Cohen thought Dumbledore was going to start with some riddles. It seemed like Dumbledore was genuinely annoyed by the Dementors. He never liked those creatures made purely of negative emotions. The Dementors are here near Hogwarts at the Ministry's insistence, and I've always been against it, Dumbledore said. Because there's so much happiness in the school, it's an irresistible feast for them. And today's incident has proven that my concerns were not unfounded. Indeed, Cohen nodded. They're a bit hard to keep in line. If I may assume that you're willing to trust me, Cohen. Dumbledore peered over the top of his half-moon spectacles at Cohen's glasses. Can you tell me what kind of relationship you have with those Dementors? Are they like elders? Cohen couldn't immediately figure out how to describe his relationship with the Dementors. Elders is a very broad term, Dumbledore said. But I'm more concerned with what they are in your eyes. Noisy and stupid living black cloaks, Cohen assessed. They're always craving happiness and souls, but they don't actually need those to survive. Yes, Dementors are creatures that cannot be destroyed, Dumbledore said. They feed on human emotions and souls, but they don't depend on them to survive. That's precisely what makes this species so abhorrent to wizards. Although what he said was correct, Cohen couldn't shake the feeling that he was being indirectly criticized. Of course, I'm talking about pure Dementors, which doesn't include you, Cohen, Dumbledore said. Those Dementors are drawn to you only because that experiment forced you to merge with a part of a Dementor's soul. And it's precisely this part, which shouldn't exist, that has made your original soul extremely unstable. These are things Nicholas and I have discussed. Cohen wasn't sure how to evaluate his current soul state. After merging with the Sorcerer's Stone, his soul had become almost purely Dementor. This is where my concern lies, Dumbledore said worriedly. I shouldn't be telling you this right now, but after those Dementors showed you such unexpected tolerance and care, I don't think this should be a topic we both avoid. When we're all afraid of something happening and try our best to ignore the signs, that thing often arrives much sooner than we expect. Like what? Cohen remembered the last time Dumbledore had this expression was when he had died. There's something I've been worried about, Dumbledore said slowly. I'm afraid that because of that unstable soul, you'll become more and more like a Dementor, and less like Cohen, the child Edward and Rose loved so dearly. Has it really gotten this serious? Cohen's eyes widened. When faced with such a dangerous topic, he could only bring up an even more dangerous one to ease the tension. I thought finding a relative of the Chimera was already a pretty big deal. A Chimera? Dumbledore said, as if expecting it. Yeah, and I even introduced it to Edward. Since the goat head in the middle could speak English, Edward reluctantly accepted it. Just like that basilisk Siskoke, Cohen said. It is our choices, Harry, that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities, Dumbledore said gently. When I was young, I encountered a poor soul deeply affected by a blood curse. Even though she would transform into a terrifying giant snake, it didn't diminish the purity and kindness of her spirit. But that brutal experiment at Borgin and Burke's didn't just tear apart the flesh of many creatures. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly. It also tore apart many souls. Dementors were never meant to coexist with other souls. Any part of them is an insatiable maw for a soul. But I feel pretty normal right now. Cohen asked. So far, there haven't been any incidents, Dumbledore said. That's why I brought you here at this time. We must prepare for the worst-case scenario and ensure we are ready before that worst outcome arrives. Makes sense, Cohen nodded. I definitely don't want to end up as one of those silly, clumsy Dementors in Azkaban, working as an unpaid prison guard. Have you communicated with the Dementors? Dumbledore asked. On the train? Or at school? Yeah, they communicate through a consciousness network. One on the train noticed me and said I looked too skinny. Wanted to give me an extra helping, Cohen said. The Dementors today were the same. They tossed Neville my way, meaning they wanted to give me a snack. What do you make of that? Dumbledore asked. What do I make of that? Cohen raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. During his first year, Cohen could only produce some silvery mist with this spell. Dumbledore had witnessed it himself next to the mirror of Ariste. At that time, Dumbledore thought Cohen couldn't conjure a real, effective Patronus because Cohen's silvery mist had a strange quality of slowly sinking in air. But things were different now. A silver unicorn sprang nimbly from the tip of Cohen's wand. It landed on the floor of the headmaster's office, circled Cohen a few times, and finally lowered its head to nuzzle Cohen's shoulder, just like a real unicorn. Dumbledore remained silent for a long moment, his deep blue eyes fixed on the beautiful creature. Knockoff Patronus, old-timer. Cohen felt that if he revealed his Dementor Patronus, Dumbledore would short-circuit. So, he chose to put on a show for Dumbledore with a fake spell, portraying a scene of being in darkness but still yearning for light. It seemed the performance was very successful. Dumbledore's eyes looked a little moist. The old man always seemed particularly human at times like these. Cohen waited for Dumbledore to say that line. Damn it, so impatient. He really wanted to say always when Dumbledore asked, "Has it always been this way?" "Cohen, when did this start?" Dumbledore asked softly. "Since the first time I encountered a herd of unicorns," Cohen lied, his voice becoming increasingly natural. "Before that, my Patronus charm could only produce smoke, and it looked really weird. I even thought it was because of my... Your origins are not important. Having the courage to confront your own origins is even more difficult, but you have proven that you can do it, Cohen. This is something many self-important wizards cannot achieve," Dumbledore said gently. "Hold on to your heart." Dumbledore also wanted Cohen to stick to his idea of unifying the magical world. That's what Dumbledore meant by hold on to your heart. "But what if I can't do it one day?" Cohen suddenly asked. "I read in a book that the Patronus can only be conjured with pure, positive emotions, but you just said that my soul might be influenced by the Dementor souls." "Nicholas is preparing an alchemical artifact for you," Dumbledore said. "Hopefully, it will limit the Dementor part of your soul. It should be ready around Christmas. Nicholas said he gave you a key. You can go see him after Christmas." Whoa, Cohen's mouth formed an O. Although Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel both cared about him, it was already too late. His soul was already entirely shaped like a Dementor. However, Dumbledore and the others were clearly overthinking it. Cohen didn't feel like his intelligence had decreased. There was still a clear difference between him and those Dementors. Or perhaps, maybe Dementors themselves weren't purebred. The Sorcerer's Stone had made Cohen's soul pure, but no one had ever said that the Dementor species itself was pure. In fact, no one had ever figured out where Dementors came from or how they were born. After conveying Nicholas Flamel's message to Cohen and repeatedly reminding him not to let his heart lean towards the Dementors, Dumbledore let Cohen go. Harry was still recovering in the hospital wing, but the good news was that the Slytherin team hadn't caught the Golden Snitch either. The match had been forced to stop due to the Dementor incident. Cohen was too lazy to go downstairs, so he returned to the room of requirement. "I saw a whole bunch of Dementors running onto the Quidditch pitch," Count said curiously as soon as Cohen entered. "What happened? What happened?" "There were too many delicious emotions on the pitch. They couldn't resist," Cohen said. "Dumbledore used a bling-bling Patronus to chase them away." "Were you also chased out by that bling-bling Patronus?" Count said gleefully. "I think your bald head looks pretty shiny too," Cohen retorted fiercely. "Don't think that just because a bird is racist, it won't be criticized." Under Count's repeated questioning, Cohen briefly told him what had happened after Dumbledore took him away. "I clearly remember your Patronus being a bloody Dementor." Count looked at Cohen suspiciously. "I can also make an owl," Cohen said. "But that would make it too easy for people to suspect my relationship with you, which is bad. So, I chose a unicorn. People who have a basilisk or a chimera as their Patronus don't seem like good guys. Rose and Edward are even worse. A human as a Patronus just sounds weird." "That's terrifying," Count clicked his tongue. "Dumbledore is over 100 years old, and you're still bullying him." "Where did you see me bullying him?" Cohen retorted. "This is called a win-win. Forget it. You'll understand when you're my age." The rain still hadn't stopped. All the way until dinner, You could still see the pitter-patter of raindrops on the great hall ceiling, though the wind wasn't as strong as it had been during the day. Cohen bumped into Ron and Hermione while getting food. "How's Harry doing?" Cohen asked. "Judging by the way you two are shoveling food down, he must be all right." Ron was just stuffing his face, and his good appetite was a good sign that nothing terrible had happened to Harry. "Harry's still unconscious," Hermione said, "but Madame Pomfrey says he's not in any danger. He just needs a few days to recover." "Why did Dumbledore take you away?" "It was about Nicholas Flamel," Cohen said vaguely. "I might be going to France for the Christmas holidays." "MMPH, haven't been to France yet," Ron mumbled with his mouth full. Hermione gave him a slightly disgusted look because it was rather gross. "Let's go see Harry after dinner. He should be awake by now, and we can bring him some food," Hermione said. "He's only had a bit of breakfast all day. He must be starving." "Hermione, we'd definitely starve without you," Ron said after swallowing his food and taking a breath. Seeing Ron so calm now, Cohen figured he hadn't gone back to check on Scabbers yet, because the fake Scabbers had been manipulated by Cohen to run away at the start of the Quidditch match. After dinner, they headed to the hospital wing with a big bag of roast meat and a goblet of pumpkin juice. Just as Hermione had predicted, Harry had indeed just woken up. They could see him from outside the ward window, just sitting up in bed and looking around. "Professor Trelawney saying your inner eye is inaccurate must be a load of rubbish," Ron said admiringly. "How did you know Harry would wake up now?" "Because Harry gets hungry, Ron. It's common sense," Hermione said. "Arithmancy is a lot more useful than divination, and it's really interesting. I think you two should consider taking it as an elective." "Nope," Ron refused decisively. "Don't even think about shoving math into my timetable," Cohen said seriously. "Not even if you stick a magic prefix on it." "You guys," Hermione sighed. They stopped talking about it as they entered Harry's ward, because he looked really anxious. "What happened?" Harry asked urgently when he saw Cohen and the others come in together. "What was the result of the match?" "What? Remember the fastest novel website on the entire internet, 101can.com? The match was stopped," Hermione reassured him, placing the food for Harry's dinner on the bedside table. "It's been postponed until the week before Christmas." "Dumbledore was furious," Cohen said. "His Patronus charm was as bright as the sun." "Patronus charm?" Hermione noted the name of the spell, planning to look it up in the library later. "That's good." Harry's worried heart settled down. "If Dementors show up every time, they shouldn't be coming onto school grounds anymore," Cohen said. "Unless they wanted to be blasted away by Dumbledore's Phoenix Patronus again, which definitely couldn't have felt good." "Where's my broom?" Harry suddenly remembered, and his face instantly went white. Hermione sensed that Harry might be really upset, so she didn't say anything right away. But dragging it out like this was making Harry even more worried. She pointed to a cloth bag next to the hospital bed. "It ran into the Whomping Willow," Ron said. "Flitwick helped get it back for you. You know how that tree's temper is?" Harry unfolded the cloth bag. Inside was his Nimbus 2000, broken into tiny pieces with damp wood shavings. "Cheer up, you can get a new broom," Cohen said. "How about a Firebolt? The latest model just came out this year." But it seemed Harry was quite attached to his old broom. He shook his head silently, not wanting to part with the broom he'd flown for 2 years. "Oh, right." Harry remembered something he'd seen before he passed out. "Remember Professor Trelawney's omen?" "Don't be daft, Harry," Hermione said. "You can't just connect everything that happens to you with an omen." "But I saw it again," Harry said, "just before the Dementors flew into the stadium. I told you the omen might be real." Ron said worriedly. "The other things Trelawney says might be fake, but omens are definitely real in the wizarding world. Remember? Cohen saw an omen too. That's why the Dementors threw Neville over towards us. Post hoc ergo propter hoc, spreading fear and chaos," Cohen said, wagging a finger at Ron. "Ronald, you're too superstitious. I'm with Hermione on this one. Those Dementors were just trying to feed." Looking at it that way, Neville was the one who should have been plagued by the omen. Besides, what Harry saw was clearly Sirius Black. Wait a minute, did Black actually come to Hogwarts? Didn't I tell him to wait near Hogsmeade? Hashtag, look, you're getting anxious again. Maybe he missed James too much and sneaked over to secretly watch Harry's match. 15 minutes. Madame Pomfrey came in to remind them. The patient needs plenty of rest. I am lying down, Harry said quickly. I'm already resting. Eat some chocolate before you sleep, Madame Pomfrey said, bringing Harry 2 large bars of chocolate. You'll have to stay in the hospital wing this weekend. Those Dementors are dangerous for Fragile. I'm not fragile, Harry said unhappily. Of course, you're very strong, of course. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand, tidying up the clutter in the ward. These wood splinters will hurt you. Madame Pomfrey wanted to clear away the dangerous items near Harry, as the wood splinters could easily pierce his hospital robes. However, Harry insisted on keeping them, so Madame Pomfrey had no choice but to leave them. Cohen and the others left the ward. Visiting hours in the hospital wing were always strict, but Madame Pomfrey would usually relax the rules a bit if someone really wanted to stay. Hermione chose to go to the library to read, while Ron dragged Cohen back to the dorm to play chess. His usual chess partner, Harry, was in the hospital, so Cohen was now the best option. Why do people invent a game where you lose as soon as the king gets eaten? Cohen asked, puzzled after losing his 3rd game of wizard's chess. Can't the remaining pieces just elect a new king after the old one dies? Because that's the rule, Ron said. There's no game that's that free. It didn't feel as good as the chessboard Edward had sent. Cohen still preferred entertainment that was more hands-on, but unfortunately, Edward's production capacity was a bit low. I'm going to write a letter to Edward, Cohen said, feeling bored. Tell him to step up his game a bit. The Count wasn't too resistant to the idea of delivering a letter in the middle of the night. Because you're a nocturnal bird, you know, Cohen said dryly. Don't act like I'm taking advantage of you. What else is a store-bought owl for if not delivering mail? Hey, I chat with you every day, the Count retorted, full of confidence. Can other pets do that? Mr. Fluffy, Cohen said. Nah, no way, the Count scoffed. Mr. Fluffy would annoy you to death. You wouldn't want to chat with him. My point is, if you don't get going, I'll bring Mr. Fluffy to Hogwarts, Cohen said, his face expressionless. You're the one who spends the most time in the room of requirement anyway. Mr. Fluffy was still more effective. The Count took off with the letter as soon as he heard that. The weekend had a somewhat tense atmosphere because Scabbers had gone missing. Thanks to Hermione's newly purchased cage, Ron, surprisingly, didn't immediately suspect her. Scabbers probably just found another mouse, Fred reminded Ron when he was searching the fireplace woodpile in the common room for the 8th time. He's like, what, 13? You can't deny him the right to have little mouse babies. Scabbers is a boy, Ron said, sweating. He doesn't need to go into labor. He might just be a homebody, Cohen said. Like that snake I used to have. It would let its daughter coil around its head all day long. Really? Ron slumped back into his armchair, dejected. He'll come back, George reassured him. If he really is gone, we could get you a new rat. Huh? Did Cohen see Scabbers? Oh, I just remembered I need to go ask Professor Lupin something about whether he's taking a sick day for tomorrow's class. Cohen fibbed. If you find out, let us know, Ron said. I really can't handle all this bad news one after another. If Snape teaches defense against the dark arts again next week, I'm skipping class immediately and won't go back until Professor Lupin returns. Cohen slipped out of the Gryffindor common room through the portrait hole. He had just seen a familiar soul through the wall. Hogwarts didn't have any souls with a soul strength of 28. The professors were higher, the students were lower. Only Sirius Black, who had been devoured by Dementors for 12 years, had that level. He couldn't enter the Gryffindor common room in broad daylight, so he was probably waiting for Cohen outside specifically. Woof! Woof! Cohen had just stepped out when he heard the bark of the large black dog, and then he was fiercely knocked over by it. What are you doing? Cohen growled, but Sirius could only express himself with barks, biting Cohen's trouser leg and trying to drag him somewhere else. However, anywhere else was definitely not safe, so Cohen brought him to the room of requirement. You wouldn't risk being discovered just to barge into me at Hogwarts, would you? Cohen looked at Sirius suspiciously after closing the door of the room of requirement. He had already swiftly transformed from the large dog back into his grimy human form. You said you'd bring Harry over next week. Sirius said in a low voice. How many weeks has it been now? I'm at the next Hogsmeade weekend. It was supposed to be this week, but there's a Quidditch match this week, so Hogsmeade weekend was canceled. Didn't you even go watch? That's another reason I came to find you. Sirius rushed towards Cohen, breathing heavily, and grabbed Cohen's collar, just like a thug. But considering this guy used to be a school bully, this action didn't surprise Cohen. Cohen dodged out of the way. Aren't you a Dementor? Why do they still attack Harry? He almost died. Sirius demanded. Protecting students is Dumbledore's job, Cohen countered. I didn't see you, his godfather, stepping in either. That's because. Besides, how could I have saved him? They were too loud at the time. I couldn't even shout them down, Cohen said. You expect me to turn into a Dementor and float over to stop them, right under the noses of all the teachers and students? Harry passed out the moment the Dementors appeared. Sirius's chest heaved, but he couldn't continue speaking. Get your priorities straight, dog person. I don't have that nickname, Sirius huffed. Okay, dog person, Cohen said, completely unwilling to change his mind. I hate it when people try to pass the buck to me. If I'm responsible for the Dementors making mistakes, then are all you wizards responsible for Voldemort's crimes? If it weren't for the fact that you're Harry's godfather, I wouldn't even be in the mood to help you right now. I'm sorry, Sirius said suddenly. Question mark. Cohen didn't expect Sirius to back down so quickly. I said, I'm sorry, Sirius said through gritted teeth. Did Peter possess you? Cohen raised an eyebrow. Don't lump me in with that cowardly traitor, Sirius said, his face flushed with anger. I admit I was wrong. You need to bring Harry over and help me explain things. I'm not very good at talking to people anymore, especially not to him. Was this lightning-fast apology just to be able to get along harmoniously with Harry? Do we really have to go through these sentimental moments? Cohen wanted to complain a bit more. He had just thought of dozens of rebuttals to Sirius's accusations. I still had more to say. Now that I'm here, can you bring Harry and them over? Sirius asked Cohen, his back hunched. No, Cohen said. Why? Sirius asked, completely bewildered. Because Peter Pettigrew ran away, Cohen said matter-of-factly. I don't know why, but Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, has been chasing him constantly, as if someone was secretly urging him to drive Peter away. Faced with Cohen's finger-pointing, Sirius fell silent. Those who point fingers at others will eventually have fingers pointed at them. Sirius didn't dare mention that he was the one who asked Crookshanks to catch Scabbers. I'll find him, Sirius said hoarsely. Want to hear some good news? Cohen asked. What good news? Sirius looked at Cohen. I know who he's going to look for next, Cohen said with a smirk. And I even overheard those two people's plan. Who? What plan? Sirius asked anxiously. Of course, it was the plan to kidnap Harry after Christmas. But telling Sirius about this felt equivalent to Voldemort knowing as well, because Cohen wasn't sure if Voldemort would be watching Peter Pettigrew. If Sirius knew the original plan, he might reveal the fact that Cohen betrayed Voldemort in front of him. Hold on, you're too impatient. I can't tell you the plan right now, Cohen said. That's exactly what Dumbledore used to say to me, Sirius said, extremely dissatisfied. Then I definitely can't tell you, Cohen nodded. I trust Professor Dumbledore's judgment. You just play dumb for now. I have my own arrangements after Christmas. You don't trust me, Sirius said, staring at Cohen. Duh, of course I don't trust you, especially after your previous. I have a plan gave Peter Pettigrew the chance to pull a double cross, Cohen said matter-of-factly. What if you get another one of your crazy ideas? Sirius felt like this kid always enjoyed twisting the knife, as if Cohen had no idea how to interact with people. Then I'll just wait. Wait away, Commissioner Gordon, Cohen said casually. Just don't get picked up as a stray dog out there. The school doesn't allow stray dogs. And hey, you haven't been getting back together with that dog, have you? Of course I wouldn't have anything to do with some random dog, Sirius retorted angrily. Wait, who's Gordon? But Cohen didn't explain the name to him, even as he left. This world didn't have Batman and Gary Oldman, after all. Sirius transformed back into the large black dog, expertly navigating the tricky, moving staircases and the intricate corridors. leaving the castle through a secret passage. To anyone outside, he just looked like a dog that some student had kept at the school for years. Cohen had dealt with Sirius for now. Next up was finding Barty Crouch Jr. around Christmas. Cohen had no fondness for this fanatical follower of Voldemort. Compared to Peter Pettigrew, Barty Jr. was more proactive, smarter, and a lot more dangerous. Had to be taken care of. That was the downside of Voldemort's followers. Many of them were fanatics and couldn't be recruited by Cohen. The Malfoy family was slightly more normal, at least, and had some brains. But anyway, going to find him was just a cover story for Voldemort. It wasn't like Cohen couldn't actually make a port key. Whether Barty Jr. lived or died wouldn't affect the plan. When it came to Death Eaters who could either live or die, Cohen's attitude was always, if they can die, they should die more often. After Christmas, he also had to visit Nicholas Flamel's workshop. According to Dumbledore, Nicholas Flamel seemed to be preparing his affairs recently. Cohen wondered what kind of inheritance Nicholas had prepared for him. All day Sunday, even though Ron kept saying he had accepted Scabbers' departure, he was still searching everywhere, not even returning to the dorm until late at night. Still haven't found him? Seamus peeked his head out from under the covers. No. Who can find a rat in a castle anyway? Ron said dejectedly as he got into bed. Please remember the website 101kin.com to watch the fastest chapter updates. Cohen didn't reply. The fake Peter had been controlled by Cohen to sneak into a hole in the wall on the 5th floor. Of course, Ron wouldn't find him. He just had to wait until everything was in place before letting him reappear. On Monday morning, Harry was finally released by Madame Pomfrey. However, because his flying broom had been smashed to bits by the Whomping Willow, Harry was still in low spirits. Cohen didn't really understand why Harry wouldn't want to get a better broom. It was just a tool, like a computer graphics card that you had to replace every few years. It wasn't like Harry was short on galleons. Compared to Harry, Ron, who had lost his pet, seemed to have emerged from the gloom more quickly. On Tuesday evening, he was wishing to Santa Claus in front of the common room fireplace for a new pet. Do you want Mr. Frondo? Cohen asked. A talking cat, and a really tough one at that. The kind that wouldn't die even if you did. I still want a normal pet. Ron said cautiously. Santa Claus doesn't exist, little Ron. Fred and George chimed in, coming over. We can catch you a few gnomes dressed up as Santa. You can have them as pets. Mention that kind of suggestion again, and I'll lock you two in a cage. Ron said fiercely. How terrifying, Fred exclaimed dramatically. We're going to be kept in a cage, George said sadly. Ron will feed us 5 sickles a week. Looking at it that way, being a pet sounds pretty good, Fred said, pretending to suddenly realize this. But having to call someone master is a bit hard to accept. Don't be ridiculous, Ron said, pursing his lips. You almost tamed us, little Ron, Fred said regretfully. But we're not here for you. Harry, could you come out for a bit? We've thought of a way to cheer you up. Fred and George led Harry out of the common room, leaving Ron stewing in annoyance. I haven't noticed them ever trying to cheer me up. I'm their brother, you know. Brothers are for having fun with, Cohen said reasonably. Harry hadn't had another chance to go to Hogsmeade, so he hadn't asked Fred and George about the secret passage out of the school. Cohen figured the way to cheer you up that the Weasley twins mentioned was probably the Marauders map. The main character really had it good, with the heavens practically showering him with useful items. Cohen is a normal character. Harry is the cheat code. On Friday morning, the Earl arrived late with Edward's letter. Your dad's sick, the Earl said, dropping the letter next to Cohen, then unceremoniously snatching a chicken leg from Cohen's plate. Question mark. Cohen's eyes widened. Because I asked him to help me make a new instance? Don't know. The Earl mumbled with his mouth full. He got your letter and then got sick, lying in bed moaning and groaning. Sounds like Hermione asked with some concern from the side. If he turns into a werewolf, I'll stuff him in my trunk, Cohen said. But clearly, he's just got a case of the sudden onset of the I'm too weak to work syndrome. The atmosphere in your family is really... Hermione shook her head and continued reading the book propped up in front of her. I specifically observed him for several days, the Earl said. He's been lying in bed for almost a week, moaning and groaning every day. If it's fake, then he's got amazing dedication. If it were real, he'd be at St. Mungo's, not at home. Rose wouldn't let him stay home sick, Cohen sighed, opening Edward's letter. At this rate, he'll become a good-for-nothing who just eats and waits to die. Isn't he already? The Earl asked curiously. After breakfast, they headed to the defense against the dark arts classroom together. Not knowing if Lupin had returned, Harry and Ron stayed outside the door. If Snape teaches defense against the dark arts again, I'm skipping class, Ron said. Me too, Harry nodded in agreement. Neither of them had done the homework Snape had assigned last time. Are you two really that attached to Lupin? Cohen shook his head and peeked into the classroom. Lupin was back, the dark circles under his eyes even heavier, and he looked completely drained. Werewolf transformations really that exhausting? But Fenrir Greyback, Voldemort's lackey, was so strong. Maybe it was because Greyback went around biting people every full moon, so he ate better than Lupin. He's back, Cohen said, turning back. Brilliant, Harry said happily. Nightmare over. Who knows how long I've been worried about this? Ron sighed in relief. 2 rolls of parchment. I don't even want to think about what Snape would have done if he'd caught me, without my homework. After all the students had settled down, Lupin intended to start the lesson, but a chorus of complaints about Snape erupted from below. He gave us a ton of homework. We don't even know what werewolves are. 2 rolls of parchment. Did you tell Professor Snape that we haven't covered that yet? Lupin frowned slightly. Yes, Dean said angrily. But he just sneered at our learning abilities, saying we were way behind. He wouldn't listen. 2 rolls of parchment. Ron insisted on loudly complaining about the amount of homework, hoping Lupin would cancel it. Finally, Lupin told them they didn't have to write the assignment. Hermione looked very disappointed because she had already finished it. Knew Snape wouldn't get his way. Ron boasted with great foresight. That's why I didn't write it at all. You seem rather proud of not learning, Hermione criticized sternly. When I become headmaster of Hogwarts, I'm going to abolish homework. That dreadful stuff, Cohen said, lying on his desk. Because the Grindylow in the glass tank Lupin brought would shrink back into the weeds in fear whenever it saw Cohen. Cohen had to avoid its gaze so Lupin could show the creature to the students. After class, Harry was kept behind by Lupin. When Cohen and the others saw Harry again in the Great Hall, a big smile was plastered across his face. I have a way to deal with those Dementors now, Harry said happily. Professor Lupin has agreed to teach me the spell to resist Dementors. I looked up some books, Hermione said. The best way to deal with Dementors is the Patronus charm. Cohen mentioned it last time, and it's the same spell Dumbledore used at the Quidditch match. It must be super powerful, Ron said. All those cold feelings disappeared instantly. Can we learn it together? But the book says this spell is very difficult, Hermione said worriedly. It doesn't seem like something third years can learn. But it's the only way, isn't it? Harry said resolutely. I'm going to learn it. Otherwise, I won't be able to do anything in the next match. And who knows if those Dementors will come again. I just mean, don't get too discouraged, Hermione said with concern. It might take you a while to learn. You could learn it too, Ron said curiously. I'd feel much safer once you guys learn it. You really don't want to taste any of life's bitterness, do you? Cohen quipped. I think I'll pass for now, Hermione said, shaking her head for once. I have too many classes. I still have to write my arithmancy homework later. I'll learn it in 4th or 5th year. Once I learn this spell, I'll be able to drive all those damn Dementors away, Harry said hopefully. That would be great, Ron said. That would be just fantastic, Cohen said dryly. He didn't dare imagine how Harry and the others would react if they knew there had always been a Dementor right next to them, especially after Harry had been severely affected by Dementors twice already. Cohen had been thinking about how to reveal his little secret identity a bit more naturally. The Dementor thing couldn't be kept from them forever. The longer it dragged on, the older they would get, and the older they got, the deeper their prejudices and stubbornness would become, and his Dementor identity would become increasingly dangerous. Considering that the protagonist of this world could really defeat the boss by shouting about friendship and bonds across levels, Cohen didn't want to become another Voldemort. Before Christmas, they had the last Hogsmeade weekend of the term. This time, Harry could go through the secret passage, but they didn't tell Hermione about it because she would definitely stop Harry if she knew. Harry felt that acting first and informing later was the best choice. When Cohen and the others met Harry outside Honeyduke's, Hermione's reaction was noticeably more agitated than Harry's. Harry and Ron insisted all along that Sirius Black wouldn't know about this secret passage, but Hermione wasn't reassured. That was until Ron grabbed a Ministry of Magic notice that stated Dementors would be patrolling Hogsmeade every day after sunset. See, Hermione, the Dementors will be patrolling everywhere at night. Ron said, Sirius Black will definitely get caught if he shows his face. But Hermione started to say something, but didn't continue. When Dementors were mentioned, Hermione secretly glanced at Cohen. This suddenly gave Cohen the feeling that he had been found out. Hermione had always been quite clever. She only needed one homework assignment to figure out that Lupin was a werewolf based on his illness cycle. But Cohen couldn't remember when he had been exposed. During the Quidditch match? When those Dementors tossed Neville towards Cohen as a snack? Or was it about Dumbledore's Patronus? However, Hermione hadn't talked to Cohen about this privately yet. He didn't know if she was simply trying to keep a secret for Cohen or if she was afraid that Cohen would suddenly lash out and suck out her soul. The post office. Ron pointed out to Harry. Zonko's joke shop is up ahead, and then further out is the Shrieking Shack. And Scrivenshaft's quill shop, Hermione introduced. Over there, the quills inside are made very delicately. It's too cold here, Harry said, shivering, because he was under the invisibility cloak and had forgotten to put on his robes before leaving. Is there anywhere warm? The Hog's Head, Hermione asked. There are fewer people there, and Harry might be safer. The Three Broomsticks, Cohen said. The Hog's Head is no good. The owner there doesn't seem to like me much. He glares at me every time I come in, and the fewer people there are, the easier it is for Harry to be seen. In the end, they still chose the Three Broomsticks because the environment of the Hog's Head was indeed too bad, always giving people the feeling that drinking the beverages there would lead to immediate death. They chose a corner seat, shielded by a Christmas tree, where Harry could take off the invisibility cloak and enjoy the fireplace and drinks. Ron suggested butterbeer, but Cohen insisted on ordering something else for himself. I have some not-so-good memories associated with that stuff, Cohen said. Those unicorns in my trunk were ruined by butterbeer in this lifetime. Now they'll lie sprawled out drunk on the grass every day, and sooner or later, they'll be eaten by Norbert, who's still groggy from just waking up. However, Harry and Ron seemed to like the taste of butterbeer quite a bit. Cohen found it too greasy. He didn't even put much butter on his bread, feeling that jam and cheese were better. But before long, several figures who clearly weren't students entered the Three Broomsticks. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick walked in first, followed by Hagrid and a portly man. It's the Minister of Magic, Ron whispered, quickly shoving Harry under the table. Quick, the invisibility cloak, Hermione urged, then used magic to shift the Christmas tree's position slightly to better conceal their movements. Even though they were the ones hiding, the four of them still curiously huddled next to the tree, tried to eavesdrop on the professor's and the minister's conversation. What brings you here? Rosmerta, the landlady of the Three Broomsticks, asked. Minister, it's been ages since you've been here. What else could it be? Fudge looked around. It's Sirius Black, of course. There are rumors he's been spotted in Hogsmeade, and we all know what he's after. Do you know the Dementors have searched my pub twice already? Madame Rosmerta said, disgruntled. They've scared away all my customers. It's terrible for business, Minister. Rosmerta, my dear, I'm not fond of them either, Fudge said awkwardly. Especially now. I suspect they might be a little unreliable. Unreliable. Rosmerta raised her eyebrows. Do they even really have a quality like loyalty? Professor Flitwick asked in his squeaky voice. Well, of course, they're still willing to protect everyone from even more terrible threats. We all know what Black is capable of, but I must say, our communication with them is still at a very basic level. Fudge said pointedly. I thought Dementors weren't capable of communication at all. Hagrid said uneasily. That's true for wizards, Fudge said, rubbing his fingers together. But considering the situation here at Hogwarts, I must remind you all, you need to keep a closer eye on that Cohen Norton. Cohen? What's he got to do with him? Hagrid said, puzzled. I mean, he's always been a good kid. This isn't something I can easily explain in a public place, but I must say, after discussing it with Barty Sr., it's highly likely that someone helped Sirius Black escape. Those Dementors might have... Rubbish. I don't believe for a moment that my students would encourage Dementors to help a murderer escape from prison, Professor McGonagall said sharply, her protective instincts kicking in. That's an unfounded and malicious accusation. Cohen is only 13 and leads a very full life. Indeed, Professor Flitwick nodded in agreement. If prejudice can spread to a 13-year-old student, perhaps I should also be thrown in Azkaban for the Goblin Rebellions, shouldn't I? I think I actually was in prison once. Hagrid also wanted to help clear Cohen's name, but suddenly remembered that he had indeed been locked up in Azkaban 50 years ago because of the Chamber of Secrets, although Dumbledore had vouched for him and gotten him out pretty quickly. Of course, I wasn't accusing. Fudge wiped his brow. He could still put on airs with others, but he couldn't bring himself to be condescending to the Hogwarts professors as he had once been their student. The feeling of being under your teacher's thumb lasted a lifetime. Why would it be about Cohen? Ron asked, utterly confused, turning his head to whisper to Hermione and Cohen. Are you a fugitive? Yeah. I spent 7 whole days during the summer holidays committing illegal activities and got thrown into Azkaban, Cohen said dramatically. Oh my God, it was so terrible. So I escaped, and I brought Sirius Black along for the ride. A muffled snort came from the air beside them. Harry hadn't been able to hold it in. Sounds like the minister doesn't have a clue about Sirius Black's whereabouts, Hermione said, changing the subject. I'm starting to doubt if the ministry can even catch him. But ridiculous things do happen, don't they? Madame Rosmerta mused. Speaking of which, do you know? I still can't believe that out of everyone who joined you-know-who's side, the one I'd least expect is Sirius Black. I mean, I remember him when he was at Hogwarts. You only know the surface, Fudge said gruffly. He's done things far worse than just killing those muggles. What could be worse than killing so many innocent people? Rosmerta asked curiously. You said you remember him at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall said softly. Do you remember who his best friend was? Of course, I remember, Rosmerta chuckled. Never saw the two of them apart, did you? Those few times they were here, they used to make me laugh so much like a double act. Sirius Black and James Potter. Clatter. Cohen heard the sound of a cup falling behind him. Harry had dropped it. Understandable, considering how upsetting it must be to hear that his father's friend had joined Voldemort. If something like that happened to Edward and that ministry desk jockey, Edward's best buddy, obsessed customer Arnold, Cohen didn't think he'd feel much. Maybe it was because Cohen didn't idolize his father as much as Harry did. The professors reminisced about Sirius Black and James Potter's past, their words painting a pleasant picture, a story of close friendship, until Fudge uttered the truth that would make Harry's heart stop. James and Lily, on Dumbledore's advice, chose to protect their home with the Fidelius charm, Fudge said. How does that spell work? Madame Rosmerta asked. An immensely complex spell, Professor Flitwick explained. It involves concealing a secret inside the soul of a living person. The secret is hidden in the heart of the chosen person, the secret keeper, and is therefore impossible to find. But James and Lily were still found by you-know-who. Rosmerta's face fell. You-know-who would never have been able to find them if the secret keeper hadn't willingly revealed it, Professor Flitwick said sadly. James chose Black. He told Dumbledore that Black would rather die than tell anyone where they were. It was perfectly safe. Dumbledore wasn't entirely comfortable with it, Professor McGonagall said. I remember him offering to be the Potter's secret keeper himself. The conversation headed, unsurprisingly, towards Sirius Black's horrifying betrayal. To be honest, this suspicion sounded even more like the truth than the actual truth. Cohen figured Sirius and James were probably just mischievous and thought they could play a trick on Voldemort by secretly switching secret keepers. People weren't always rational, like Sirius and James with their "I have a plan," and like Harry after listening to the professor's conversation. "I'm going to kill him." After leaving the 3 broomsticks, Harry said through gritted teeth, "I'm going to avenge my parents." "I now understand why Mr. Norton and my dad told you not to look for Sirius Black," Ron said, sounding shaken. "Harry, you can't go after a crazy murderer. You can't take him on." "He killed my parents," Harry said calmly, like a normal person, but the veins on his forehead were throbbing, and anger had filled his mind. "I'll help you after Christmas," Cohen suddenly said. While speaking, Cohen subtly siphoned off some of Harry's anger. Ding. Kindness value +10. Note, bro, when will you genuinely do something good? Wasn't that genuine enough? Cohen was very dissatisfied with the system's evaluation. It's all about actions, okay? Even if my inner thoughts are complicated and my motives impure, if the result is good, then it's good. That's what I learned from Dumbledore. "This isn't the time for jokes, Cohen," Hermione said in horror. "You can't. It's too dangerous. I could actually do it myself." Harry seemed unwilling to involve Cohen. "I'm not joking," Cohen said. "I hate betrayal more than anything in this life. It feels like a kidney punch. Harry, I'm definitely helping you with this." But it seems like if Cohen brought along those basilisks, dragons, and chimeras, he could indeed take down Black. Ron mused. "You can't put yourselves in danger," Hermione said, frowning. "Cohen does have a lot of magical creatures, but if you let them loose to attack Sirius Black, it's highly unlikely they wouldn't be seen. Then the Ministry of Magic would arrest Cohen for possession of highly dangerous creatures." "Then I'll go myself," Harry said. "Are you mental?" Ron said. "Without Cohen, you wouldn't last 2 seconds against Sirius. Remember?" Harry suddenly asked. "The prophecy Cohen conjured in the crystal ball last time? Sirius Black was caught by Dementors. I'll succeed." "The prophecy was about Sirius Black being caught by Dementors and the Ministry," Hermione sharply pointed out. "Not Harry, you. What if he was caught after successfully killing you? And if you actually managed to subdue him, would you really be able to resist killing him?" What Hermione said made a lot of sense, but Harry didn't seem to have heard a word. However, no matter how eager Harry was to catch Sirius Black, he wouldn't have much of a chance now. Christmas was just 2 days away. Cohen had to go home, while Harry stayed at school. Without Cohen, he indeed lacked the confidence to deal with Black. "I'm staying at school for Christmas this year," Ron said on the morning of the holidays to Cohen and Hermione, who were packing their luggage to go home. "I'll try to talk some sense into Harry. It's way too dangerous for him to go after Black alone." "Even not alone, it's still dangerous," Hermione worried. "I really hope Harry doesn't do anything foolish." "Feed him lots of food for Christmas," Cohen said. "If he's too full, he'll easily fall asleep. And if he's asleep, he won't have time to think about catching an escaped convict. We'll talk to him again when I get back to school." "Cohen," Hermione warned loudly. "We'll persuade him together again." Cohen said helplessly. All right. I promise Harry will be safe and sound." On the Hogwarts Express, Cohen and Hermione sat in the same compartment. But Hermione didn't talk much to Cohen on the way, mostly reading a book, as if intentionally avoiding him. "Say, how do you think Sirius Black managed to escape from Azkaban?" Hermione asked Cohen softly. She was reading a book titled Magical Creatures, a guide to their expulsion. It was clear she had stopped at a page describing Dementors. Dementors are among the foulest creatures that walk this earth. They infest the darkest, filthiest places. They glory in decay and despair. They drain peace, hope, and happiness out of the air around them. Hermione read from the book. "Get too near a Dementor, and every good feeling, every happy memory will be sucked out of you. If it can, the Dementor will feed on you long enough to reduce you to something like itself, soulless and evil. You'll be left with nothing but the worst experiences of your life. If even magic doesn't work, how could Black have escaped from that prison in the sea?" Hermione seemed to be asking herself, but also Cohen. "Most Dementors feed on positive emotions," Cohen said. "Many spells require the participation of positive emotions, but there are also many spells that require different emotions. I've seen this theory, the power of sadness," Hermione nodded. "And there's one more thing," Cohen reminded her. Animals other than humans are not on the normal Dementor menu. Hermione thoughtfully flipped through many books along the way. Cohen felt she would figure things out soon, and she should already be highly suspicious of Cohen being a Dementor. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be asking Cohen about a topic they had discussed before on the train, and from the perspective of a Dementor. But all of this would have to wait until after Christmas. Cohen still wanted to enjoy the warmth of his family reunion, and also prepare some Christmas present for those guys in the trunk to create a bit of a festive atmosphere. Sithrak had always wanted a scarf. Cohen didn't quite understand why a snake would want a scarf. Was he lovesick for a female snake? The three heads of the chimera wanted different things. The lion wanted a ball of yarn. The goat said it had been thinking about it ever since it saw Mr. Fluffy playing with one. The black goat wanted a philosophical book called The Republic. The longhorn water snake wanted Cohen to keep some rabbits in the trunk because it liked to eat them. Arya didn't want anything, because Cohen had rejected its request for 500 bottles of vodka and planned to replace it with juice. The little basilisk didn't understand anything, so the two goats took care of it. Norbert wasn't a family member, so he was left to hibernate for the winter. "Aren't you sick?" Cohen asked after meeting Edward at the station. "Actually, I could have gone home alone. I would have picked up trash to eat if I was hungry on the way, and drunk water from the sewers if I was thirsty." "Are you mad?" Edward chuckled awkwardly. "I had a bit of a cold a while ago. A little cold that made you moan and groan in bed for a week." Cohen questioned. "Answer me. Look at my eyes. There are different kinds of colds. When the Earl told me about it, I almost thought you were going to die." Cohen said angrily. "Lying in bed, moaning and groaning. It sounded like you'd been bitten by a werewolf. Do you know how much damage that did to my young heart? Especially since there actually is a werewolf at school." "You're afraid of werewolves?" Edward suddenly asked. "I'm afraid of you biting people randomly," Cohen said petulantly. "If you don't want to play games, just say so. Don't scare me by pretending to be sick." All right, I'm sorry." Edward ruffled Cohen's hair. "Want to hear some good news?" "What good news?" Cohen looked up and asked. "There's a house elf at home," Edward said in a rather mysterious tone. "House elves aren't monopolized." Oh, Cohen suddenly thought of a house elf who was currently on the run, and it cooks really well. Edward obviously hadn't realized that Cohen already knew which house elf had come to their home. But there's one rather strange thing. This house elf asked us if we could pay it wages. "So, did you guys pay him?" Cohen asked. "How much do you give him a month?" "Paid him," Edward replied, starting the car and nodding. "Your mom and I were originally thinking of giving him 2 galleons a week, if he was willing to handle the housework and was a good cook, but he said he only needs 1 galleon a month to buy clothes and get gifts for his friends." "In that case," Cohen said curiously, "doesn't that mean your last bit of usefulness in this house is gone too?" This time, he didn't even get a 3.0 rating. All the way home, Edward and Cohen debated whether Edward had any value in this family. And in the end, Edward won the argument for reasons that weren't explicitly stated but were understood by both of them. Being an adult is really great. Cohen sighed as he got out of the car. "Didn't see you find any girlfriends at school either," Edward said, patting Cohen on the back of the head. "Are you just hanging out with your friends in the Forbidden Forest every day? Women are nothing but trouble." Cohen said seriously, "Look at your stomach and your chin. Aren't they getting more and more like a greasy middle-age has been? Your whole life has been ruined by women." "Nonsense. I am a middle-aged man, and I'm not a has-been at all." Edward deliberately sucked in his beer belly. "Your grandmother always says I'm thin." "Your belt's falling off," Cohen reminded him. Edward awkwardly loosened his tense stomach muscles to avoid his pants falling down in the street. As soon as they entered the house, a small creature with 2 tennis ball-sized green eyes and bat-like ears rushed over to Cohen. Unlike the house elves who used to wear tea cozies, Dobby was now wearing an old, small sweater. Cohen thought it looked like one he had outgrown. "Welcome home, sir." Snap! Cohen slammed the door shut, leaving it open with Dobby's appearance, which clearly wasn't from the real world, would easily be seen by outsiders, muggles. "Didn't Edward and Rose tell you this is muggle territory?" Cohen frowned. "Don't appear in the entryway." "Sorry, sir. Dobby has been thinking about this. Dobby just wanted to repay sir's kindness." Dobby said in a high-pitched voice, pausing as if instinctively wanting to look around for something to punish himself with. We have an employment relationship, not a wizard and house elf relationship, Cohen reminded him. No need to bang your head with my umbrella. My dad's shoes are off-limits too. Yes, sir. Dobby is still not quite used to it. Dobby released the umbrella handle in his left hand and a hard-soled shoe in his right, but he quickly returned to normal. But Dobby is very happy. Sir, Dobby looked for a long, long time. Other wizarding families were unwilling to accept Dobby because Dobby wants to be a free house elf. And then Dobby found Sir's house. Dobby said happily, Dobby can have wages, and holidays and clothes. Coming to my house is pretty good too, Cohen thought. He didn't mind Dobby working in his house and could even use him to keep an eye on the silver key members who might cause trouble at any moment. It'll lighten Edward's load, but in the future, try to stay indoors as much as possible to avoid being seen by muggles. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. See, the muggles are here, Cohen said with a headache. Who is it? It's your dad, the person outside the door said calmly. Almost forgot you outside, Cohen explained to a helpless-looking Edward as he let him in. You just wanted to get revenge, didn't you? Edward saw right through Cohen's poor acting toward his family. Still angry? Me? Hold a grudge? Never. I wouldn't hold a grudge against you until I was 13, just because you left me at the zoo for 3 hours when I was 9, Cohen said. After tossing the box to Dobby and telling him to take it to his room, Cohen laid down on the sofa. You remember things from 4 years ago so clearly, and you still say you don't hold grudges? Edward also lay down beside him, his gaze seemingly shouting, You're totally holding a grudge. I was just talking about not making you a new copy. I don't care about gifts, Cohen said suddenly. Even if my Christmas present is just a toothpick, it's fine. Edward reached out and put his arm around Cohen's shoulders. But don't scare me with fake emergencies again in the future, Cohen emphasized once more. Are you that scared? Edward said solemnly. I promise you, I won't joke about that again. That's good, Cohen said with relief. You haven't saved up enough inheritance yet. Dying suddenly would be a huge loss. You little brat, Edward chuckled and lightly tapped Cohen's head with his knuckles. After getting home, Cohen took a shower and came downstairs just in time to see Rose picking up Martha for Christmas. Meow, meow. 2 kittens that looked less than a year old were meowing incessantly downstairs. Mr. Fluffy was leading them towards the Christmas tree, where there was a cat bed big enough for several cats to sleep comfortably. Cohen, Grandma Martha, happily rushed over and gave him a tight hug as soon as she saw him on the stairs. Why you still look so skinny? Did you not eat enough at Hogwarts? Or was the school food not to your liking? I have to write to Headmaster Dumbledore and ask him to add some of Cohen's favorite dishes to the school menu. Maybe we should skip that, Cohen mumbled into Martha's embrace. The school food is fine. I'm just not used to eating too much. It's normal for regular parents to write to Hogwarts asking for more food, but Cohen, weren't the things Dementors like to eat all over the Great Hall? Mr. Fluffy can take care of these kittens. Martha finally released Cohen and turned to Rose. Mr. Fluffy can always handle those curious and mischievous little cats. Rose, you should rest too and enjoy your holiday. And Ed, leave the household chores for later. I'm going to make you all a wonderful dinner tonight. Guess what dish I learned from Mrs. Russell in town the other day? Why don't we let Dobby help you? Edward didn't want to dampen Martha's enthusiasm, so he had Dobby watch over her to prevent her from messing up dinner. Dobby? Martha asked, puzzled. It is Dobby. Mistress. Dobby appeared in front of Martha with a pop and gave her a deep bow. Mr. Norton hired Dobby. Dobby can cook and do laundry. Then what use is Edward anymore? Martha said worriedly, echoing Cohen's almost exact sentiment. Mom, Edward said, his forehead covered in black lines of exasperation. Give me some face. Rose covered her face and laughed. Martha didn't seem to mind Dobby wearing Cohen's old clothes or its employment relationship with the Norton family. If you ask me, keeping up this kind of slavery in modern times is really too cruel, Martha agreed. Work should be rewarded. Even Erwin and Lyra, the 2 cats Martha adopted after Mr. Fluffy left, get cat food from me, as long as they're willing to keep me company while I knit. I'm going to pack Christmas present for my friends, Cohen said, planning to retreat from the living room as quickly as possible because Martha was about to watch a very, very old movie with Edward and the others, and Cohen wasn't interested in old movies. But it's good that Harry and Ron are both at school, so the Earl won't have to make an extra trip. The presents did indeed need to be packed quickly so the Earl could deliver them. Harry's, Ron's, Hermione's, Herbert's. Cohen counted the row of gift boxes he had spread out in the bedroom, labeled each one, and then stuffed them into the expanded pouch next to the Earl's talents. Christmas is such a hassle. What are you complaining about? You're not the one delivering the gifts, the Earl retorted. And didn't you also prepare presents for Sithrak and the others? Yeah, they're stuck in the trunk all day, which must be pretty boring. Giving them some presents will liven things up, Cohen said, looking at another pile of gifts, the ones that didn't need to be delivered by the Earl. Cohen would take them to the trunk himself later that night. That's nice, the Earl said. See, I told you I've always been a sunny, positive, and wholesome Dementor, Cohen said smugly. Does everyone have one? The Earl still hadn't moved, tried to subtly probe Cohen about something. Sithrak's scarf, Arya's juice, the Chimera's yarn ball, the Republic, and a nest of rabbits, the little basilisk's cumin roasted meat, the old basilisk's adult toys. Cohen counted. No one's missing, right? For the unicorns, I plan to give them some orange trees, so they can have a change of pace. Does everyone really have one? The Earl stared at Cohen and asked, Think again. Norbert's asleep. He probably won't wake up until next month. His belly's stuffed, Cohen said. Forget about those sheep and snarglefs. They're food. Don't get attached to food. Think again, the Earl said impatiently. I'm not keeping Dumbledore in the trunk, Cohen said. Oh, right. And there's Mr. Fluffy's present. What about me? What about me? The Earl blurted out, his composure breaking. Where's my Christmas present? I've been with you the longest. How come even Mr. Fluffy gets one, but I don't? Oh, Cohen said, feigning sudden realization. Isn't this letting you deliver the gifts? You get to handle so many Christmas presents. The Earl stared silently at Cohen, as still as a stone. Cheer up. The other animals only get one gift. You get to take several out today, Cohen said, scratching the fluffy feathers around the Earl's neck. Okay. I'm just teasing you, Cohen said. I've prepared a big secret gift for you. The kind you want the most. You'll see it when you get back after delivering the presents. Really? The Earl's previously dejected expression instantly brightened. Really? Cohen nodded. The Earl believed Cohen's words and flew out the window with the presents. And as soon as he was sure the Earl was gone, Cohen immediately rushed downstairs. I know this sounds crazy. Cohen hurriedly pulled Edward, who was watching a movie with Rose and Martha on the sofa, aside. But we need to go to London and get back before dinner, or something really bad will happen. Huh? Edward asked, looking completely bewildered. What happened? I need to buy a new owl, Cohen said. Quick. Cohen and Edward quickly set off. The holidays had just started, so there weren't too many cars on the streets. Did something happen to the Earl? Edward asked Cohen on the way. Why the sudden urge to buy a new owl? Because I promised the Earl a Christmas present, but I didn't prepare anything, Cohen said. And I also promised him that the gift would be the kind he wants the most. The Earl has always wanted a female owl. Shouldn't he be looking for that himself? Edward raised an eyebrow. There are definitely plenty of single female owls in the Hogwarts Ollery. Guess why he's still single after more than 2 years? Cohen said. And he even hatched an egg that wasn't his. Cough. Edward choked on his saliva. More than 2 years later, stepping back into Elop's Owl Emporium in Diagon Alley, Cohen received the same treatment as before. All the owls inside suddenly stopped moving as soon as Cohen entered. Edward, meanwhile, went to Ollivander's shop. He needed to get his wand repaired. It had been acting a bit wonky lately. Christmas Eve. Here to buy an owl? The shopkeeper asked. Oh, I remember you. You bought the Earl 2 years ago. Poor old owl. He was almost about to start working at the post office. I need to buy one for home, Cohen said. A whole one, female. Female. The shopkeeper was a bit confused. Other young wizards buying owls usually chose ones with pretty plumage or young. Strong ones good for delivering packages, but this one immediately asked for a female owl. Her mind started racing through all sorts of possibilities, and her curiosity led her to settle on a rather unconventional one, giving Cohen a look of pity. Such a cute kid, the shopkeeper sighed, saying in an almost inaudible voice, "How could he be into owls?" Cohen heard it with both ears. "I wanted to find a companion for my owl." Cohen said, I understand. The shopkeeper said melancholically, "But you still need to try to change a bit in the future. Owls aren't exactly." "Hurry up," Cohen said, looking dejected. "I'm in a rush to get home." In the end, the shopkeeper picked out an owl with brightly colored feathers for Cohen. It was quite unusual, looking like it was wearing a fancy outfit. Carrying this countess out of the shop, Edward hurried over from the other end of Diagon Alley. "Is your wand fixed?" Cohen asked. "If not, I can help you mail it to Dumbledore. He even fixed my wand that was snapped in half last time." "Got a new one," Edward said nonchalantly. "The old one really needed replacing. It's a miracle it didn't break when I sat on it. What are you going to name this owl?" "Countess," Cohen said casually. "If she doesn't end up with the Earl, then—" Cohen thought for a moment. "Then she's yours. Naming things is too much trouble, and you guys need an owl to send letters anyway, so you don't have to wait for the Earl to come back every time you want to write back to me." Bringing the new owl home, Cohen was happy to see that Earl hadn't returned yet, and indeed, wouldn't be that quick. He had at least a round trip to make between the Scottish Highlands and Surrey, where Privet Drive was located. Rose and Martha had no objections to Cohen getting another owl, and Martha seemed quite surprised and happy when she learned it was intended as a wife for Earl. "When the little owlets are born, can Grandma raise a few?" Martha said happily. "Your grandpa used to love reading books about magical creatures." Okay. Cohen agreed, not wanting to comment on whether Grandpa read those books because he loved magical creatures or simply to find out the origin of the mysterious monster in the basement. At dinner, Dobby served several plates of various roasted fish covered in gravy, all made under Martha's guidance. Of course, Dobby could roast fish himself. This was just to give Martha a sense of participation, lest she personally turn the roasted fish into charred fishbone skewers. "Watch out for bones," Rose reminded Cohen while eating fish. After devouring an entire conger eel, Cohen patted his stomach contentedly. The remaining few haddock were thrown to the 3 cats in the house. Mr. Fluffy very gentlemanly let the 2 kittens eat first. Cohen was certain that if it were Earl, he would have chosen to eat his fill first. Back in his room, Cohen covered Mrs. Earl's cage with a bright red square of cloth. It looked just like an Eastern bride waiting to be married. "I'm back." Before long, Earl flew in hurriedly through the window. Presents. Where are the presents?" He looked around Cohen's room, spotting the abrupt, red cloth-covered object that looked like a new birdcage. Birdcage, mysterious big gift. Christmas. If someone else had prepared this, Earl would have undoubtedly assumed it was a female owl. But if it was Cohen who prepared it, "You didn't just buy me a new cage, did you?" Earl cautiously lowered his expectations. "Do you really think I'm that evil?" Cohen said with great distress. "I wouldn't buy you a cage. You don't even stay in your cage once a year." "Then it's—" Earl said, his eyes lighting up. "Ta-da!" Cohen whipped off the cloth. "The wife I prepared for you." "Coo, coo, coo." The colorful owl called out when it saw Earl. "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue?" Cohen asked the stunned Earl. Earl was silent. Something seemed off. Cohen narrowed his eyes. "This is my friend's chick," Earl said dryly. "You're so old, a little mess up is fine," Cohen comforted him. "I hatched it," Earl added unwillingly. "Well, that's life." Cohen, carrying a large stack of gifts for the relatives in the chest, prepared to climb in. "Go for it. I've already paid. Wishing you an early victory over your bottom line." "Yeah." Earl let out a series of frustrated, sorrowful, sad, miserable, and indescribable screams. But Cohen couldn't hear it anymore because he had already climbed into the chest with the gifts and closed the other half. Gather round, gather round." Cohen gathered all the parents and some other magical creatures together. Although it was winter, the 3 basilisks were not hibernating. On the contrary, Norbert, who needed hibernation the least, was snoring soundly in his den. I have something to say. I told you he would prepare Christmas presents for us, Thessalhydra said smugly. Good little hatchling. Lie down, Cohen said irritably. Do you have to say such a short word with such a weird, long drawl every time? Son, Daddy, the baby basilisk said happily. Can we get them privately? The old basilisk shrank behind Thessalhydra and the baby basilisk, secretly saying to Cohen. I smell the scent of book pages, the billywig said. I don't smell vodka, Allie said disappointedly. Roar. The lion roared excitedly because it saw a round package. The unicorns gathered to the side, whispering to each other. They didn't know what Christmas presents were. I prepared Christmas presents for all of you. You even asked last time, Cohen said. One by one. Thessalhydra, yours. Cohen tossed the soft package to Thessalhydra, who caught it with his tail. And Sophia's. Cohen tossed the insulated box containing a large piece of cumin roasted meat to the baby basilisk. But the baby basilisk swallowed it in one gulp. Hey, you're not supposed to eat that in one bite. Thessalhydra didn't have time to unwrap his own gift. He dropped it and immediately grabbed the baby basilisk's tail, shaking it upside down vigorously. Why do you swallow everything? Spit out quickly. Spit it out. Every time Thessalhydra hissed, the baby basilisk was shaken violently. It wasn't until the box containing the roasted meat was spat out with great difficulty by the dizzy baby basilisk that Thessalhydra breathed a sigh of relief and began to teach it step by step how to unwrap the package with its tail and teeth. Then it's the old basilisks. Just give it to me, the old basilisk hurriedly interrupted Cohen's explosive statement, quickly snatching the strangely shaped package from Cohen's hand and hiding it guiltily under his tail. Then it's the lion's yarn ball. The ball-shaped package was bitten by the impatient lion. It didn't even unwrap it before using its two front paws to roll the ball around on the ground. Felines couldn't resist this kind of thing. And the billywig's the Republic. Do you need a reading stand? Or anything? Cohen asked. No need to trouble yourself. No need to trouble yourself. The billywig said politely. The book suddenly floated up from Cohen's hand, slowly drifted in front of the billywig's head, and then leaned against the back of the lion's head. The Rinspor's rabbits. I brought a litter. They could be raised here later. Cohen helped unpack a large cage filled with a bunch of small white or gray rabbits. Norbert wouldn't eat something so small. The only possible threat to the rabbit's reproduction was the baby basilisk. As soon as these rabbits left the cage, they were scared unconscious by the circle of ferocious monsters around them. No big deal. They should wake up. Cohen forgot about this. He had no choice but to use the levitation charm to move all the rabbits next to the sheep pen, where it might be relatively safer for the rabbits. Then it's the unicorns and Allie. Cohen unwrapped a package of tree seeds. Originally, planting trees required saplings, but with the unicorn's magic, even seeds would quickly grow into fruit trees. Some fruit trees, they could be planted in the open space to the north, oranges, peaches, and stuff. Cohen said, I also brought Allie's drink. Vodka, Allie questioned. Go drink your juice. You can have vodka when your blood alcohol content is below 20%, Cohen said seriously. Your blood is almost half the alcohol concentration of vodka. If you weren't an abnormal animal, you would have kicked the bucket already. Arya's complaints were useless. Cohen wouldn't allow it to drink until its blood alcohol level went down. After delivering the presents, Cohen also decorated a fir tree brought from the unicorn enclosure with a black goat. Due to the unicorn's living habits, Cohen had previously allocated a piece of land for them to plant trees. However, the decorations on this Christmas tree were not as normal as human ones. At the strong request of the little basilisk and the lion, the fairy lights that should have been hung were replaced with lamb legs and pork chops. Why does this feel a bit bloody and terrifying? Cohen took a few steps back after finishing and looked at his work. It could only be said that it looked nothing like a Christmas tree. Lamb blood and pig blood soaked the fir branches. The green and red tree, coupled with the bloody meat hanging on the top. But the smell of blood didn't make Cohen nauseous. All the animals, except the unicorns, didn't feel anything was wrong with the tree. In fact, most of them looked like their appetites had increased greatly. The little basilisk bit into a lamb leg on the tree. Since Cohen had fixed the tree branches with a hardening charm, it hung straight down, shaking its body in the air, trying to tear the lamb leg off. The lion was much stronger, especially when its limbs were on the ground. It bit a slightly smaller piece of meat hanging on the lower part of the Christmas tree and pulled it off the tree with a single tug. Be gentle when you eat, the black goat reminded the lion, because the lion liked to shake its head while tearing at the meat, and the black goat's book was leaning against the back of the lion's head. You don't need to shake that much to bite it off. Looks delicious. Sithrak said it had already put on the scarf, but not around its body. Instead, it was piled on top of its head. Why do you look like Quirinius Quarrel? Cohen clicked his tongue. Anyone who didn't know better would think you had Voldemort on the back of your head, too. Having something to cushion Sophia makes her more comfortable. She's so big now, but still likes to curl up on top of my head. Asterisk, asterisk, although the words sounded like complaint, Sithrak's tone was anything but. She'll shed her skin in a few months. Once she's bigger, she won't be able to stay on my head anymore. Before leaving, Cohen also left the little Dementor, Merc, here. When asked what Christmas present it wanted, Merc didn't say anything, so Cohen gave it some silk clothes. It would be hard for a normal person to imagine a Dementor wearing a pile of sweaters and scarves. But Merc seemed very happy, so Cohen didn't care how strange it looked. Considering that the Earl no longer lived here, a Dementor living here wouldn't panic any creature. So, Cohen let Merc choose a room in the cabin to live in and moved all its belongings out of Cohen's pocket. Cohen's scent was everywhere here. Merc didn't feel any discomfort from moving, and there were many creatures here, which was much more interesting than the empty pocket. After arranging everything, Cohen climbed out of the trunk, planning to go to sleep. Cuckoo! The colorful owl had already been let out of its cage and was nuzzling the Earl, making noises, but Cohen couldn't understand owl language. No, the Earl said, glancing away. Coo! No, the Earl refused. Coo! I have my standards. The Earl shifted its body. How rare. You actually rejected another owl's advances. Cohen said admiringly. If you keep talking, the memoirs you write later will turn into a sensational, messy, and adult story, the Earl said. When did you learn to speak, owl? I didn't. I guessed. Cohen changed into his pajamas. Anything related to you will definitely become perverted. Anything related to you will definitely become terrible, the Earl retorted. How did you find the only owl among a pile of owls that's related to me? Or is this actually part of your plan? You're terrifying. Nonsense. The shopkeeper at Elop's Owl Emporium helped me choose it. I even specifically told her I wanted a female. I was even mistaken for a little weirdo who likes owls. Cohen snuggled into bed. The Earl sighed. The colorful bird nuzzled closer to the Earl. Cuckoo. Late at night, Cohen's room welcomed two uninvited guests again. Dark clouds covered the moonlight, and everything was as dark as spilled ink. One was wearing pitch-black clothes that almost blended into the night, and so was the other. Damn it, does this family really have £1 million in cash savings? Black-clad man A whispered, complaining. Your intel better not be bull. I've been staking out for days. Which millionaire goes to the Hellfire Club every Saturday to play freaking Dungeons and Dragons? We gotta steal something, right? 2 months without a score. We gotta take something this time. Black-clad man B said. At least the other information the guy gave us was correct. This family never locks their doors. That's even more freaking suspicious. A said angrily. What rich family doesn't lock their doors? Cuckoo. The Earl stared curiously at the two men in its cage. Shush, shush, shush. Be quickly shushed, eh? This family even keeps a pigeon. The sound did sound a lot like a pigeon. I'm a freaking owl. The Earl couldn't help but grit its teeth and curse under its breath. Who's talking? B asked warily. Probably the TV. This family's downstairs watching TV, he said, feeling around the various cabinets in the room. Never mind this cooing idiot bird. Hurry up and search this room. If there's nothing here, we'll go to the next room. I've seen that old movie this family is watching. It's only a third of the way through. We have a whole hour to search this house. First, the wardrobe. No money inside. Then the bookshelf. All rubbish. The bedside table. Nothing. Kid, they exclaimed in surprise after touching the living person on the bed. Keep it down. Grumble. The kid on the bed rolled over. Did you bring the knockout potion? A whispered. Don't let this little brat wake up and start yelling. Yeah. He took a small bottle out of his pocket and gently applied the knockout potion under Cohen's nose. If we really don't get any money, we'll take this kid too. The Earl watched this scene with amusement. Cuckoo. The colorful owl was also very curious. Does this stuff work on birds? Bee asked uncertainly. Pigeon sounds aren't that loud anyway. A glanced at the direction of the two bird cages and waved his hand at Bee. Continue. Suddenly, he stopped. A pair of rather large yellow eyes were staring at them in the darkness. What the? The body of the eyes hid in the darkness, but in just a moment, it quickly vanished. What was that? What did you see? He turned his head to look at where A was staring. There. Their eyes just now, they said breathlessly. That was next to the closet. They had just checked. There was nothing there at all. The bedroom door hadn't been opened either. So whose eyes were those? I looked uncertainly again at the spot where the child was on the bed. The child was still under the covers. In horror movies, there's always someone who, despite the obviously strange situation, still has to approach the location where weird things happen. Just like he slowly approached the spot where the yellow eyes had disappeared, even working up the courage to reach into the shadows. Is there anything there? He asked fearfully. No, it's a suitcase, they said with relief. Guess there must be some stickers on it. But what's the deal with putting a suitcase in a kid's room? Shouldn't there be a backpack? Trying to look cool, just like those agents on TV, Bee also said with relief. When I was in school, I also liked to bring adult stuff to school to show off to my classmates. No wonder Principal Nelson wanted to meet your parents that time, they said, opening the latches of the suitcase and turning to tease Bee. You were the idiot who blew up a condom like a balloon to show that pretty girl, Daisy, in our class, right? How much better were you? Bee retorted fiercely. The moron who brought an inflatable doll to arts and crafts class. TSK, TSK, TSK. Earl made a clicking sound of amazement at these two incredibly audacious muggle thieves. What was that noise? This time, both of them heard it clearly. Something's not right here. Bee uncertainly checked on the child in the bed again, but that sound definitely didn't come from the bed. Don't worry about that. A opened the suitcase, his voice trembling slightly. Maybe we should just switch rooms quickly, Bee said uneasily. Kids' rooms don't have money. Updating is not easy. Remember to share on 101 Novel Network. You gotta see this. A swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the inside of the open suitcase. Money in the suitcase. Bee moved very quietly towards A's location. I didn't speak. When Bee also leaned over to see what was inside the suitcase, he was completely stunned. Logically speaking, this suitcase should be very shallow. But in reality, the suitcase had an extremely deep interior, and at the bottom, a very bright exit could be seen. What's going on? Bee, a little unwilling to believe it, picked up the suitcase. It could even be lifted and moved, but the inside looked exactly the same. Looks just like magic, a set in a daze. Is it an illusion, or it seems real inside? Bee reached into the suitcase. His hand couldn't touch the bottom at all. The suitcase was really, really deep. Don't know the principle, but this thing must be very valuable. A's gaze towards the suitcase gradually became fiery. Let's take this thing away. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden suction pulled both of them into the suitcase. Oof! The two fell into the suitcase, their voices echoing faintly from the opening. Snap! The lid of the suitcase closed. Are all muggles this stupid? Or are just these two thieves this stupid? Earl asked Cohen, who had sat up in bed at some point. Feels like none of them are right in the head. Cohen shook his head, threw back the covers, jumped out of bed, and took a piece of paper from the nightstand to wipe his philtrum. The sleeping draft, of course, had no effect on Cohen, but the smell was a bit strong. At the same time, the two small thieves on the other side had already arrived at the plain where Cohen's cottage was located. Not far away was a small hill with a cave, a dense forest, sheep pens and pig pens surrounded by wooden fences, and large fields of flowers and wheat. A bright moon hung in the sky, but they were clearly in a strange suitcase inside a house. Why did it feel like they had come outdoors again? The wooden house next to them wasn't very normal either, because behind the wooden house was a huge stone statue head, looking like a wizened old eccentric. The most abnormal thing was the fir tree in front of the house. It looked like it had been soaked in blood, and there were still some meat scraps hanging on it. The surrounding grass was also littered with blood and drag marks. It was hard not to associate it with the twisted works of some murderous maniac. We should probably run away. B stammered. This place looks. He also seemed to be thinking about running away, but when he turned his head, he could only see. Damn it, did we fall from the sky? I stared wide-eyed at the very obvious suitcase lid in the sky behind them. It was too absurd. How do we climb up to the sky? B said desperately. I must be dreaming. When I wake up, I'll find myself lying at home, dizzy with hunger. Then forget about the exit. He gritted his teeth. There are houses built here. There must be food, and people will come. We'll just say we don't know how we got in when we meet someone. This is too damn outrageous. Suitcase. Weird noises, door in the sky. The two didn't dare go to the cave or the forest, only daring to approach the wooden house. Because the wooden house was already the safest place here. At least it should be man-made. Got the knife. A asked B before knocking on the door. What if there's a psycho killer living inside? He made a throat-slitting gesture towards B. Can we really take on a killer? B looked back nervously at the eerie Christmas tree. Nonsense. There are two of us. How can we not beat one? Accursed. How can you start a business if you're such a scaredy cat? If you're so brave, why don't we just rob someone? B asked. And what if there's more than one person in the house? The two knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside, only some low hissing sounds. Creak. The two pushed open the door. They didn't see anyone, just some strange, green, scaly, thick things piled on the floor of the house. Holy crap. It uncontrollably screamed when the thick green body started to slide. A huge, ferocious snake head stared at the two black-clad thieves with large, terrifying yellow eyes. Even the colorful scarf coiled on its head like a nest didn't make this frightening appearance any less unsettling. Mama. It's the baby basilisk raised half of its body from behind Thessalhydra. In Daddy's room. I didn't eat them. The baby basilisk's tone was very proud, as if not attacking strangers was already something worth being praised for. You should call me Dad, not Mom. Sithrak patiently turned its head to educate. Also, Cohen is your brother. Then, Sithrak turned to the two black-clad figures, who were as still as statues. So, you're the ones who snuck into my son's room in the middle of the night, huh? The two muggles obviously couldn't understand Parseltongue. All they knew was that they were being stared at by a terrifying giant snake, so big it could swallow a grown man whole without even pausing, and that this snake had menacingly opened its mouth slightly. Run, I said after a few seconds of stunned silence, immediately pulling B and running outside. But they turned their heads and bumped into a large, furry, slightly slimy, smelly, and sulfurous thing. Strangely, there was clearly nothing in front of them. Just as the two men pulled their faces out of the invisible mane, the air in front of them slowly began to distort, and a lion with a golden mane appeared before them, drool practically reaching the ground. Roar! The lion couldn't wait to pounce on the two men, licking one of their faces fiercely with its tongue. Yeah, his sow umph. Remember our website, 101 reading. I screamed in pain and fear, but his scream was quickly cut off by the lion's slimy and extremely hot saliva stuffing his throat. Wait for Cohen to come. The black goat held back the lion, preventing it from giving in to its appetite and biting off the heads of these two intruders. Roar! The lion let out a pitiful whimper because the hair on the back of its head had been pulled painfully. The meat that was so close to its mouth was gone just like that. Looks like muggles. The long-horned water, Snake said, didn't sense any magic on them. Bleg. A immediately rolled over after the lion's palm moved away, wriggling his throat and spitting mucus onto the ground. After spitting out most of it, the cuts on his face, which felt like they were being scraped by barbs, made him cry out uncontrollably, Eraha. B, who had been spared by the lion's single tongue, directly chose to play dead. Even though the lion's right paw had moved away, he still lay motionless on the ground. What's with blocking the doorway? Cohen walked over slowly, still wearing his pajamas. Did you guys eat them? Roar. The lion happily lunged towards Cohen, but Cohen skillfully dodged. After the lion moved aside, Cohen saw one guy screaming while clutching his bloody face and another idiot lying on the ground playing dead. Episki. Cohen flicked his wand at the thief, clutching his face. The bloody marks on his face were healing rapidly. The burning pain disappeared. I touched his now-healed face in disbelief and looked at Cohen gratefully. But unfortunately, Cohen had a look of toying with prey on his face. It's past 12 o'clock, you know, Cohen blinked. Merry Christmas. Mayor, Merry Christmas. A's eyes darted back and forth between the now-calm lion and Cohen. He didn't dare look at the snake in the house behind him anymore, because these animals didn't seem like anything normal. They had only seen the lion's front up close just now. Now that the lion was much further away from them, he clearly saw the pitch-black goat head growing out of the lion's back and the tail made of a bizarre longhorn snake. This wasn't the territory of some perverted murderer. They had stumbled into a monster's den. I swear to God, we're really not bad people. A and B were tied to 2 trees in the woods. The unicorns had long since run far away, because these 2 men were full of malicious intent. Cohen interrogated them with Sithrak, the Chimera, and the little Dementor, Merc, because the little basilisk and the lion really wanted an extra meal. If they were really going to have an extra meal, Cohen planned to let Merc eat some too. Consider it repaying a favor to the Dementors next to the school. After all, Merc had been in Azkaban for quite a while and was considered an adopted child by those old Dementors. It was too messy. Cohen didn't want to think about it anymore. Any ethical relationship would become strange if it involved him. Really, Cohen looked at the 2 Muggle petty thieves with a skeptical expression. If you're not bad people, then I have nothing to talk to you about because I am a bad person. Question mark. A and B both looked at this seemingly small boy with incomprehension. I only work with people who can make money for me. Good people can't make much money, Cohen said coldly. People with no value. I'll give the trash to them to eat. The little basilisk cooperatively opened its mouth wide, letting out an eager hiss. Of course, this might not have been cooperation. It might have just been that it wanted to eat. We are bad people. Very bad people. I said quickly, we steal things. We can help you steal a lot of money. And kidnapping. B looked fearfully at the 2 terrifying giant snakes. We can help you kidnap the children of rich people, and then make them pay ransom. You guys don't seem very skilled, Cohen said distrustfully. We've succeeded many times, I said eagerly. Stole several £1,000s, and even successfully kidnapped a child. You might have even heard of it, the Webster family on the next street. They really had kidnapped a child. Cohen, can I bite them to death? Sithrak's calm tone carried a surging anger, unrelated to empathy for humans, but because kidnapping children reminded it of some bad things. It had never proactively attacked humans before, but this time it couldn't help itself. Wait until I'm done asking questions. You can bite as many times as you want. Cohen replied. Oh. Cohen said to the 2 men. All right, then why did you come to my house? To steal money? B said. We came to steal money, I quickly added. You humans always like to take chances. Cohen shook his head with a cold face. You're about to die. What's the point of covering up for an informant? Who's using you? Legilimens. Cohen drew his wand and sent a blue spell towards him. Large swathes of memories flooded out. Since he was a Muggle, A's memories had no defenses at all. Cohen found the person who told these 2 petty thieves that the family at number 4 Privet Drive has millions of pounds in cash and never locks their doors. It was a young man with a gloomy face. Cohen saw the silver key necklace around his neck, and both thieves had been placed under a confundus charm by that young man to make them believe the information they were given was correct. Why would the silver key lure 2 Muggles to Cohen's house to steal money? Everyone knew that these ordinary Muggle thieves couldn't steal anything useful from a wizard. An impossible plan, so the purpose of the plan couldn't be to steal things. Pretty much got it. Cohen instantly understood the silver key's purpose. The villains, if they could discuss Cohen, would consider a success. These two petty thieves weren't the main force trying to discuss Cohen. They were just bait. The real annoyance for Cohen would be the subsequent inspections and public opinion. We can give you 70%. B, who hadn't had his mind read, clearly hadn't figured out the current situation. The way the lion was drooling all over the floor was really terrifying, especially since it was looking in the direction of the tied-up bee. We can give you 70% of the money we earn in the future. Carson, right? The one called Carson. A couldn't say a word. He had just felt his memories being flipped through by some mysterious force. Anyone with a normal brain would think their memories had been looked at by Cohen's legilimens. The person who gave him the tip that Number 5 Privet Drive was rich and easy to rob was suspicious. They had been used as pawns. Even at a time like this, you're still talking about a 70-30th split? Cohen shook his head. You guys, 80% is fine too. B immediately changed his tune, but Cohen had already turned around to leave and wasn't planning on untying them. 90 then? Don't go, it's all yours. All the money we earn later can be yours too. What's all that gibberish? Fessel Hydra, these two are yours, do whatever you want. Cohen yawned, tossing these two child-snatching outlaws to the basilisk and the chimera. Mick, remember to eat them while they're fresh. The soul disappears after they die. But Mick didn't seem to have much appetite. It had been a long, long time since it had tasted souls and happiness. Hiss, hiss. Fessel Hydra hissed as he approached the two thieves, opening his mouth wide to reveal sharp fangs. The baby basilisk also tried to look fierce along with Fessel Hydra. Roar! The bee that the baby basilisk wanted to bite had his head bitten off first by the cheerful lion. Cohen left the chest and climbed back into bed to continue sleeping. The silver key could only come up with such trashy methods. Cohen felt like they weren't villains, but rather like they were here for comedic relief. If nothing went wrong, when Cohen woke up in the morning, there would first be a batch of Muggle police at his house, followed by a batch of Ministry of Magic investigators. Early morning on Christmas Day. Okay, nothing much here. Feels like another malicious report. The Muggle police officer in uniform nodded and said goodbye to the bewildered Norton family. Why would the police come to our house so early in the morning? Martha asked Edward, confused. How would I know? Edward shrugged. He said someone reported that we were holding people captive and there was a murder, but we haven't lost anyone in our family. Yeah, Cohen chimed in. Who would report our family? Rose frowned. And from the Muggle's side, whoosh. The fireplace in the living room suddenly burst into a green flame as tall as a person, and a disheveled man who was very close to Edward walked in, looking sleepy. Merry Christmas. Arnold looked like he hadn't fully woken up yet. Got a report that there was a Muggle conflict here. Was Edward kidnapped by Muggles? Are you blind? Edward said through gritted teeth. I'm perfectly fine. Why does everyone have to come search my house today? Don't know, but the report about you made me have to come out on Christmas. My wife threw a huge fit, saying I might as well go work at the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. Arnold tapped and knocked on the air in the house with his wand, muttering something under his breath, like some kind of detection charm. But apart from some common traces of everyday magic, nothing else remained here. Cohen doesn't use magic to kill people. Not only not magic, but not even in this dimension. Did you guys piss off some bored people? Arnold noted the detection results and asked Edward. The Ministry got 2 notifications, one through the Ministry's reporting system and the other through the Muggle channels forwarded to the Ministry's Muggle Liaison Office, and they specifically chose Christmas Day. It can't be some competitor from the newspaper, Rose said somewhat helplessly. It can't be those kids from the Hellfire Club. Edward said jokingly. It can't be me, right? Cohen really wanted to say that, but saying it out loud would be a bit foolish. Even if Arnold had no idea about Cohen's identity and was best friends with Edward, Cohen couldn't just blurt it out like that. Does the Ministry know who reported it? Edward asked. Even if they did, they couldn't say. The reporter's identity is confidential. You have to submit an application if you need to protect your rights, Arnold said. Do you want me to help investigate? I can ask the mail clerk. She's a friend of my wife's. Then, thank you very much, Edward said, his expression not very pleasant. I really want to know who's so bored. It's only 6:40 now, and my good Christmas mood is almost gone. After seeing Arnold off, the Norton family was wide awake. Those malicious reporters had at least successfully ruined the Christmas mood this year. However, after waking up, Edward seemed to suddenly think of something and secretly slipped into Cohen's bedroom. What's wrong? Cohen, who was flipping through the family phone book at his desk, turned his head to ask Edward, who had knocked and entered the room. Edward had written down the names and addresses of most of the Wizarding World contacts in a Muggle phone book. Cohen wanted to find the Crouch family's address in it, so he could go to the Crouch's house in the next few days of the holiday and drag out Barty Jr. About those people who came to investigate today. Edward sat on Cohen's bed and asked somewhat uncertainly, "Did you have any conflicts with any vengeful classmates at school?" "Conflicts? How could I have conflicts with classmates?" Cohen said. "That's good." Edward breathed a sigh of relief. "How did you sleep last night?" "I didn't secretly get up in the middle of the night to randomly grab a few muggles, run to the street and shout, 'I'm a freaking Dark Lord. I'm going to rule the wizarding world,' and then just stand there dumbly to be discovered and reported twice." Cohen saw through what Edward wanted to ask at a glance. "I stayed in my room the whole night." "No need to be so." Edward frowned, feeling like something was a little off with Cohen. "Cohen, anything else?" Cohen found the Crouch family's address and asked without looking up, "Aren't you happy about Christmas?" Edward asked, "Want to go downstairs and get some pudding?" "Good idea," Cohen said. "Is there any for me?" Earl suddenly asked from his cage. "Come down if you want some." Edward waved at Earl. "Your little dish is always in the living room. And there's also that new owl Cohen bought yesterday. Have you guys named it yet?" "Caroline, the Earl's girlfriend," Edward quipped. "Daughter," the Earl said dryly. "Adopted daughter. Tisk tsk tisk." Edward clucked sympathetically. Cohen closed the phone book, planning to head downstairs for some powdered donuts. Edward also noticed the phone book Cohen had just been flipping through. "What's with the phone book?" "Checking out your network," Cohen said, turning his head after reaching the door. "Seeing who might rat us out." "Arnold will figure it out," Edward said, picking up the phone book and following Cohen out of the bedroom. "Leave this to the grown-ups. You just need to focus on eating, drinking, and having fun." Cohen didn't say much, which made Edward even more curious. He couldn't shake the feeling that Cohen seemed really cold today. Could it be because they got investigated twice over Christmas, and he's not happy about it? After breakfast, Cohen retreated back to his room and locked the door. "You don't look right," the Earl said, cocking his head at Cohen. "Why are you suddenly being so cold to your dad?" "Am I?" Cohen asked. "Doesn't feel like anything." "This isn't good," the Earl said, unusually serious without a joke in sight. "What happened last night?" "Killed 2 people. That's it," Cohen said. "I don't like anyone just wandering onto my property. First Sirius Black, and then these 2 Muggle lowlifes." As he spoke, Cohen flicked his wand, leaving some shielding charms in the room, but his brow was still slightly furrowed. "I'm asking about your state of mind," the Earl said. "What made you suddenly so—" "Wait, how do you see your family right now?" "Living beings who offer me shelter," Cohen said in a steady tone. "Is there a problem?" "Are you out of your mind?" the Earl exclaimed, eyes wide. "Say that again, and I'll gouge your eyeballs out," Cohen said coldly. "Just be a good owl, and don't go sticking your beak into my business." The Earl shut his mouth. "I'm going to go check if those 2 have been eaten clean." Cohen left the desk and went to the suitcase next to the wardrobe, turning his head towards the Earl. "Come on in. Go learn from Sissoko and the others how to attack humans." "Is that an order?" the Earl asked. "That's an order," Cohen said calmly. "Inside the wooden cabin within the suitcase." "Phew." Cohen let out a deep breath and plopped down on the sofa. "What's wrong, kiddo?" Sissoko nudged closer. "Unhappy." "Daddy's not happy." The little basilisk, carrying a bloodied lamb leg, offered it to Cohen. "Eat something." "Just ate. Not hungry," Cohen said. "You keep it for yourself." "You almost made me think you'd gone completely bonkers," the Earl said, annoyed. "Say that again, and I'll gouge your eyeballs out. You know my heart skipped a beat there." Well, what else? That's the most evil thing I could think of, Cohen retorted. Or I could have said, say that again, and I'll seal your but shut with concrete. Why the tough guy act? The Earl asked. Your dad looks a little worried about you, because you just suddenly seemed like some heartless bad dude. I am indeed quite worried about Cohen's situation. Sissoko rubbed his head against Cohen's shoulder. But I feel Cohen's doing just fine right now. The Earl's talking about Edward, Cohen said, lying sprawled on the sofa in a what can you do kind of way. But there's no choice. If I seem like I care too much about my family, those guys watching me might get new ideas. Someone was watching you outside the house just now? The Earl asked, alert. If only they were really outside the house, Cohen said. Then I could just jump out and off them. The problem is, the person watching me isn't around. They're watching me with a magic I've never seen before. I felt the magical fluctuations, but it's weird. Regular shielding charms can't even block that spell. I'll help you go kill that person, Sissoko said with great responsibility. Is there a scent? I can find him by the smell. No, this has nothing to do with you. You just stay here and look after the little one, Cohen said. What I'm more curious about is what kind of surveillance charm can get past my shielding charms, but can't get past this box made with an undetectable extension charm. Why not ask the magical goat head? The Earl suggested. The one who makes potions knows what this spell is, Cohen said with some doubt. When Cohen found the chimera and asked the black goat a few questions about this type of magic, the black goat gave a vague answer. I know a little bit, the goat said. What does a little bit mean? Cohen asked. It means I only know 17 types of similar tracking spells, the goat said slowly. After all, I haven't flipped through all the wizard spell books. The Greek spell books still aren't very complete. Roar. The lion pawed at the yarn on the ground that had already become a tangled mess, letting out a sad low growl because it was no longer a ball. Do these spells all have counter curses? Cohen asked. Yes, the goat said. Most spells have counter curses, except for those spells that wizards have named the unforgivable curses. Do you still remember that feeling of being watched? Yeah, Cohen said. Use them on me one by one, and I'll see if I can figure out exactly which spell it is. With the greatest pleasure, the black goat said. It began testing Cohen with one spell after another. Not this one, nor this one. A bit like it, but I didn't have such a big eyeball floating in the air in my room. Finally, yeah, that's the one. Cohen's eyes lit up. When the goat used the seventh spell, Cohen felt a very similar sensation of being watched. Oculus Specula, the goat recalled. A somewhat old spell that can project the image of the surveillance target onto the material plane. Is there a counter curse? Oculus Demonium, the goat said. The hand movements and incantation are the same, but this is something I researched and developed. In theory, it should allow you to observe the monitor in reverse. Isn't it easy enough to test if the spell works? Cohen said. Oculus Demonium. As he spoke, Cohen waved his wand according to the hand movements the black goat described. A phantom eye covered in bloody cracks appeared above the black goat's head. Cohen's vision also changed slightly. An image from another perspective appeared in his mind, the top of the black goat's head. The target of the surveillance was reversed. It's just that this eye that appeared from the counter curse was a bit. Isn't that a little too edgy? Cohen asked, looking at the blood-red eyeball under his control, trying not to crack a smile. Everyone has their young days, Black Goat said, looking totally unfazed. Back then, I thought it'd be a laugh to scare the pants off any humans trying to track us, and it totally worked, by the way. From then on, the Greeks never dared to use that spell to secretly track us again. Horned Water Snake drawled lazily. I remember that night like it was yesterday. This thing floating by someone's bedside in the dead of night is seriously creepy, Cohen said, eyeing the blood-red eyeball. Looks like Black Goat had some wild ideas back in the day. It's like something straight out of myth, the eye of some ancient god. Funny enough, this counter-curse Black Goat cooked up when he was younger actually fit Cohen's whole evil god vibe with the Silver Key folks. Thanks, Cohen said to Black Goat. No problem, kid, Black Goat replied kindly. Roar. The lion tilted its head up, nudging the goat behind it, probably wanting it to roll up its yarn ball. Cohen flicked his wand without a second thought, helping the lion rewind the unraveling yarn. Since Black Goat's view was completely blocked by the lion's big head, and he couldn't see the yarn mess at all. After heading back to the bedroom with the Earl, that feeling of being watched crept back in. But this time, Cohen wasn't some weak, pitiful, and helpless person being watched anymore. Oculus Demonium. Cohen used that counter curse, and in the blink of an eye, Cohen's vision expanded big time. Cohen could even sense the location of his target. It seemed to be in the London area, close to King's Cross Station. Through the eyeball created by that counter curse, Cohen saw a dimly lit room and 3 seriously shady-looking dudes crammed in front of a mirror. Ugh, Cohen said with disgust. There's a bunch of pervy old guys peeping at a 13-year-old boy. Ugh, there's a creepy 13-year-old boy peeping at a bunch of old guys. The Earl chimed in, pretending to be just as disgusted. Say that kind of thing again, and I'm going to buy Caroline some exploding stink pellets, Cohen said menacingly. Mr. Earl, you wouldn't want to be stuck in a cage with Caroline then, would you? You're so wicked, the Earl shrieked. You're the one who started acting like a pervert, Cohen retorted. Meanwhile, in London, a random trio from the Silver Key organization was still in front of the mirror, plotting how to lure Cohen into going to war with the world. I think he's already on the path to pure destruction and evil, said number 1 wistfully, the reflection of his bald head flashing under his hood every now and then. Soon, very soon, we'll witness the end of this filthy world. But he still needs a little push, said number 2, who was incredibly hairy and looked like a total throwback. He spoke with intense excitement. Didn't you hear what he said? That family is sheltering him. And a god doesn't need sheltering. He hasn't grasped just how powerful he really is. We need to help him realize his own strength. I actually have a feeling he's putting on an act, said number 3 rationally and worriedly to his 2 companions. He might have already figured out we're spying on him and is just lost in a dream, not wanting to wake up. He's resisting waking up. We should. Suddenly, the rational number 3 went silent. Why did you stop? What do you think we should do next? Number 2 asked number 3. The mirror. Number 3's voice trembled. What about the mirror? Number 1 and number 2 glanced at the full-length mirror in front of them. It should have been showing Cohen's image, but now the mirror didn't show the bedroom scene anymore. All they could see were 3 black-robed men huddled together. They could only see their own reflections. The spell had fizzled out. And that wasn't all. Through the mirror, they saw a horrifying eyeball covered in bloodstains, grotesque, and still spinning, floating above their 3 heads. Found you? Cohen's voice came from the eyeball, laced with a hint of amusement. Combined with the dim little room, the scene almost made their screams burst their eardrums. This. Cohen rubbed his ears. How could these 3 big guys scream louder than a bunch of girls? Weren't they supposed to be an evil cult organization? Why do they seem so chicken? Even though these 3 weren't much brighter than those 2 muggle-petty thieves from last night, the one Cohen had marked, number 3, seemed to be close to figuring things out. They absolutely couldn't be left alive, especially since one of them seemed to still be planning to go after Rose and Edward. How could there be people who want to destroy the world but are such damn cowards and afraid of dying? Cohen really couldn't wrap his head around why these 3 guys, who could be scared into making chipmunk noises by a creepy eyeball, were trying so hard to force him to destroy the world. Did they seriously think that believing in Cohen would let them survive after the world ended? Cults, man, they're bad news. I need to pop over to London, Cohen said to the Earl. Cover for me. Don't let Mom and Dad find out. Give me something easy to work with here, the Earl said helplessly. How am I supposed to cover for you? When your parents knock, should I yell, Cohen's in his room? Don't come in? There's this. Cohen controlled his remaining flesh puppet, which crawled out of the box and morphed into his appearance. But this robot isn't smart enough. It can fool rats, but it's way too easy to see through if it's supposed to be a person, especially in front of Edward and Rose. I can do the voiceover, the Earl said, mimicking Cohen's voice. Hello, I'm Cohen Norton. What are you looking at? Look again, and I'll eat your soul. I'll leave it here pretending to do homework. If Edward and Rose knock, just open the door and make up some excuse. Cohen checked the rats in his pocket. There were still a few barely clinging to life, almost starved, but enough for him to stay invisible and apparate to London, find and take down those 3 watchers, and then smoothly return home, acting like nothing ever happened. What? The Earl started to ask. Pop. Cohen had already thrown on his cloak and vanished. Couldn't he give me, like, a tutorial or something? The Earl grumbled at the empty air. What if his parents ask why he's doing homework without even touching his quill? Pop. Forgot the box. Cohen reappeared, but before the Earl could say anything again, Cohen grabbed the box and disappeared with another pop. Don't pick up that guy's bad habits, the Earl said to Caroline, the new owl, who was perched nearby. Hoo-hoo, Caroline hooted. Nope, the Earl said firmly. How come all you ever think about is being hungry or, that sounds awfully familiar. Based on the location provided by the counter curse, Cohen quickly pinpointed a small, magically concealed rental house near London Station. Those 3 silver key guys were practically worshipping the giant Cohen had conjured, even with death knocking at their door. Talk about devoted followers. If these silver key folks had a slightly more normal belief system, Cohen might have even been willing to keep them around as his goons. But who can blame him when all they could think about was bringing about the end of the world? And they want to try and speed-run it the evil way, too. Cohen flew in through the balcony window, passing through the curtains concealing the main room. He could immediately see the 3 people huddled in front of the full-length mirror, kneeling devoutly beneath the floating red eyeball. As Cohen canceled the spell, the bloodshot eyeball vanished into thin air, replaced by Cohen in his Dementor form, clad in a pitch-black cloak. Found you, Cohen said eerily. My lord. Upon seeing Cohen's true form materialize from thin air, contestant number 2 prostrated himself on the ground, saying excitedly, You finally, you have awakened. Contestant number 1 seemed about to kiss Cohen's robes. The end of this world is coming. Thank you. Cohen got the feeling contestant number 1 had a Death Eater rap sheet. Only Death Eaters liked kissing the boss's robes. Voldemort's people were all like that. The 2 suicidal contestants had finished their death speeches, and now everyone's attention turned to contestant number 3, who had been keeping his head down and hadn't dared to speak. Cohen looked at him because he was curious what the relatively smarter contestant number 3 would have to say. The other 2 contestants, however, secretly glanced at contestant number 3, urging him with their eyes. The lore has arrived. Shouldn't you say a few words to prove your loyalty? I feel. Contestant number 3 tried to make his voice very vague, even putting on a bit of a Liverpudlian accent, attempting to make the other 2 contestants understand a terrifying fact. The Lord's been conning us. Immediately afterwards, contestant number 3 swiftly drew his wand from his waist. Avada Kedavra. If the Lord had already awakened, he wouldn't be killed by a killing curse, because he was the source of the world, and things in a dream couldn't harm his true self. If the Lord hadn't awakened yet, he would truly awaken due to death in the dream. If this talking Dementor was just a wizard pretending somehow, then this killing curse could also directly expose his clumsy disguise. If this was just an ordinary Dementor, Dementors don't talk, so that wasn't possible. Contestant number 3 figured out the best way to prove the Lord's identity in just a split second. Contestant number 1 and contestant number 2 were a step slower in their reaction. They both lunged at contestant number 3 only when the green light had already hit Cohen, tackling this believer who had shown disrespect to the already awakened God to the ground. And even though contestant number 3 was pinned to the floor by 2 burly men, he still held his head up, trying hard to see Cohen's reaction after being hit by the killing curse. Cohen wasn't affected in the slightest. Is this how you guys say hello to each other? Cohen asked. No, it's not. Contestant number 2 fearfully crawled back on the ground, kneeling and apologizing to Cohen. My lord, we are loyal. It's him. He's a traitor. As he spoke, number 2 pointed a trembling finger at number 3, indicating that they hadn't known number 3 was a traitor before. How come the Lord's robes smell like lavender? Number 1 suddenly licked his lips. It's because my house uses lavender-scented laundry detergent. Wait a minute. Cohen suddenly realized something. Hold on. Are you actually kissing it for real? Seriously, what's wrong with this guy? Other people just go through the motions when kissing a robe, but this guy's using his tongue? Question mark. Number 1, having just been cursed at, looked completely bewildered. Question mark. Number 2, had never seen a god who cussed. Oh. Number 3, had almost believed Cohen was an awakened god. Cohen's sudden curse snapped him out of his daze. Immediately afterwards, they didn't feel like thinking anymore, or rather, they didn't have the motivation to. Cohen drained their emotions and, with the speed of lightning, hit each of them with a disarming charm before whisking all 3 into his suitcase. Cohen bound the 3 of them tightly with a binding charm and tossed them onto the floor of the cabin in the suitcase. Sissoko and the little basilisk were circling around them, staring. You've been really efficient at catching people these past couple of days, Sissoko remarked. Extra snacks. Extra snacks, the little basilisk cheered. Why? Number 2 said sorrowfully. Why have you become like this? Are you disappointed that I became an adult? Cohen asked, his eyelids heavy. Shouldn't you have already awakened? Number 1 said in disbelief. Why would you attack us? Shut your mouth, you pervert who licked my robes, Cohen said irritably. You used to work for Voldemort, didn't you? How do you know? Number 1 said in surprise. The old master's robes actually didn't smell as good as yours. The Dark Lord's robes always had a certain. Really into being a masochist? Cohen shot him a dangerous look. Sophia, you can have this one to play with. Hey. The little basilisk happily coiled around contestant number 1, dragging him to the side, ready to strangle him and then eat him. We should have chosen some more effective measures. Number 3 said to number 2, turning his head in disappointment. This dream is too beautiful for him. We have to kill. You shut up too, you love-starved weirdo, Cohen said, hitting number 3 with a tongue-tying curse before turning his wand on the stun number 2. Legilimens. Cohen invaded contestant number 2's memories without any resistance. Cohen's purpose in catching them this time was to see if there was any news about the remaining members of the Silver Key. It was unsettling knowing there was always a crazy organization eyeing Cohen and his family. Von Braun knew very little about the internal personnel because he himself belonged to the outer circle of the Silver Key. These 3 might be a bit more in the know. The list. Cohen found something useful in number 2's memories. The Silver Key had already stopped recruiting new members because they had long since scattered to the 4 winds. Each faction acted independently, and they had all sorts of plans for Cohen. The cowardly faction that studied how to protect themselves when the end of the world came, Cohen remembered one of the cowards in number 2's memory. Cohen had even met him during summer vacation. Rupert, the reclusive wizard who studied emotions. The radical faction that was plotting to kill Cohen in order to make Cohen understand his true nature and destroy the world. Joshua, von Braun's brother. That tall Auror who was the first one Cohen took down at Borgen and Burke's. The superstitious faction that believed Cohen needed more sacrifices to awaken, a total of 10 people. These 10 were very united, so Cohen took them all out at the end of January. And the conservative faction that was trying every possible way to make Cohen disappointed with the world, the evil guys who try to destroy the good things in Cohen's life. The 3 in front of him were just poor wretches kicked out by the larger conservative group. 77 people in total. Even fringe members like von Braun were on the list. Cohen summoned a piece of parchment from his study and jotted down these names, separating them by faction. A long list. All names of people who needed to be taken care of. Something about Blood Harbor, Ghost Shadow. The only downside was that these people's current locations were definitely different from what was on the list. All right, you guys can split these up, Cohen said to Sissoko. Send one over to the old basilisk too. Let him have a snack. He's getting on in years to be pulling stunts like that. Well, there aren't any female snakes around here. Sissoko sighed. He's been pent up for over 1,000 years. Can't really blame him. After doing the same by tossing a Legilimens spell at the remaining 2, Cohen handed the 3 of them over to Sissoko and left the box. This rented room was full of the 3 men's belongings and trash. The only things of any real value were probably their wands. Since they were cult fugitives, wanted by the Ministry of Magic, the three men's living space was confined to this one small room, and they had to change locations frequently to avoid being discovered by patrolling Aurors. Based on number three's memories, Cohen found a note detailing their plans, outlining what they had already accomplished and what they intended to do in the future. Besides getting those two muggles to stage an attack at Christmas, they had also planned to attack Cohen's parents before that, but they got there but kicked by Edward. These three really hadn't expected a kept man to be such a good fighter. They were quick to make a run for it, though. Otherwise, that whole Christmas thing wouldn't have happened. Cohen now understood why Edward had been faking illness for over a week. Edward had been trying to lure these three attackers back so he could nab them all at once, but his acting was a bit over the top, and no one bought it. Neither Cohen nor the three attackers believed Edward was actually sick. As Cohen turned invisible again and left, the concealing magic around the rented room dissipated. Siskoko and the others must have finished off all three, as most released spells disappear when the wizard who cast them dies. By the time Cohen got back home, it was almost lunchtime. "Has anyone been in here?" Cohen asked the Earl. "I wasn't spotted, was I?" "Edward popped in, brought you some grub. It's over there by your desk." He even said a few apologetic things. "I told him you were stressing out about homework, and he seemed relieved," the Earl said. "What happened to those guys who were watching you?" "Fed them to Siskoko. I also pulled the silver keys list out of their heads," Cohen said, putting away the flesh puppet. "Later, could you send a copy to Von Braun? Have him see if he can track down the locations of some of these people, preferably the ones I marked as conservatives. They're way too radical." Saying this, Cohen pulled a copy of the silver key list he had jotted down from his pocket and tapped the long piece of parchment with his wand. "Gemino." Cohen tied the copy to the Earl's leg. "Now," the Earl said incredulously, "it's Christmas. Von Braun is way up north. I really like you, you know," Cohen said earnestly. Question mark. The Earl tilted his head, staring at Cohen. "Are you off your rocker again? These silver key people want to make me lose all hope in this world, but you're my hope in this world, you talking little owl," Cohen said, feigning sorrow. "If I don't take them out soon, they might come after you next." All right, the Earl said, sounding like he was used to this. "I'll just pretend I believe you." Soon after the Earl flapped off, Edward came to hurry Cohen to lunch. "Have you finished your homework?" Edward asked. "Does Hogwarts really give that much homework over Christmas break?" "Nope, it's just stuff I've been putting off for the past couple of weeks," Cohen said, making up an excuse on the spot. "People always get lazy, and things just pile up until the holidays. Actually, I was planning to put it off until the very last day of break. By then, you'll think getting a detention is a total bargain for not having to do the homework," Edward said knowingly, like he'd been there. "That's a great idea," Cohen said, his eyes lighting up. "Edward, you're going to corrupt Cohen." Martha scolded Edward. "What kind of Hufflepuff are you?" "But Cohen isn't one," Edward argued. "Cohen's a Gryffindor. As long as his grades aren't suffering, I don't really have a problem with it," Rose said, somewhat agreeing with Edward. "I used to do that all the time. Some homework is just completely pointless, like all that nonsense from divination. Edward, you remember, right? Professor Henry, the big bearded guy who loved to smoke and predicted he'd die by drowning. If he knew he was going to die by drowning, wouldn't he avoid going near lakes?" Cohen asked curiously. "Is he still alive?" "Nope," Edward said. "The year your mom and I graduated, he drowned in a glass of champagne." "Don't tell me." Cohen started to laugh. "A glass of champagne?" He was at a staff tea party, smoking a cigar and drinking bubbly champagne. He accidentally flicked some ash in his glass, and the champagne just went nuts, expanding into this huge blob of jelly-like stuff that engulfed him in seconds, Edward said. He didn't even get to finish saying Merlin's beard before he passed out from suffocation. "What was with the champagne?" Cohen asked. "It was a new type of product from O'Connor's winery back then. Waterless, bubbly champagne," Edward explained. "It looked like a cloud of smoke you could drink, but it was actually just a bunch of transfigured water. Professor Henry figured something like that definitely couldn't drown him. It was an accident." The Ministry of Magic's accident report listed the cause of death as atypical liquid suffocation and warned manufacturers not to cast transfiguration spells on alcohol. Well, at least he proved his prediction was spot on, Rose said. That's why I never doubted his professionalism. He just wasn't a very good teacher. That's just how prophecies are, Martha said cheerfully, this topic being right up her alley. The more you resist a prophecy, the more likely it is to come true. It's called a self-fulfilling paradox. That's why I never resist predicted outcomes, like Edward becoming Minister of Magic. If Edward became that kind of person, he'd definitely become less of a family man. I feel like that's even less likely than drowning in champagne, Edward said with a good sense of self-awareness. 77 people in total. Even fringe members like Von Braun were on the list. Cohen summoned a piece of parchment from his study and jotted down these names, separating them by faction. A long, long list, all names of people who needed to be taken care of. Something about Blood Harbor, Ghost Shadow. The only downside was that these people's current locations were definitely different from what was on the list. All right, you guys can split these up, Cohen said to Siskoko. Send one over to the old Basilisk too. Let him have a snack. He's getting on in years to be pulling stunts like that. Well, there aren't any female snakes around here. Siskoko sighed. He's been pent up for over 1,000 years. Can't really blame him. After doing the same by tossing a Legilimens spell at the remaining two, Cohen handed the three of them over to Siskoko and left the box. This rented room was full of the three men's belongings and trash. The only things of any real value were probably their wands. Since they were cult fugitives, wanted by the Ministry of Magic, the three men's living space was confined to this one small room, and they had to change locations frequently to avoid being discovered by patrolling Aurors. Based on number three's memories, Cohen found a note detailing their plans, outlining what they had already accomplished and what they intended to do in the future. Besides getting those two muggles to stage an attack at Christmas, they had also planned to attack Cohen's parents before that, but they got their butts kicked by Edward. These three really hadn't expected a kept man to be such a good fighter. They were quick to make a run for it, though. Otherwise, that whole Christmas thing wouldn't have happened. Cohen now understood why Edward had been faking illness for over a week. Edward had been trying to lure these three attackers back so he could nab them all at once, but his acting was a bit over the top, and no one bought it. Neither Cohen nor the three attackers believed Edward was actually sick. As Cohen turned invisible again and left, the concealing magic around the rented room dissipated. Siskoko and the others must have finished off all three, as most released spells disappear when the wizard who cast them dies. By the time Cohen got back home, it was almost lunchtime. Has anyone been in here? Cohen asked the Earl. I wasn't spotted, was I? Edward popped in, brought you some grub. It's over there by your desk. He even said a few apologetic things. I told him you were stressing out about homework, and he seemed relieved. The Earl said, what happened to those guys who were watching you? Fed them to Siskoko. I also pulled the Silver Keys list out of their heads, Cohen said, putting away the flesh puppet. Later, could you send a copy to Von Braun? Have him see if he can track down the locations of some of these people, preferably the ones I marked as conservatives. They're way too radical. Saying this, Cohen pulled a copy of the Silver Key list he had jotted down from his pocket and tapped the long piece of parchment with his wand. Gemino. Cohen tied the copy to the Earl's leg. Now, the Earl said incredulously, it's Christmas. Von Braun is way up north. I really like you, you know, Cohen said earnestly. Question mark. The Earl tilted his head, staring at Cohen. Are you off your rocker again? These Silver Key people want to make me lose all hope in this world. But you're my hope in this world, you talking little owl, Cohen said, feigning sorrow. If I don't take them out soon, they might come after you next. All right, the Earl said, sounding like he was used to this. I'll just pretend I believe you. Soon after the Earl flapped off, Edward came to hurry Cohen to lunch. Have you finished your homework? Edward asked. Does Hogwarts really give that much homework over Christmas break? Nope, it's just stuff I've been putting off for the past couple of weeks, Cohen said, making up an excuse on the spot. People always get lazy, and things just pile up until the holidays. Actually, I was planning to put it off until the very last day of break. By then, you'll think getting a detention is a total bargain for not having to do the homework, Edward said knowingly, like he'd been there. That's a great idea, Cohen said, his eyes lighting up. Edward, you going to corrupt Cohen? Martha scolded Edward. What kind of Hufflepuff are you? But Cohen isn't one, Edward argued. Cohen's a Gryffindor. As long as his grades aren't suffering, I don't really have a problem with it, Rose said, somewhat agreeing with Edward. I used to do that all the time. Some homework is just completely pointless, like all that nonsense from divination. Edward, you remember, right? Professor Henry, the big bearded guy who loved to smoke and predicted he'd die by drowning. If he knew he was going to die by drowning, wouldn't he avoid going near lakes? Cohen asked curiously. Is he still alive? Nope, Edward said. The year your mom and I graduated, he drowned in a glass of champagne. Don't tell me. Cohen started to laugh. A glass of champagne. He was at a staff tea party, smoking a cigar and drinking bubbly champagne. He accidentally flicked some ash in his glass, and the champagne just went nuts, expanding into this huge blob of jelly-like stuff that engulfed him in seconds, Edward said. He didn't even get to finish saying Merlin's beard before he passed out from suffocation. What was with the champagne? Cohen asked. It was a new type of product from O'Connor's winery back then, waterless, bubbly champagne, Edward explained. It looked like a cloud of smoke you could drink, but it was actually just a bunch of transfigured water. Professor Henry figured something like that definitely couldn't drown him. It was an accident. The Ministry of Magic's accident report listed the cause of death as atypical liquid suffocation and warned manufacturers not to cast transfiguration spells on alcohol. Well, at least he proved his prediction was spot on, Rose said. That's why I never doubted his professionalism. He just wasn't a very good teacher. That's just how prophecies are, Martha said cheerfully, this topic being right up her alley. The more you resist a prophecy, the more likely it is to come true. It's called a self-fulfilling paradox. That's why I never resist predicted outcomes, like Edward becoming Minister of Magic. If Edward became that kind of person, he'd definitely become less of a family man. I feel like that's even less likely than drowning in champagne, Edward said with a good sense of self-awareness. Barty Jr. had traces of the Imperius curse on him, but that wasn't a big deal for Cohen. Once Cohen sucked out the person's soul, no matter what curse it was, it'd be completely useless. Soul strength, 33. Cohen moved closer to the unconscious Barty Jr. The Dementor's form gradually materialized from the air, and it removed its hood, starting to suck the person's soul from across the space. Good thing I don't have to go mouth to mouth like the other Dementors. But what Cohen didn't expect was that when he took the first gulp, it felt like he wasn't sucking out Barty Jr.'s soul, but rather the Imperius curse on him. Barty Jr. let out a startled gasp and suddenly opened his eyes, which had been almost completely closed. The first thing he saw when he looked up was Cohen. Some bad memories about Dementors flooded his mind. But what he found even stranger was, why was a Dementor here? Had the old geezer kicked the bucket? So the Ministry of Magic sent these Dementors to kiss him? No, that's not right. Barty Jr.'s mind was racing. In the outside world, he should already be dead because his mother had swapped identities with him. Even if old Barty had died, the Ministry wouldn't search the Crouch family dungeon. So there was only one possibility. The Dark Lord had returned, killed that stupid old coot Barty Crouch Sr., and sent a Dementor to rescue the Dark Lord's most loyal servant. Thinking of this, an uncontrollable, crazy smile spread across Barty Jr.'s face. Barty Jr. was having a field day in his head, but Cohen wasn't. From Cohen's perspective, the soul he was about to eat suddenly started giggling like a maniac, just like in a horror movie, trying to scare the Dementor. Huh? The Master sent you to rescue me, didn't he? Barty Jr. asked Cohen in a hoarse voice, completely unconcerned by Cohen's terrifying, unhood Dementor face. Pretty good guess, Cohen complimented. Quick, get me out of here. I'm finally going to be free. Barty Jr. said excitedly. He was generating a lot of happiness, and that sweet emotion made Cohen take a few more sips. No wonder Dementors were so fond of high-ranking Death Eaters. They don't usually produce much soul, but as soon as Voldemort is mentioned, their happy emotions just surge. A fully automatic happiness farming machine. But there was no time to waste. Old Barty should realize the Imperius curse was gone very soon. Right now, old Barty should already be on his way down. Hang tight. I'll take you to meet Voldemort right away, Cohen promised. Cohen wasn't lying. He was indeed going to meet Voldemort. Cohen just didn't specify which Voldemort. The Voldemort fragments already digested in Cohen's stomach were also Voldemort. Barty Jr. closed his eyes, imagining the scene where he would be free and receive Voldemort's highest reward. But the next second, a terrifying suction from his soul made him suddenly open his eyes. But it was too late. His soul had already been sucked out of his body by Cohen and swallowed in one gulp. Now, Barty Jr.'s body was nothing more than an empty shell. Cohen unlocked the chains binding Barty Jr. The next thing to do was wait for old Barty to come down. At the same time, old Barty, sensing that the Imperius curse had worn off, hurriedly shuffled down the stairs from outside the basement in his slippers. When he saw such a large Dementor in the cell, he froze completely. Confusion, fear, anger, a storm of emotions erupted in old Crouch's mind. Why was a Dementor in his house? Why hadn't the spells outside worked? And why would a Dementor suddenly break into his basement in the middle of the night, targeting someone who should have been dead already? Expecto Patronum. A falcon-shaped Patronus shot from the tip of Crouch's wand. But Cohen, who had anticipated this, certainly wouldn't flee immediately because of the Patronus's attempt to drive him away. Cohen grabbed Barty Jr., who was no longer bound by chains, intending to leave with the empty shell under the pressure of the repulsive Patronus. Old Crouch certainly couldn't let Cohen leave Crouch Manor with his son. Heaven knows what trouble the news of Barty Crouch Jr. being discovered by a Dementor in Crouch Manor would cause him. So old Barty immediately stopped attacking, waved his wand to close the cell door, and lit the tip of his wand, the light shining on old Crouch's pale face. "Stop! You can't leave right now." Old Crouch's first reaction wasn't to check on his son's condition, but to immediately start pretending as if he had absolutely no idea why Barty Jr. would appear in the basement of his house. Wasn't he dead? Why is he here? Did you bring him here? You should be chasing Sirius Black right now. Why are you carrying a prisoner from over a decade ago? Seriously, old man, are you really going to frame a Dementor like that? But Cohen didn't say anything. Dementors weren't supposed to talk anyway. After taking a few deep breaths, old Crouch noticed that the Dementor in front of him hadn't attacked him. He wasn't sure if Dementors had the habit of not immediately eating after just feeding, but looking at Barty Jr.'s condition, still dazed even without the Imperius curse. His son had already been kissed by this Dementor. Cohen could clearly sense some fleeting anger and sadness around old Crouch, but they quickly disappeared. "It seems I've already dealt with this prisoner," old Crouch said, regaining his usual cold indifference and calmness. "Although I don't know why you people at Azkaban can let 2 prisoners escape. At least this time you've made up for your mistakes and helped me find him." "What do you mean, I've dealt with this prisoner?" Cohen's evaluation of Crouch's hypocrisy went up another notch. Good thing Dementors can't talk, otherwise this guy wouldn't be so brazenly lying through his teeth. And good thing Dementors can't die, otherwise old Crouch might have tried to silence Cohen as well. But thankfully, everything was developing in the direction Cohen had hoped for. Cohen wanted the news of Barty Jr.'s death to spread again, so he could explain to Voldemort that old Crouch had killed his own son. "Come back to the Ministry with me, and I'll explain everything you've done to the Auror office," old Crouch said. As for him, he looked at his son, his eyes cold, as if those confession letters in the attic weren't written by him at all. Avada Kedavra! A flash of green light, and Barty Crouch Jr.'s body, after more than a decade of torment, finally died at his father's hand. Old Crouch definitely reacted fast. Winky the house elf had her memory wiped and was ordered by Mr. Crouch to stay in the kitchen and not come out. He only spent a few minutes erasing all traces of the basement's existence, and then a few more minutes using a new wand to create signs of a wizarding scuffle throughout the house, all while Cohen was just placed to the side by Mr. Crouch, witnessing the entire cover-up process. The Dementors couldn't understand his actions, nor could they reveal his secrets to any wizard, and Cohen indeed acted just like a regular Dementor. This was definitely the best option, much better than letting a Dementor out with Barty Jr.'s corpse and letting public opinion explode. Old Crouch's preparations ended with leaving numerous wounds on Barty Jr.'s body, to prevent the Aurors from discovering that Barty Jr.'s cause of death was the Avada Kedavra curse. He was as skilled as a seasoned criminal. This was likely due to Old Crouch's experience as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement during the First Wizarding War. His motto was to fight fire with fire, so of course he knew how criminals would try to cover up their crimes. And he also knew how to exploit loopholes in the law. The law always has loopholes, which is why the Department of Magical Law Enforcement exists. Old Crouch casually tossed Barty Jr.'s bloody corpse onto the floor of the hall, piling it together with the deliberately smashed and messy furniture. Then threw a handful of green, glittering flue powder into the fireplace and shouted loudly, "Amelia, come over here." The originally orange flames in the fireplace instantly rose to the height of a person, and a few seconds later, a short-haired witch with graying hair, who hadn't had time to change into regular clothes, hurried out. "Mr. Crouch, what happened here?" Amelia Bones saw the hall of Crouch Manor, looking as if it had just been through a major battle, the moment she stepped out. Cohen remembered this name. The current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, she had taken over Old Crouch's position after he was transferred to the Department of International Magical Cooperation. "An Azkaban prisoner has escaped," Mr. Crouch said with a cold face. "Someone who shouldn't be around at this time." As he spoke, Mr. Crouch pointed his wand at Barty Jr., who was lying amidst the ruins. He even deliberately used his left hand to cover a fresh wound on his abdomen, as if the wound was inflicted during a struggle with Barty Jr. This action wasn't obvious, but Crouch knew Amelia. Anyone who could reach the position of head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement had to climb up step by step from the Auror office with tough methods, and she would definitely notice this. Cohen watched from the side. It was quite a treat to be a fly on the wall during this Christmas Day drama. Barty Jr.? Madame Bones frowned slightly, nimbly stepping over the debris of the exploded furniture, examining Barty Jr.'s body in disbelief. "How is this possible? The guards at Azkaban said he died a long time ago." "A Dementor chased him here," Old Crouch said. "You know my attitude towards Death Eaters and the old feud between him and me. If anyone else said they had an old feud with their son, perhaps no one would believe it. But this was Barty Crouch Sr., the ruthless man who sent his own son to Azkaban 12 years ago without even blinking. Coupled with the fresh wound on Old Crouch's abdomen, no one would doubt him." "Of course, Mr. Crouch," Madame Bones said, pursing her lips. "Although I don't understand how he could come back from the dead. There's no doubt he would be hostile towards you." The reappearance of a dead Death Eater made her feel a dangerous aura. Sirius Black's escape seemed to have become a signal urging the Death Eaters who were in hiding to start taking action, a signal foreshadowing the return of you-know-who. "This matter needs to go through the normal escaped convict trial process," Mr. Crouch said coldly. "If one dark wizard can escape death, there will be more dark wizards using fake deaths as a cover to escape Azkaban. The department needs to take the nominally dead prisoners in Azkaban in recent years more seriously and revoke the Dementor's right to dispose of the bodies." "I'll contact Scrimgeour in the Auror office right away," Madame Bones said. "This might have to be discussed with Fudge later. Let's treat it as an emergency and bypass him. If the minister knows, he'll definitely want to handle it secretly. The hunt for Sirius Black has already made him a bit irrational." At 3 in the morning, Cohen, who had been busy all night, slowly floated home with his trunk. "Pretty busy, huh?" Earl asked Cohen. He had caught several mice today and, unusually, hadn't kept any for himself, giving them all to his adopted daughter, Caroline. "Quite the family man, aren't you?" Cohen shoved the trunk under the bed, changed into his pajamas, and prepared to sleep. "How's things with Barty Jr.?" Earl asked curiously. "Yesterday was Christmas, you know. Go in his house on Christmas night to assassinate his son. TSK, TSK, TSK. He should be thanking me," Cohen said. "I helped him put on a new act of righteous extermination of family, and he's claiming to the public that he killed Barty Jr. himself. But this guy is also blinded by power," Cohen added. "After his son died, it took him less than half an hour to get everything ready. Take his son's body and me, this Dementor, to the Ministry of Magic to make a record, and firmly state that he killed the escapee without hesitation. I think he wants to stir up public opinion to undermine Fudge's prestige and then return to the political arena. With Sirius Black's escape remaining unsolved for so long, the wizarding world had actually been in a state of anxiety. Old Crouch had picked a good time too, but his family is almost extinct and he's still obsessed with power. Isn't that a bit too crazy? Humans. Earl sighed. Clearly, living is about eating the most filling meals and seeing the prettiest sights. Yet some people insist on going in circles and end up with nothing. Don't be so anthropomorphic. I'm increasingly suspecting you're a human who transformed, Cohen said, sticking half his face out from under the covers and staring at Earl. So what if I'm a transformed human? Earl asked with interest. Would have a big impact. Having an old geezer over 300 years old living in the same room as me is too disgusting, Cohen said. And it's very likely that when he was human, he was old, ugly, had a foul mouth, and was very perverted. That's truly terrifying. Thankfully, I've been an owl from start to finish, Earl said dryly. Always have been.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.